อ Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer. My heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him the things that I can't find. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him the things that I can't find. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky, there's things that I can't find. I just keep going, I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes, tell me can you see right through, right through, right through, down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fire's the food, the food. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just a couple pieces of This is the numbers again.
This land is calling.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC Main this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. LaFell's MSC 2025 Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this. What's that? Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds! Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team? They claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm out with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup? Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex?
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion. There you have it.
the MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
After saying goodbye to 2 teams yesterday, we will be saying goodbye to 4 more. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the MSC Wildcards here at the EWC 2025, day number 3. My name is Eterna. You guys are now watching the English broadcast, and I'll be your desk host for the day. And of course, we are going to invite our panelists over here. We have Leo as well as Abstract. Now, boys, we're coming to day number 3. Every match will be an elimination match.
Up until the very end, we are going from 6 teams down to 2.
Honestly, it's kind of surreal that we have went past 2 days already. Being the 3rd day, it's definitely kind of scary considering the fact that we are kind of in a repeat of day 1 in some sense.
I get that. We'll be seeing the schedule very, very soon, but I agree. We are going to be seeing 2 rematches here from day number 1, I believe, of the group stages at MSC. And with that, let's take a look at the tournament format. Because, again, I think maybe we need a little bit of a refresher of how things are going to go, because we're already really just neck deep into the MSC wildcards already. I think we're going to be seeing a few teams from different groups finally going head to head, and that's something that maybe we've been wondering for quite some time. How will these different groups in Group A and how will these different groups from Group B be faring against one another?
That's exactly what I've been waiting for. It's true that prior to this whole shindig getting down and dirty, we were expecting that Group A would be the team where we saw top-notch MLBB action from. But hey, Group B was equally, if not more, entertaining, given that underdogs such as Zeta Division have shown us that, hey, Japan is back.
Exactly.
Minasan, you have to pay attention to us. That's where we are now. We are in the final part of the 8 teams, and then we are going into the single eliminations top 4 best of 3 happening later today, and then tomorrow, that's where the wild card finals are happening. A single best of 5 to determine who's moving up to the group stage.
So tomorrow we'll only be looking at a single series, right? The stakes are definitely going to be high for tomorrow, but today-wise is ever higher since we are saying goodbye to 4.
Four.
Oh, 4.
We're going to be saying goodbye to 6 at the end of the day, right? And
damn.
Unfortunately, their prize pool journey ends here, right? Total prize pool, like we mentioned time and time again, $3 million US. So that would put the 2 teams we said goodbye to the... Was that 30,000 US?
Yep, confirmed. Nightmare and Team Falcons are
confirmed 30K.
Walking away for one, literally just the home team, and then the other are flying out with 30K.
But hey, 30K is a lot.
Oh yeah.
What would you do with 30K?
Also, we're starting with this, huh? I would put up another. No, it's a life-changing money, right? That's the whole story of a 3 million. And imagine if you could climb up from just 30 all the way to a million. That could happen for one of these teams today.
Especially for regions who are still developing, right? So, speaking of life-changing, not just the prize pool is what we're looking at, but also the trophy. A very crazy and cool system coming in for EWC in particular, year after year. And we're going to see it once again. How does the trophy system work here at EWC 2025?
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Now, how epic is that, right? It's a game within a game. You can consider it like that, right?
When it comes down
Yeah.
to EWC, this is always what I'm looking for. The video, right?
The video.
The final line.
Just the video. Who cares about MSC? Who cares about MWI?
Yeah,
The
look at
video.
that at the back, man.
No matter what happens, though, I think the act of crushing the keys and your totem being placed for all the world to see doesn't match the actual vibes of the journey of it. And to think that one of these teams here today will earn themselves that key. None of these teams have it yet.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So
Yeah.
this is all part of that journey to earn that key
And hopefully, it's not just to put it in someone else's trophy.
or to get crushed.
Right? Well, they're gonna get crushed either way, but you know, having your key in someone else's trophy,
That's
that
some
hurts
honor in
different.
that in some sense.
That's
also.
something else.
That's true. That's true.
You
That's
were
true.
chosen. You were the chosen one.
That's true
Out of the
too.
3, right?
That's true. But who will be the chosen club this year, right? Last year it was Team Falcons winning it all the way across all game titles. But who will it be this year? So other than the trophy, we also have the club system. So let's get into that.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Imagine that, 7 million US dollars are on the line, and I think every club around every title is going to be vying for that.
7 million for the winner. 20 million spread out across the other competing clubs. So when they say life-changing money,
That's
they
the
mean
one.
it.
Yeah. Now, what would you do with 7 million?
I'm charity.
Wow.
Very noble.
Thank you. Thank you. But let's take a look now at the group bracket for Group A. After, you know, the twists and turns after yesterday, we are looking yet again, like we mentioned, right? Another rematch coming through in this particular group.
I love it. I cannot get enough of Legion Esports versus Mongols. I would watch this series in a best of 3, a best of 5, a best of 7 over and over again if I could. But as it is twice in a single bracket, twice throughout the wildcards, is a blessing. And I would not have it any other way.
Honestly, I haven't got the opportunity to actually cast a single game from the Mongols just yet. You're missing out. Yeah, those second series, those second series are all the ones that I missed out, unfortunately. But at least it's always nice to watch, right? Well, in the meantime, Rage versus Zeta Division. They have been on all the rage now. Since Zeta Division, they are really out there.
You get a lot of Zeta, dude.
Yeah.
You casted a lot of Zeta.
All the Zetas.
You got all the Zetas.
This is the Group B brackets, by the way. Sugoi?
Sugoi. Eh?
Kawaii?
Me? Thank you.
Oh,
Arigato.
Arigato gozaimasu.
there's something off about us today. But anyway, what's not off is today's
went too far.
schedule, right?
we did.
Match number 1, match number 2, like we mentioned, it will be a Group A rematch between these two teams. Match number 2, it will be a Group B rematch between both of these teams. And coming into match number 3 and match number 4, that's when the crossover happens. So it will be VP going either against Legion or Mongols. And it will be either Rare Atom going head-to-head against either Rage or Zeta.
This is what I've been waiting for. Besides all of these stories being told, I want to see Group A and B actually crossing over, because from the Group of Death, aka Group A, and Group B that is just, we'll see. Finally, these teams are going to be button heads, crossing paths, and only one may come from either crossover into tomorrow's best of 5.
One thing that I find really interesting about today's games is that, yes, it is a revenge match, yes. However, this is slightly different because, in my honest opinion, this is probably the closest that we have seen when it comes down to the first part of the bracket. Most of the time when we see first part of the bracket, there is a disparity of 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. But it's been a long time since I've seen 2-1s all the way through.
Point.
To the point that it's kind of tough to even say, oh, Legion definitely goes up next. Oh, or Influence Rage definitely goes up next.
Both are coin flips. I'll say it now. I can't even say, given the breadth of strategies that Zeta Division have come to the wildcard with, I wasn't expecting this much. They were the first to introduce a handful of heroes that we were waiting for, and they win with them.
But on that note, right, it's time to celebrate a decade of greatness at the Esports Awards, because it looks like MLBB has been nominated for 3 different awards. The MLBB for Esports Game of the Decade, M5 World Championship for Esports Live Event of the Decade, and the Moonton for Publisher of the Decade. So don't forget to, appreciate the MLBB tournament. Also show your support at the website earlier on. It was a lower third, but I missed it.
We mimed it for you. We mimed
okay,
it for
cool.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's so cool.
Yeah,
That's
all the
teamwork.
gestures needed.
That's chemistry.
I mugged the camera for you.
Thank you. That's amazing.
You're welcome.
But if you guys missed it, the website is esportsawards.com/vote as we get into the lineup for Legion Esports. Now, boys, talk to me about this team.
Little bit of trivia. Legion Esports and Mongols rolled up in the same shuttle into the venue earlier today. And we ran into them, and they were stone cold. Yeah, no, they were literally falling in line in the same queues, walking through the same doors. It's like, and I get it. You could not speak to any of them. Meow, Joga, Shaka, Cram God, Daylight. None of them recognized me. And I understand because they're locked in. They're fighting for tournament life.
Yep. We were right at the entrance, and Leo was like, that was awkward.
Did you say hi and they didn't
I did.
respond?
Yeah, I was within an inch of Cram God. And he's like,
Hey, I understand, right? Because other than the rematch that we're talking about between both of these teams, again, it's another revenge story, right? Back at M6, and the first time that we met, we did mention that it was the Mongols winning it 2-1. And then in day number 1 of the MSC wildcards, Legion was able to fight back, winning it 2-1. So essentially, it's 1-1 now. And the big question is now, who is the better team?
I can't tell you.
No.
None
of us have an answer.
Yeah.
I have a special place in my heart for Legion.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the Mongols are showing us a playstyle that I've only really seen a lot of in Indonesia and Malaysia. And the fact that they're playing with their own picks, like, dude, the Mongolian Franco Shenlin. I want to see if we're going to see here or else get banned early. That's possible.
Yeah, honestly, it's really about Shenlin that I really want to look at, right? Because he's the mastermind of the team. He wants to be the one that kind of draft and be very, very adaptable midway through the series.
So let's see if we're going to be seeing that in our first game, best of 3 elimination match between the Mongols and Legion. Leo, Abstract, you guys know what to do.
I don't.
We'll take over the draft.
We'll take over.
He will enjoy the match and pick up on details we couldn't in the heat of the moment and begin the match proper. The draft is upon us. It will resume once our players go through some of these little
hiccup, I suppose. But we'll definitely get ourselves back in again. So we can take this opportunity and this time to really just look at both of these two teams, considering that this is the tournament live. This is very different from day 1. they did whatever that they did, and we played whatever that they could. They pulled out their aces, or perhaps they learned from their opponents, but now they have to put everything that they have learned in play.
All in pursuit of this very key.
Oh, they even framed it up!
Their very own trophy. They put it up today, but tomorrow is when one team guarantees their ownership, their claim to this very key. So, a throwback to day one when they first met. Legion Esports won 2-1, and they were on the play all series long. They were blue side, no one could stop them from taking it, and now, what a shit of tides, because the Mongols now are on the play. Coach Buyo bans out the Kalia and the Fredrin, and then the Mongols, with Coach Sabo at the lead, are going for the double.
I would like to assume that when it comes down to the draft, at least for the band side, right? Some of these bands are always going to be dedicated based on each team's, what they believe is good. And considering the fact that we have been seeing Shenlin pull up the Franco every now and then, I think that it could be a very valuable band, maybe in the second phase of it. I don't think that they would reserve their first phase ban for Franco, would they?
Oh yeah, no, that would be a little too obvious if you do ban the Franco in the first phase. And yeah, Shenlin, if I'm not mistaken, has only picked the Franco in the second phase, or if not, in Red 3.
Yeah, second phase.
But very specifically in those cases. So yeah, we'll see. This is Shenlin right here, this young man on screen in the center. And this is Legion Esports. They're still pretty locked in. Even me, I was looking for a response, looking for a reaction. And they can only wait for the match begin.
It's nice to see CramGod on the stage here. It's been a long time since I've last seen him. Good old days, good old days. I suppose that it was, I think 3 seasons ago.
Oddly enough, I think you spent more time with CramGod than I have. He's played more MPLSG than MPL or MDL Philippines.
He's been Mr. Worldwide at this point.
That's true.
He's been everywhere.
That's true. Has played for Vietnam. Has gone around the world. I think this tour for him started in 2023. His first outing with a team other than a team based in the Philippines was under an SBS, if I'm not mistaken.
For an SBS?
Season 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
Season 3.
He got grouped then, but now look where he is.
But that's the experience. Everything has slowly accumulated to this moment.
He's been building up. I think I could say the same for Shocker. Shocker was also then but new to this import game in 2023. And look where he is now.
So, when was the okay, so at least since we're talking about Legion Esports, right? I'm always looking out for, specific key players, and I guess it's kind of the obvious if we kind of talk about the imports, right?
Sure.
Because they're imported for a reason. But other than Shocker and CramGod, I probably keep my eyes on Daylight.
Daylight, their gold laner. He is a key to a lot of their wins here in the wild card, but I'd like to think them protecting him in the draft is a huge factor. They've always put the carry in his hands in the later parts of the draft, literally last pick in blue, and I guess that's a team decision. But if we were talking brass tacks here, if we were getting into the details, I think the reason why Legion isn't really taking off as well as I think they should is because there's a little too much on the shoulders of Joe God. Yeah.
But he, as the jungler, I would say that they, at least for both teams actually, the Mongols and Legion Esports, Joga and Zetsu, have yet to really show massive consistency in this wildcard stages yet. And I think that it is all about now, right? They gotta be consistent. They gotta show what they're really made of. All the effort and all the training gotta be poured here before they even get knocked out. But one thing that we need to take note of as well is that this is a training ground to go up against Virtus Pro. And I think that is the big thing. That's the big ticket. Virtus Pro showed great success in their games. But I think that that's definitely something that they're gonna have to focus on later on. But it's all about preparing themselves for that possibility.
And here's what's scary. You can never truly prepare for Virtus Pro like you would any other team, not just in the wildcard, but in the entirety of the Mobile Legends ecosystem. They play from MCC. They play from the ECA. They play Brave Draft, sir.
Brave Draft.
They play Global Ban and Pick. So I'm not even surprised that teams haven't really completely read into Virtus Pro's depth, their hero pool, their hero Mariana's Trench, if I may say.
They have a huge pool there. They gotta have the huge pool.
Yeah, because yesterday they have proven that Bobert on the far side, it was previously an enigma. We thought it was their Achilles heel because he's previously lost with it plenty and then shied away from it all the way into the finals up until they stepped foot here in the wild card. And then suddenly yesterday, lo and behold, he wins. Well, he doesn't win with it, but he won with it once against Influence Rage, and that was a very fast game too. It was a 9:55.
Oh yeah, the sub 10 game.
Yeah, so
that's the first game, right?
That he played Farsa with. Yeah, and then won.
So we thought that, maybe he don't play the Farsa, maybe it's not their thing.
Maybe it's a Kimmy one trick. No.
Yeah, no.
Bobert is real. So yeah, if you're either Legion now or Mongols, you're looking up and like, how do I even face potentially Virtus Pro? And not to even mention, you're facing off against a fated rival now. Like these teams don't know each other. They bump into each other in ranked games.
Oh.
Geographically, it's a long shot. I explained this in day one, but Chinese server exists in a pocket of its own. So if you were to draw a line straight from Vietnam to Mongolia, sans China, then you're clean. Like they do connect.
Oh. I'm not a geography student. It's something that I can't even picture in my head right now.
Math is difficult.
I can't English at this point. Now, something that we're gonna have to also take a look at is the timeline and how each of these players kind of proceeded, right? So I think that could also be a mental game for either one of these two, right? Mongols, they got knocked early, so they had to play up against Falcon Esports. So the fact that they managed to win against Falcons and knocked Falcons, they do have a mentality that allows them to kind of want to bring forward that kind of excitement. While in the meantime, for the side of Legion, it's the complete opposite. They got knocked yesterday, so technically the mental game is lower than the Mongols.
Yep, it's these teams coming from opposite ends, but ending up in the same spot to once again face off against each other. And for reals this time, folks, here we go. Game number 1 is on the way. And if I'm not mistaken, Legion should actually be blue, given that they are 3 bans in. And they indeed do ban the Franco early.
Okay, so
Shenlin, respect through the roof.
Okay, so we're missing off 1 ban from the side of Mongols.
I don't know if they missed a ban or if that's real. Okay, so
we'll find out.
It's blue. Confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. I take it all back. Take it all back. Mongols are in the blue. First pick in the Baksha.
Okay, so this is fun. First pick Baksha for the side of Mongols, and when it comes down to Legion, one thing's for sure is that they absolutely love the Uranus, but they banned it out themselves.
Abstract, I think this is a very real situation here. Mongols may have actually not banned. It's possible because prior, they always ban Baksha. They ban Baksha if not their opponent's banning Baksha. But here, by not banning in 3, they pick it up.
Okay. So at this point in time, they pose that question over to Legion. Do you want to ban the Baksha? But in this case, hey, that's a respect over the Shenlin. They got Franco out.
And now Legion Esports responds, Moskov and Zushin. We have never seen Legion Esports draft Zushin lineup. They've always banned it. Big respect by Coach Sabo to this mid-lane utility juggernaut that could become a damage hero, mind you. I do believe Mongols should pay attention to that. Watch out for the Angela pickup, maybe in Red 4, in case it comes through the bans. Now, Mongols, what can they respond with? Granger's still out there. 1-1 would be good right now.
1-1. We haven't really seen what is Legion's front liners just yet, but 1-1 will always be one of the very stable, very consistent kind of marksmen. But even if they don't go to the direction, it will be the Granger. Okay, so 1-1 it is, together with a Kimmy.
Okay, so the Mongols have won with a Kimmy twice, if I'm not mistaken.
One with a Kimmy twice, okay. So that was...
In mid, yes.
Okay.
The math checks out here. So the Mongols are already investing in their damage output. Very good decision making here by Coach Buyo. Now Legion, on the other hand, closing up their first phase. What else are they lacking? There's a good chunk. Do they give do they give Joe guys hero here now? Because you technically can see Zetsu. Zetsu could be a Baksha here.
Zetsu being the Baxia would definitely make a possible point, to be fairly honest. But when it comes down to the fact that Shen Lin, the adaptability, they don't really quite have to play that just yet.
All right.
Just go for something that's consistent, something that's normal.
This is Joga's third hero. Throughout the whole wildcard, he's only really played Yisun Shin Joy, Yisun Shin Joy, Joy Yisun Shin. But now, he's playing Lancelot, which I think is a great start for Legion to change the trajectory of their run here in the wildcard. Introduce a little bit of variety into Joga's play. He can play utility, he can split the map, he can actually fight, do some cleanup. Now they're going into the banning phase. The Masha here.
I would like to assume maybe they would want to pick up the Masha instead. After looking at how Junichi from Zeta's division played that Masha, it popped and it popped that Kimi.
Matched it up with Chip too, so
yes,
very much possible we do not see a roamer for either side decisively just yet. Coach Buyo respecting Cram God's Cho.
Okay.
Hey, if Shenlin
never had an opportunity.
If Shenlin, he only played it once. It was disgusting.
Okay.
He was kicking dudes left and right. If Shenlin is the Franco of the wild card, Cram God is the Cho of the wild card.
They literally have got a hero to their name. So the Phobias also joins into the fray. Both of these two teams are actually lacking of an XP laner and a roamer. The only difference is that Mongols at least have got the flexibility of flexing that Baxia over to the role position.
Legion might still be able to go Arlott Angela if they so decide.
Do they want to though, considering that they are going up against Baxia? I think that one of the big things about the
it's true.
Love Wave,
yeah, it's true. The Love Wave, the Heart Guard, but we've seen yesterday that sometimes even if you do build, you know, a smorgasbord of anti-heal, anti-shields, sometimes just
it's still too much to do.
Yeah, an unhinged Zushin plus an Angela just takes over. It comes down to the Mongols. Will they respect the possibility of an Angela lineup?
No.
It looks like they're convinced it's not happening.
Okay.
Coach Sabo would never do such a thing.
Oh.
That's a gatot gacha.
Now the thing is, when it comes down to Legion, they are second place, second band, so they have the final say on their final pick after looking at the full 5 matchup of Mongols.
Eugene, here's what's scary.
Okay.
Mongols can also play an Angela if they so decide. It's possible. Look at this.
Angela Baxia.
It might even be better for them. They pick the Esmeralda.
That essentially denies the possibility of Angela in some sense. Or
but how naughty would it be if they still pick the Angela here? Roamer, right? XP jungle. Oh my lord!
Hey.
Mongols, are you doing it? They're thinking about it. They're considering.
That's the question. Are they gonna go for it?
This is one of the things.
Shen Lin gonna make that play.
This is one of the things I considered an under when I'm talking about just my thoughts on the metagames, because it's feast or famine. It's so sometimes when you're gonna win and when you've taken over as an Angela center lineup. But no, we see another enchanter. Roamer, welcome to the wild card. The Mongols debut Estes.
About damn time. We have been asking for the Estes for the longest time. Ever since this big patch dropped on us, we were the first week. We were just like, you know what, Estes, you know what, healing all of these annoyance.
A good number of tier 2 and tier 3 tournaments in the MLBB esports ecosystem have been won off of the back of an Estes. This enchanter support now links onto heroes, heals them, and gives them hybrid defense.
I think the biggest thing is about the hybrid defense now.
It's so gross. Early on, mid-game, you can just steamroll through lineups that aren't ready for it. And I think Legion aren't ready for it. I'll tell you now, the damage profile that they have thrive in a lineup wherein you can, if your opponent isn't ready for it and cannot take long-term fighting, then they lose. But Mongols love long-term fighting. They close up with the Lapu Lapu. I'm not sure if that's enough.
I don't think it's enough. It's come to the point that they pick up an Esmeralda because it is one of the pretty good answers to a Lapu Lapu as well, since every passive dash gives that shield.
And Azushin, and again, the potential Angela that they were watching out for. Again, I love how Coach Buyo have controlled the draft from blue side. And this is even given their missed blue 3 ban. Might have been on purpose. Might have been with intent to say,
Might as well ban the Layla.
we'll open up the... that's true.
Yeah.
But it's not the first time in the history of MLBB esports.
Small mistakes.
I can remember at least a couple of times wherein a team intentionally did not ban to allow for the picks to open up.
More OP picks going on.
Yeah, just so that they can walk away with the first big box show. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 in this best of 3 in this fated rivalry. It's Mongolia versus Vietnam, the Mongols versus Legion Esports.
I'm definitely going to be worried for Legion Esports at this point because this is all about the early game, right? The moment that Shen Lin hits that level 4. And that is when Legion Esports have got absolutely no answer to the Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess, because that is at its peak of grand healing and hybrid defense. You can't make anything up with that Dom Eyes. There's no way you can get a glowing one. That is the best time for Estes.
All right, real quick, a check on the emblems. If you were to play an Estes in the current patch, that is the support emblem, agility, and wilderness blessing, and then focusing mark.
All about speed.
Okay, so I like how it's focusing mark because you're still part of the fight. You're actively helping in your final goal of actually winning a fight. And the Mongols, I'll tell you now, I'll do you one better. Even without the ult, Shen Lin is pretty much taking care of his team. Look at this, Mumu, caught by 3 and survives!
Oh, Mumu, he will be tossed right back into the fight, but fortunately for him, he will pop that sprint to get himself out of the mix.
See, even without the ult,
Divine.
Shen Lin is affecting and changing the course of fights. How down here in the gold lane, RinXK obviously getting pushed to the limit here by Daylight. You mentioned Daylight was one of the key players for Legion Esports. I love how even in the laning phase, he can dominate. He can own a lane to make sure that the rest of the map can breathe for Legion.
It's kind of like a message to the rest of the members of Legion Esports. Like, just leave me alone, leave us alone. Let it be a skill matchup between me and, of course, RinXK, right? As much as possible, leave us alone. Do what you have to when it comes down to the objective. And speaking of objective, we do have this field destruction that actually did manage to land on Meiki. Daylight actually joins into the battle while Joga takes the turtle down. Zetsu, Shen Lin, both of them taken down by the hands of Joga. This guy is starting off quick. But in the meantime, also another kill, allowing Crime God to push Mumu over the edge, leaving Meiki all alone with a sliver in the middle.
All right, so maybe that is one moment where they hope that Shen Lin had the ult, and I guess it was just a numbers advantage for Legion Esports. Daylight threaded the needle, found the SOD underneath 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and then pow, joined the fight, and then rotated back all the way down. That did open up a little bit of farming time for RinXK, but Que sera, Legion Esports are now up by 1,000 and change. I think that's worth it.
Yep, completely worth, right? 3 kills for Legion Esports now, and it also pushes back Zetsu's kind of possibility of trying to be very aggressive down the river line. And I think that is exactly what Legion Esports want to do, right? They want to take control of the early stages of the game, as that is the Mongols' main game.
With a Zhu Xin that is not fortified by an Angela, that's what you want to do. You want to own the map, you want to own the game, and you're kind of on a timer, especially with Joga building the War Axe. I would reckon this is the classic build. Meow too going for War Axe first.
Okay.
For going all sustainability, and I think that's a Swift Trinity on the way for Daylight, 1 out of 3 in. Yeah, Legion Esports have a snowball out of control. They're 2,000 gold ahead, Eugene.
At this point in time, I think that they are gonna get even more as time goes by, right? As long as the Mongols try to be aggressive or try to take something, I don't think that it will be that easy for them to reclaim all of the river lines right now, even though Joga gets slowed down a tad little bit. And surprisingly, Shaka just took that whole hit from Zetsu.
All right, popping the Crimson Beacon here, displacing Zetsu for a bit. Turtle coming up in 5 seconds. Massive rotation from Meow coming down. This is bound to become a 5v5, just waiting to happen. Turtle pulled out, Meow jumping in.
Well, he does have a War Axe, so he's not too afraid of anything, as the stun will be able to land on the Meiki. Unfortunately, the flicker from side of Meiki allows him to not get away. Unfortunately, still, as Shocker has his own flicker itself. With the crossbow of tank coming in from RinXK, manages to take 1, but he's just going to be darting himself backwards while Zetsu and Mumu put themselves right in the vanguard, hoping that he'll will be able to push Joga away as much as possible. But Zetsu completely zoned out. He don't have any possibility to get himself close to try to possibly steal the turtle away.
Masterful isolation here by Legion Esports. They sent over Meow, they sent over Shocker to take down Mikey, and it was worth it. Mikey, at this point in the game, is going to be the main source of wonton damage from the Mongols. And by isolating him, taking him away from Shenlin, taking him away from Zetsu, there was nothing the Mongols could do. Legion Esports now pushing the advantage. Shocker coming in, Crimson Beacon. Can Cram God find Shenlin?
Both Cram God as well as Mel has joined into the fray with 4 members from the side of the Mongols, effectively pushing the rest of Legion Esports away. While in the meantime, it does seem Attraction Pulse did not land, but Cram God, he's going to be stuck in there for a tad little bit, while the Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess will patter all 4 members in. The SOD lands over to the back, but he's not going to be jumping in. Meow, though, sacrifices himself just to ensure the safe passageway for Legion Esports.
Fair enough, it was a 4v4. And I think Legion Esports lost their window. They lost their prime initiation timing, and they paid the price. Now the Mongols are clapping back. They're trying to close the gap. The map doesn't clearly belong to them just yet, but at least they got a kill. Meow taken out of commission for just a bit. Looking at the gold lead, it's spread out pretty well. And here's what's surprising. Abstract, look. RinXK is farming much better than Daylight. And here's the thing, Daylight's been fighting. I think that's where we see the difference now.
Yep. I think that this is also one of the reasons why we don't really see a lot of Moskovs join into turtle fights. The first turtle and the second turtle.
But he did.
He did. So that's probably the small little difference that he made that allowed RinXK to take a couple of these pot shots in the lanes and perhaps even on the energy turret.
Yeah, that's the opportunity cost of being an active part of fighting early on. Daylight knows his team needs him. Now the pressure is on the Mongols. Timing for the last turn of the game.
Oh! Goes down to Meow, unfortunately. But in the meantime, down in the bottom lane, quite a bit of a commotion from the side of Mongols. All 4 members down. Shocker, Joker, and Meow. They will want to look for an opportunity as most of the amount of gold and damage is going to be onto Joker. As long as he finds the opportunity to, they will be able to dominate as the funnel is more towards the Lancelot at this point. But if the Blessing of Moonlight Goddess is available, that is something that Legion Esports gotta have to look out for. As Meow is gonna be putting himself right in the center. What he does have a pretty good stun going on. Cram God, he gets one. Shenlin goes down. That is going to be one of the main healing that they do not have, while Joga picks up a double, bringing the jungler down.
Legion Esports have timed out Shenlin's ult, and that scrambled the Mongols, took him out of their timing, forced him to play out of tempo, and that led to a clean turtle take, led to a push in mid, a handful of kills with nothing on the board for the Mongols. Fair trade, sir. You get nothing. Legion Esports running through the Mongolian coalition here.
Free real estate for Legion Esports. The Mongols will find it difficult for them to take any form of jungle camps for themselves. Given that the middle lane T1 is already down, Legion Esports, they will be right in your face.
And the name of the game for Legion Esports is so far. Oh, hold up. Zetsu gets caught here. Joga right at the tip of that Phantom Execution. I don't know who saw it first. I don't know who was the one who read the rotation, but neither jungler don't want no smoke.
Yep, they don't want anything.
What I'm trying to say is, I think Legion Esports know that, oddly enough, it's not as simple as a take out the cores. Don't just go for Zetsu, RinXK. The key is Mikey. The key is Mikey and Shenlin, and they've been doing so well to isolate them.
And something that's really interesting, the one that Gideon has been looking for, the Bruiser Lancelot.
Ah, this is it.
Yes, this is it. The Brute Force Breastplate, the War Axe, and now the Endless Battle.
And then the Queen's Wings on the way after. This is how you fight off against a Estes lineup that you just haven't really put down into the ground as much as you'd like just yet. You want some level of sustainability. You want to keep fighting long term. You can't just do burst. You can't just rely on the burst. You want to make sure your fighting goes the long way, the distance. Who has the anti-shielding and healing right now? Is it Shocker?
I would like to believe the Glowing Wand is available on Shocker.
Is that enough? I think they need more.
They would definitely need more. Unless they want Shocker to play an aggressive role with that Crimson Beacon right on top of the Mongols. This way, it affects everyone.
There's only so much you can do as a single Zushin. You can't put it on multiple dudes, especially if they're coming from different angles. Mumu spots it. Lord getting taken. Now Legion Esports blitzing it. Nothing on the board for the Mongols to do. Nothing to contest. RinXK gets caught.
RinXK One man down, while Legion Esports has managed to take the Lord for themselves. The Mongols now have to play a little bit of a defensive role, but look at the crazy amount of damage coming from Joga, but only he got caught right underneath as Makey immobilized him right underneath the turret's nose. Shenlin still stays alive, but the amount of damage from Daylight, the piercing, is just a little bit too much for them to handle, while now Meow comes into the proxy. Pushes the rest of the Mongols away, while Mumu, he wants part of the action, set to re-enter the fight, catches down onto Daylight, and the rest of the Mongols will now pack themselves together to bring Shocker down next, forcing Meow to run away, and they will be able to deal with this Lord effectively.
Oh my lord, they're not done! Mumu gets a triple! A wipeout for the Mongols! And here's the kicker, Abstract, here's the kicker. Not a single hero went over to the Mongols. It was a clean trade.
So clean. To the fact that they dealt with heroes, they dealt with lanes, they dealt with Lord. Nothing was lost from the Mongols.
That's what you call a negative gain, Lord. You didn't even see it push a lane. Tier 2 in mid still standing for the Mongols. I think Legion Esports overshot. They overcommitted, overextended. And I'm not going to say it's over. They still have a small gold lead. But I think we've hit a fever pitch, critical mass, a power spike for the Mongols.
I gotta say, Joga played to his advantage. The fact that he had the goal lead, he had to play as though he does have the goal lead, which he does. But unfortunately, I think that it was one big play from Makey. Just a single immobilized kept Joga down.
And this is why I was looking for that other anti-healing. Because again, when you get split up like that and Shocker isn't exactly in commission to fight, you need someone else to deal it. Now Mumu 2v1!
It does seem like don't have any form of reliable healing against Joga. This guy, finally, okay. So he understood if he wants to be the frontliner, if he wants to be the one to go in first, the advanced party. And Joga picks that up real quick.
Okay, so it's also on Meow. So I'm guessing this is enough. 3 anti-healing items spread across different parts of your formation, your battle line. Legion Esports know what's up. They don't want that last team fight to happen again. They don't want no wipeout. And the Mongols now looking at their build. Definitely a power spike here for Shenlin. Again, weirdly enough, power spike. They like getting cornered. Hold up!
He will use SOD to hopefully get himself away, but with a quick little flicker, he will almost hit because he's still burning. As Satrin SK takes that kill for Mentetta, while Shenlin flickers on forward to try to catch them and slow them as much as possible. With Cramgod being the crux of the issue, he will run on the opposite direction, pulling all 4 other members with him, allowing Legion Esports to get themselves safe underneath the T1 turret.
I don't know how Daylight got in that position. Was it just the Mongols properly flanking him? Now Joga's caught out!
He's lost and he's down. This 5-man Ube from the Mongols will keep Legion Esports at bay.
They trampled through him. Like history in memoriam, the Mongols, the horse warriors, they're running through Legion and they score a Lord.
This is the turnaround that we want to see. The Mongols have been behind for quite a bit, to the point that we had 5,000 gold deficit. But by hook or by crook, the Mongols will find the opportunity to turn things around, and with the Lord taken down, they will have a lot advantage, pushing down the T1 turret and moving on forward even more.
That's right, they're way ahead of you. They already have turned things around. They own the map. They have 2 tier 2s. All this while, Legion Esports are on their way to losing all of their outer turrets. Say goodbye to this one in the bottom. Mid should be up next. Renexk just picked up a malefic gun here, so he should be able to pop off and take to the skies much easier now. Compared to then, Legion Esports have to overextend even more. They have to send me out of the back lines. They have to, I don't know, forward. Oh, wait, Joga!
Joga! He's a bruiser. He's slightly tanky, but he's still gotta really watch out for the amount of damage that the rest of members from the Mongols could bring out. But in the meantime, the top lane T3 will go down with the Lord and Mumu in tow. Legion Esports now have to deal with this Lord that's marching in, escorted by 5 other members of the Mongols.
I think it's mission accomplished already for the Mongols. They take out top lane inhibitor. Up next is going to be in mid.
Oh, Joga! Stunned down to the ground and set to crash right in with the Boxer Shield Unity. All 4 other members from the side of Legion Esports, they don't have a lot of HP to work with Daylight as well as Shocker wanting to stagger themselves in and out. While Meow, he will at least have that ice crown, and he's going to be fine for now. He goes himself right back into the fountain, while Daylight hoping that he will be able to do enough damage and heal enough from his half claws. But Makey goes on forward when he comes out to the flicker, and he will be aggressive, getting himself a double at the sacrifice of his own life.
Makey overshot. Shenlin couldn't get to him, but there's still one more marksman. Rinix K underneath Shocker's lights. Shocker pushes forward.
But it's okay. There's still the Blessing of Moonlight Goddess, and Rin SK is still back and he's still in the fight. With 2 inhibitor turrets down, Legion Esports, they are very behind now.
Tranquilo. Legion Esports, all game long, about 14 and a half minutes in, they were the ones who were always overextending, overshooting their assaults, their attacks. Now it's the Mongols' turn. They got punished hard. They definitely could have lost much more than all the heroes that they did just now, but I think Mikey felt it in him. He flickered forward. He said, we can end this, guys. We can end it. Never mind, back out. We went too far.
So exactly what can Legion Esports do at this point, right? They have lost 2 inhibitors. They need to continue to move on forward, considering the fact that this is tournament live, man.
Catch the Mongols when the formation isn't perfect. Pick off. At this point, anybody without Shenlin nearby is fair game.
Okay.
That's it. If someone is caught out stragglers like this, like Mumu, if they can find Mumu,
okay,
and maybe they can. But again, the Mongols
game though.
The Mongols are playing such a tight formation. It's so much easier said than done.
It's too difficult. They, if anything, they need to force something out. They need to force someone to be out of position, I suppose. But Joga is consistently trying to be the front lines of Legion Esports. He wants to be the one to start the fight, and so to give some entertainment. And of course, Vision game as Rin SK soar to the skies. He does have quite a bit of damage to bring out, but nothing to get kills. But in the meantime, Joga did manage to take down the Lord, so that's great as he's marching up to the top lane. Shocker having a bit of a problem, and with Rin SK as it goes right into his face. Daylight is going to be the next one onto the chopping block inside of this brush. He goes 1v3. He really want to do something about this, but he's unable to.
He was just buying time, and this may have been a clear plan by Legion Esports, but was it a good plan? I'd reckon no, because they lost so much on the way towards this stolen Lord. 4 members out, just Joga left to defend.
And the Mongols didn't even lose a single person. What is that damage? And Joga goes down to an unstoppable spree of Rin SK. The Mongols takes game 1.
A successful debut of the Estes in the wildcard. And Lin, once again introducing a familiar flavor to the MLBB esports landscape. They take game 1, drawing first blood, now at match point to eliminate Legion Esports.
Let's remember, when it comes down to day 1, it's pretty much the same story, with Legion Esports coming in with game 2 and game 3 comeback.
That's right. In game 1 of the very first day, the very first match, they also introduced the Mongolian Franco, Shenlin, right? Shenlin's Franco. Now it's Shenlin's Estes. Here's the question: does Legion Esports ban the Estes? Because that's the almost instant response, right? Like, it's a little too much, man. They had 0 anti-heal, kit-wise. Items, yes, but kit-wise, not a Baksha, not a.
I can only think of Baksha at this point.
I mean, he's the only
one, right?
Yeah, but it's necessary.
You gotta have to either, I don't know, even banning the Baksha or just opening up the Baksha is kind of that kind of direction. Do they really want to be in first pick, first ban, first pick under the Baksha just to deny the possibility of an Estes on the opposite?
It's a masterful feint. I'll tell you now, Coach Brio leaving Blue 3 open. And then just, we want Baksha first.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, you Angela, we Estes, one way or the other, we take away the anti-venom to our game 1 winning formula. And this was a very quick match. I'll tell you now, under 18 minutes, was it?
Under 16? No. Yeah, I think you might be right. Somewhere around the 18 minutes mark.
As long as it's under 18, then we are calculating below the average of 17, right?
17.
Legion Esports, the Mongols, the first time that they played, I'm looking at an average of about 17, 18. 13 minutes, 16 and a half, 20 minutes. That's where we're sitting at. So this being under 17 is quite decisive.
I see. Okay, so they're slowly getting an idea. They got themselves in early and they can close game.
They have more than an idea. They got a devilish plan.
Oh.
Rachel, you see that? He's like, do you like the Estes?
You just doxed my name.
What?
You just doxed my name.
I called you Eternal. What are you saying?
Are you gaslighting me?
That's a stage name, isn't it?
On broadcast?
People know.
Okay, that was a roller coaster ride for me, right? That journey Earlier on, it was Legion holding their ground, but at some point, it felt like the Mongols finally got to their power spike, and the Legion team was unable to close it as soon.
They had a timer. Legion had a timer.
They had.
I think that Joga was really trying to force something out, considering the fact that he had that lead, and
He had
knew
4 levels.
he had like 2.2 thousand gold
Over Zetsu.
lead over Zetsu.
4,000 at some point.
Oh, 4,000.
4,000 gold lead.
So I don't think it's wrong of Joga to do exactly what he did.
No, Jogo was playing with the hand that he was dealt.
Yep. But it just seemed as though we at least have Zetsu that is always on time when it comes down to the Shield Unity. It's just always crashing right on Joga, right on the end of the punctures.
Which is again questionable. Like who that specific moment in the purple side jungle, top lane, blue side, like. Hold up! He jumped onto the tip of the Phantom X. Who planned that? That's an anime moment right there.
There's a lot of anime moments in this wildcard, huh?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't there?
Zeta. I think Mumu's play earlier in that
the
first game was also kind of crazy.
Zeta.
Zeta again.
And let's not forget about Zeta, right?
And Zeta.
There'll be an action later on, folks. I'm excited, but
entertainment.
We live in the now, and we live in a reality where Estes is a must answer. Then I say, like, this isn't cheese. This is real. We've been alluding to Estes for the better part of a week now, and here it finally shows up, and it looks like Legion didn't have the answer past the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, as soon as the main cores were able to get to the power spikes, I think it was a little bit too difficult for Legion to find their opening because they were really banking on the Mongols making a mistake, which is what I saw to be one of the main reasons why the Mongols couldn't find their footing in the early game too, right? We saw a lot of moments where the team fights were a little bit scrappy. It didn't go according to the structure that the Mongols wanted to work with, especially with the kind of Ube strategy that they were working with the Estes. So more so than trying to depend on mistakes coming in from the Mongols, I think Legion needs to find a different play style and mission of their own.
It's not really just all about playing according to their win conditions, right? I think that Joga did whatever that he could, whatever he was dealt with.
If anything, I think he's playing better than he ever was.
I think that this game is at least consistent.
Lancelot's a power pick.
It's just, unfortunate circumstances, right? But I think that there is at least a small little pattern, and that is the fact that the teams are probably starting to figure out a little bit more about Enchanter support.
Yeah.
All of the Enchanter support that we have, Diggy, Angela, and Estes, are all victories.
I mean, Diggy is kind of a far cry though, because I was
for
thinking
worse,
more.
I lost one.
I was thinking more Florin, right?
He hasn't showed up.
Not
exactly. Which is I'm wondering if those kinds of heroes will actually finally pop up, especially with the Baxia. I think the Baxia synergizes better with the Florin as compared to the Estes in particular situations. That's why Mr. KB, he was very vocal about it in the back rooms. He was like, I don't like Mongols draft. I wanted it to be Florin instead of Estes. But Shenlin knows what he's doing. We've been hearing that Shenlin is their main drafter as well.
He's the leader of the Mongols. But here we are now. I think that was also a little tricky move that Coach Buyo pulled off. Like, no blue 3. We'll get the back shot. I think. What did KB say about that? I'm always interested in Prof. Kabe's opinions. Did he see that?
Oh, he was just confused.
See?
He was like, huh?
Why?
Is there a mistake? Did something happen on stage?
Has that never happened in ID?
Not very rare.
In the Philippines, it's happened at least twice.
Okay.
That a team decided not to ban just so that the draft would open up. So this is not completely new to me. So I can explain it.
Okay, for us in Singapore, it's more the fact that if they want to open big heroes,
They just
OP
ban- they
heroes,
just ban Layla.
they just ban something else.
I
something
agree.
else.
Okay.
Because I think it took a while for them to get into the drafts again,
True.
right?
Yeah.
So
Which I can confirm was also something to fix. There was something being tweaked with, but also maybe they just timed out that decision to keep Legion on their
mental
toes.
game.
Yeah, it's like
it's a mental game.
It's not a
So
setup.
can we agree that coming into game number 2, adaptations start in the drafts?
no. I'll tell you now. Adaptations start in the mental. I'm hoping that Legion do not lose their cool. And I hope Legion stick to the plan. I hope Coach Sabo can pick up from where they left off, because if not, then it'll sadly turned into another Team Falcon situation wherein clearly game 2, their final game that they play, they were just everywhere. And I'm hoping that that's not the case. I'm hoping that this is more than just calm before the fall, that they actually play well and put themselves in a state of flow and take us to game 3.
Why are you smiling?
No, nothing.
Why are you laughing? What's wrong?
Nothing. But
Something happened?
no, calm before the fall, right?
Is that the saying? Calm before the storm. Right.
Yes.
Sorry, I meant calm before the storm. It's like, we know what's going to happen. We know that this is a high-stakes matchup. You have to put your best foot forward. We can't fall for these no blue 3 bans anymore.
No, of course, when you talk about mental, I absolutely agree, right? Because when it comes down to the games coming in from Legion, they have lost, as of now, lost 3 games in a row.
Yes.
Right? While in the meantime, for the Mongols,
One way
they
to
won
put it.
3 games in a row.
So momentum.
Momentum. That's definitely something that they gotta play around with.
And they also have to be careful about these, pocket picks. Shenlong came in with the Franco, and now he's coming in with the Estes. What else can he play?
How deep does this hero pool run?
Exactly.
Yeah, can he play all the enchanted supports? I mean, revamped Rafaela. Haven't seen that yet.
It's so odd that she's the last in this discussion because we're always like, Angela, number 1 for sure. We've seen Estes, Florin. Kabe was like, Florin! Where's Rafaela? That's right.
Completely forgotten.
And this is weird because Bruno is in the meta now. Rafaela Bruno, Rafaela Diggy. This was once the poison that we were playing in the pandemic. Like, you just play any combination of these heroes, like, say goodbye to your towers 5 minutes in.
Oh. It's all about need for speed, right? Especially when it comes down to the heals from Rafaela. That is something that I love the most, right? You get free speed boost almost every, 5 seconds?
Yeah, and if your Bruno dies, pop him back in. Your duty ain't done.
If you have Faramis, that means that Bruno have 3 lives.
All right, take it easy.
And if...
What if? We haven't seen Faramis yet. But yeah, no, imagine that. Just think of the depth of what's possible in the current metagame.
I mean, I don't think it will happen, so I'm imagining it.
That's abstract for you. Since
Imagine,
yesterday.
Hey,
imagine I don't have feet.
If you can't imagine it, then how can it be real?
Manifestation.
And I'm manifesting Cram God's show to come out.
I do want to
I think Legion has found a lot of success with the Cho so far. Because technically the Cho is always banned in second phase. So could they potentially be just prioritizing it in the first phase?
Because that could have been the pickoff. Yeah, you could have taken Shenlin away from his team with a kick and then called it a day. You're right.
Yeah. Having a Franco for themselves might be a little bit.
That too, you could steal the Franco. But that's a question. Does Cram God have a Franco?
That's a big question.
Actually, yes.
So he does.
He does. I know.
Okay.
He does play the Franco.
So we'll see. Will the Cho finally pop up here in this elimination match? We're match point, boys and girls. So with that, Leo, Abstract, take us to game numero 2.
Here we go. In the draft is where it all begins, and I think with Legion Esports going into blue, they're more comfortable here. It's clear that they made a lot of calls throughout the wildcard saying, we want to start in blue. Let us draft from here. Coach Sabo banning out the 1-1 and Shenlin's Franco, while the Mongols take out the Kalia. They always just ban out the Kalia.
Kalia hasn't seen the light of day for the longest time.
We miss her. She's solid. There was a time in the metagame, I'd say early June to mid-June, wherein she would always just find herself in the second phase.
Exactly.
That is, you're not giving this little mermaid girl justice. She deserves to be here alongside the Baksha band. So from red now, I can see how the Mongols are playing a little cheeky. They might introduce more enchanters again.
Have Mongols actually been going around with pick-off comps for the past few games?
If you call a Franco lineup.
Aside from Franco, I guess.
Oh. Aside from Franco? No, not really.
Not really, right?
Badang doesn't count. Badang isn't a pick-off type hero. He's more of a team fighting hero. It's more full-on frontal. But no, you're right. Besides the Franco, are you saying and are you asking if Shenlin has a Cho? Has it come to that?
That's a possibility. I do want to see that happening, considering the fact that he is most notably the key player and it revolves around him. He gotta have to play the part. And if he knows that most of these team fights or most of these initiations come from him, he gotta at least have Cho in his pocket somewhere. The agile little kung fu man goes in and out and be very aggressive right in the opponent's face kind of thing.
Let's see. Cho still at large. Last bans for the first phase would be the Uranus and the Yi Shin.
Okay.
So that leaves quite a few picks open. A lot of possible lineups and compositions are made possible because of the absence of the Baksha.
Yep.
Legion, this allows for them to first pick
the Jushin. Okay.
I thought Mongols would ban the Jushin. So now, Mongols have to watch out for that. They could go, I wouldn't say, well, they can Fred. Fred's open. Kimmy.
Fred Farsa. Or Fred Kimmy, okay.
Kimmy's open.
Then either, alright.
Or Kimmy Granger. Oh, no. Kimmy Granger's good, yes. But also Farsa Granger.
Farsa Granger. Kind of like a poke style? Or maybe if they want to kind of leave it open. Because if I recall, Mongols did play a Novaria before, right?
But between the Granger and the Iritel, I think RinXK just likes the Iritel more. The Mongols have never played Granger.
Mongols? Wait, really?
Yep.
Huh.
There you go, see?
Okay, Fred. Kimmy. So now the ball's back onto the court of Legion. What are the heroes that's currently available that they need for? I think the jungler is something that they might want to leave open. Just kind of grab and snag that XP laner. Perhaps having a Lapu Lapu will always be great. Very consistent, very great lane.
Joy Lance, they can force the Joy Lance again.
Joy Lance, huh?
And Joy Lance in the jungle still allows for you to play the Angela Gambit.
Yeah.
Which is again good now because there's no Baksha.
And Lance did do pretty well in the previous game, to be fair. So it's not a Lance problem.
It's not a Lance problem. I'd say it again. That was one of Joe Guz's best games, best performances.
There we go.
It's just a shame that he lost with it. But now he knows it's less of his execution specifically, but more of a team
thing, right?
A team output problem. And they put Miao on the Lapu Lapu again.
Okay.
This is a good idea.
Yes.
I think they're iterating and they're trying to just close up because it's safe to say they were winning half of game one.
Exactly. I think they're gonna have to just identify that and just solve one problem after the next. Drafting is one thing. The fact that they won in the early game, but what was really the one that's stopping them in the mid stages? And that is where you can adjust your draft accordingly for the second phase, right? They're now lacking of only the roamer and the gold laner. I think the most important thing gotta have to be the roamer, and Mongols gotta have to look out for any of those potential big thing. Angela, Enchanter support, Estes kind of thing. Do they have enough of a big bastion in the front for Legions to play the Estes again? Because no more box here.
Yeah, Legion could, but the Mongols no more because they have the Matilda now, which is great. Again, extra mobility for the Fredrin, extra mobility for the Kimmy, and of course the Mongols, Coach Buyo, are still on the case, taking away Cram God's Cho. LG though, Genie Sports, they know that RinXK doesn't like Granger, they ban out the Bruno.
So with no Bruno, the Cho is also out for Cram God. Unfortunately, that Franco is also out of commission. We don't, at least for Legion Esports, they don't have a lineup that specifically tell us, okay, we're gonna go for Team Fight, oh, we're gonna go for Split Push, or whatever it is. It's still very fairly open, but I can't help but get the nagging feeling that right as they ban out that Bruno, that means that they kind of want an Angela for themselves.
Yeah, no, because given every other marksman left, there you can still Irithel, you could still
Ranger, yeah,
you can still Ranger. That trade is still possible. You can still carry. Those are all still valid Angela targets. You can hard guard any of them and still run through opponents. They do ban the Phoveus.
They have the 2 picks in a row for the second phase as well. So it will be a surprise for Mongols. They have that one blind pick they're going to have for R4.
I like to think that the Phoveus ban is just another feint. It's like, oh, we ban the Phoveus, we might Arlet roam. Oh, look. Sleight of hand, I don't know. Both these coaches, Coach Buyo and Coach Sabo, I think deception is a huge part of their kit when it comes to drafting. Mongols, they got Red 4 here. One more pick before Legion Esports finishes up their draft. Again, missing Gold Lane and XP.
Yes. And that is the same for both of them. That is exactly the same for both of them.
No.
Mongols?
Legion has no roam.
Oh, Legion is the roam, mind that, yeah.
Yeah, because that's what allows for the Angela or the Rafaela
to
still show up. There's the Irithel. Again, this is a preference for RinXK, for the Mongols as a whole. Now the jig is up. The curtain is pulled back Eugene, we're gonna see if this is indeed an Angela
I
lineup.
really kind of want to see that. This is the nagging feeling right now. Angela and Granger, I would like to see. At least if you put a Granger against the Irithel, it's a skill match of 50-50 kind of thing. So I'm still okay with that. 1-1 is currently out of order. That's in fact the first ban of Legion Esports.
It wouldn't even be weird to say Harith Angela.
Really?
They could use a little extra magic damage. There's not much from Zushin.
Okay. But would an Esmeralda be a threat from
again,
Mongols?
Or again, carry. Oh my god!
Huh?
Another debut pick in the Clint. It's past high noon. It's an hour past high noon.
It's
here.
high noon somewhere else in the world.
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But no, following in the footsteps of Virtus Pro, we see here the Minotaur, previously picked by Pluto, now in the hands of Cram God alongside the Clint, now being played by Daylight. I like that it's burst. I like that this is a burst marksman that could definitely slow down the Mongols and end the game quick. But the Mongols, they got one more pick. They need their XP laner.
So this is interesting, right? The way that Legion Esports play this, very likely we are going to be looking at once again another one of those Bruiser Lancelot.
Yep.
Then you have a hybrid tank, hybrid enchanter from the side of Minotaur. So they kind of want to fill up every single holes, right? And ensure that they have one thing for everything.
Yeah, they're not going for cheese. They're not going for feast and famine. Although it is valid to do so in this current metagame. Instead, they're going for a more holistic approach to team fighting. And the answer by the Mongols to close up the draft, the Esmeralda, taking shields away from the Laptapu, taking shields away from the Zushin, and I think that alone makes it worth
only
it.
these two, yeah.
Not to mention, Mumu played an awesome Esmeralda game 1. He's literally just pressing load game.
Yeah, he's quite a threat.
Let me just keep going.
Triple kill at one point as well.
Yeah,
don't forget.
The issue though is there's no Estes. There's only a Matilda.
At least I was supposed that at least having the Matilda for themselves.
They're more mobile.
A lot more mobile. Fred is happy. Right?
Less fully sustainable.
Yeah. And even when it comes down to Esmeralda, if he wants to be super committal with the falling star moon, whether it lands, it didn't hit, it immediately call
Pull
back.
out.
Yes.
All right. Game number 2, match point for the Mongols. 1 game win away for moving up to the crossover match here in the wildcards. Legion Esports holding on for dear life. Can we make it to game 3? It's up to them.
The Mongols will start things off at the orange buff. For the meantime, Legion Esports onto the purple. They are going to be ending on the opposite side of the map, with Legion Esports focusing on the EXP, while the Mongols onto the gold. What kind of pathing that they naturally will have? As the other thing that I'm really curious and interested about is going to be the midwave clear. Having the Minotaur as well as the Juicin naturally should have very good clears.
It's a good clear, sustainable clear, but it takes a wee bit longer. Because look, Mikey cleared much faster.
Yeah.
And I guess
Cram
that's
didn't go in for it.
I guess that's just a range issue, you know? Like, Mikey deals more reliable damage from afar, all the while Shocker needs to put himself at a disadvantage. If y'all are questioning and wondering what kind of emblems you put on Clint, this is an Assassin emblem Clint with Swift and Master Assassin. So he wants to duel. Daylight knows that what they did in game 1 is going to happen here. For about 5 or 6 minutes, it's just you and me, Rin XK.
He does have the range, at least in the light of the passive, right? But in the meantime, quick taunt on the Shocker forces the flicker.
Even before the turtle spawns about 20 seconds from now. Mumu and Mia, let's talk about this duel here. Pre-ult, and then even before big team fights and ganks. Yeah, no, Mumu's going to bully Meow here.
Meow would realistically be able to be a good fighter the moment that he gets himself the War Axe. And I believe that the direction for Legion Esports is also double bruiser from Meow plus Joker. So as long as he gets that, he's just going in the lanes, clear that fast. And you can notice, of course, Cram God joins in the fray as well.
Fast rotation here by the Mongols, not wasting much time. First to the turtle. They're spacing out Shocker. Cram God as well. Joe got nowhere to be seen.
Turtle's HP is already down to 1/3, and doesn't seem like things are going to be good for Legion Esports. Zetsu takes the turtle very simple and very easily. Legion Esports didn't even try to contest for that.
Clean take by the Mongols. This does put them up by about 100, 200 gold. And now Zetsu steals away a small camp, so it's adding up. Now Meow put down 1/3 of his health, 4th to regen. Mumu's bullying him. This is the same story up until, yes, you mentioned, up until the War Axe.
The moment that the War Axe comes in, you'll be happy. But I also do want to know, Moomoo's itemization route, right? Because naturally, you probably want to go for the book first. But having the Dom eyes for this game might actually be a lot more important, considering the fact that you're going up against a Minotaur too.
That, and one might argue a rogue Dreadnought armor. Just like a little Dreadnought armor. Because you're fighting off against a lot of physical. Here comes Joga!
Speaking of which, it is going to be the physical damage. It's just going to be flying around to the side of Moomoo. Moomoo decides to go a little bit more to the western side, only to meet up with Cram God, allowing the Cram God to actually be the one to get the first blood.
He put up a wall between Shenlin and Moomoo. He was literally a bouncer. He blocked the entry to the retreat.
No, big boy. He's a big boy. He's kind of a scary boy as well.
A huge boy.
Man, oh man. Not a way that I thought that Legion Esports will get the first blood. But hey, a win is a win and a kill is a kill. Legion Esports kind of seems as though they're playing very passively despite having a Clint in the roster along with that... Lancelot.
Yeah, it's not time. They're fast where it matters. Minoan Fury up top!
Minoan Fury is just going to be putting on to Zetsu, and he's taking a lot and too much pot shots coming in from the turret. Daylight taking the last hit. Shocker joins into the fray, gets himself the second kill of the... or rather, the third kill of the game for Legion Esports.
I'm shocked they didn't like the way you called them passive. We'll show you passive. It was the Mongols. It was actually the proactive party there. But instead, it was the Mongols who got punished. Legion Esports now 3 kills on the board. Nothing for the Mongols. This puts the Vietnamese squad up by 1,000. They're first to the scene. Second turtle spawning upper quarter.
Active movements coming in from Esmeralda, clearing the proxy down to the bottom lane. But in the meantime, the turtle to be taken down by Joga. So 1 for 1 each for now. Meow is currently going to be in the middle of the big fight. He's taking a little bit too much damage from the side of Makey, but Renet's K gets himself that 1 kill. Moomoo continues on forward, getting himself daylight, and Shocker takes a quick sprint, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to run away from the grasp of Moomoo.
There's a fighting lineup from the Mongols. They actually welcomed Meow, and once they saw that Shocker and Daylight did not have a front line, went straight for it. Cram God was just way too far to help him. I think with Cram God in the vicinity, they would have been able to help, but even just a motivation roar, right? That could have changed the tides of battle for Legion, but here we are now. The Mongols finally fighting back, closing the gap.
Yep, looking good actually. We're looking at about 200 gold differences only. When it comes down to gold laners against one another, is right down the wire. They're completely not going for anyone, but Lancelot, he's happy.
Yep, and then the clapback from the Mongols, a good chunk of their gold lead is coming from Moomoo. So expect that Moomoo will be making the most of this, because it's the only thing they can do right now, given that Mikey and Rinexk are still building up their farm. I wonder what Moomoo's building. Shenlin gets caught out here. This is a very crowded Y-brush.
Oh! 3-man traction pulse! It forces Shocker to go straight in and out of it. When it comes down to Crimson Beacon, Cram God takes the Vanguard, be in the front line! While Zetsu slams them out of nowhere. A big home run with a 2-man's Appraisal's Wrath.
The Mongols run through them once again, even with Cram God in that Y-brush. I could have been mistaken. Nothing a motivation roar could do. Moomoo, nothing home. He's tried to go ahead and hit that blind Falling Star Moon, but Meow still gets away with it. The Mongols picking up the pace now.
This is a tough game for Legion Esports, right? The fact that there are so many of these AoE that clipped multiple targets, that is massive value. 3-man traction pulses, we don't see that a lot. And especially since they managed to force Shocker into the flicker in the fight before that, Shocker didn't even have any ways to really just realistically get out.
Nope. At point blank range too. Mikey was very close to it. It's just, I think the Mongols, they decided to comms. We're going for the fight now. Turtle going over to the Mongols here because the rest of Legion Esports gets pushed out. Definite power spike here for the team at match point. This is looking dire for Legion.
Joga currently at level 10 as opposed to Zetsu at level 9. But yet, because of the fact that there is just no way that they can get control, Zetsu got a very free turtle out of all of that.
It's a matter of role difference. This is an assassin. You're looking at a core in Joga, while Zetsu's just happy to help. Zetsu's
happy to help.
Here to finish fights off, taunt members of Legion, and to take objectives. That's all he wants to do. Shocker, at about 7.5 minutes, picks up the glowing wand. What else does he have in his kit? I'm pretty sure he should have more.
No way that that's his first item, right?
Yeah.
Please don't tell me it's the Sky Piercer.
Not first.
Because
no
Sky
way.
Piercer is cheap, right?
It is. It's 1,500.
Yeah, so if he's only getting the glowing wand right now, that means that he got something relatively
where else?
cost effective.
Economy. Oh, he went for elegant gem and a fully built tough boots, which makes sense. I get it, but this just exacerbates the fact that Legion Esports are down on economy. Save for Joga, maybe a lot of them are starving. Now in comes the rest of the Mongols.
And Zetsu is just going to be the one that's just hoping that he will be able to hold the ground pretty well, while RinSK dealt quite a bit of damage over to the side of Daylight and Shocker.
Mikey!
But Makey, right in the face of Meow, this guy can't tank for nuts anymore because 4-man congregates right over to Meow. He went a little bit too far, but perhaps Legion Esports they realized, okay, without Meow, we gotta fall back a little bit. Taunt onto Joga. He wasn't really quite managed to iframe that, but the Phantom Execution gets him right out of that.
Mind you, that was a 5v4. In the bottom lane, Mumu was working on proxying that wave, cutting it from behind the tier 2 so he can get that chubby wave to take care of the turret. Oh,
Fracture Pulse into the Brazos Wrath, allowing Mumu to pick up the final hit down on the Cram God. Yet another stagger, which is big, considering that the Lord's coming up soon.
Oh no, the Mongols are pushing it further and further. They're stepping on it, pedal to the metal. They're up now by about 5,000 in gold, more than that. RinXK picking up that Berserker's Fury. Abstract, this is why the Mongols like Iritel and not Granger. You can't do this with Granger. You can't lean hard into fights and take advantage of your innate advantage, economically speaking, positionally speaking, macro-wise, with a Granger. Because with a Granger, you got to take it slow. There is a natural ramp-up to your power spike.
Yep.
But for Iritel, you can just keep forcing fights like this.
Just press a button and big numbers, big plays.
It's the way of the Mongols.
The way of the Mongols. With now getting themselves the Lord that will be marching probably straight down the, it will be straight down the middle. All three of these inhibitors still have their holy defense. It is only 9 minutes in though. Usually first Lord, we just want to take down all the exteriors. But considering the fact that it is all gone, and we're looking at about 7,000 gold lead for the side of the Mongols, it is not a tall order for them to get at least one inhibitor.
Yeah, bare minimum, these holy defenses pop.
Yep.
And that's, what, 2 minutes you lost out on potentially a wave taking care of itself.
Yep.
Legion Esports now have to find a way to punish, and this is the best time to do it, inside their base, when they have a little bit of an extra kick out of these turrets. If the Mongols overstay their welcome, then 1 or 2 dudes are dying for sure. But if it'll cost Legion Esports as well, we're about to find out. Lord crashes into mid. All holy defense is down. Joga picking a fight.
And he's just going to be all the way straight in. The iframe allows him to get away along with a couple of punches, while Meow just going to be right in the bastion. Takes more than half HP down, but he's not going to go down just yet. A good amount of traction pulse from the side of Cram God, but the only thing that Mongols want is just a couple of pokes here and there. Deal enough damage to the turrets.
Good chunk of the Mongols are also put at a third of their health. But again, unfortunately and almost unfairly, the Matilda, Shenlin heals them all up back, topping up their health, and they're still here forcing the issue, assaulting this bottom lane. The siege continues, just about a 10th left in this bottom lane inhibitor, and I get why the Mongols are putting pressure here, Abstract. Is because they want to push it in. Oh no, RinXK!
But the guiding wind pulls RinXK away. Joga looking for the opportunity, and he will able to clip him with the Thorn Rose. With Cram God taking the last hit, but unfortunately Traction Pulse pulls Cram God a little bit backwards. As such, he's going to be the tank for Shocker. He's fine though, as the rest of the members from the Legion Esports, all 4 of them, will push the rest of Mongols in various directions.
That is how Legion Esports claps back. Again, underneath their inhibitor, when there's a little bit of extra firepower, a little more kick to make up for the 6,000, 7,000 gold lead, now down to just 5. I'll tell you now, it looks like the Mongols got blinded by ambition. Like they wanted to push that bottom lane so bad that they forgot, oh no, RinXK!
But to be honest though, at least for the Mongols, they guarantee a turret down at the bottom as long as they escort the Lord with that charge. So it's still something, right? But in the meantime, down the bottom, they caught Daylight! Not the best way for Legion Esports, unfortunately. Great traction pulse.
Night, Daylight. I'm not so sure if the Mongols counted his flicker to be out, or they were really just waiting for someone to expose themselves so that they can once again push this inhibitor down bottom. Say goodbye. Mid lane up on the docket as well. Joga still just trying his darndest.
Oh man. Bottom lane T3 down. The Lord is now made available, and it's almost a guarantee in the middle lane T3 as well if they are able to bring the Lord in. But I will say that Legion Esports, the best case scenario is to lose 1 turret, because I don't think they can defend against this.
Clean take here. The Mongols score a free Lord, and with the economy they gain, RinXK gets his great Dragon Spear. Oh, you know the Iritel is winning. You know that the Mongols know they're ahead, because they're just picking up an item that is Win More. That's an item called Win More, because it doesn't give you anything while you're on the back foot, but gives you everything you need when you just want to run through your opponents.
So now the Mongols, let's take a look at their items, right? We've got the Irithel that more or less have got 4 full items built, just 1 more to fully build up. As compared to the Clint with only the Endless Battle, the Sea Halberd, and the Malefic Gun. But hold on a second, looks like they've got a big traction pose! Followed up with Mumu. They managed to catch 2 but killed 1. That's a big one for Shaka. As now the launcher's going to be marching down to the bottom lane while Meow is hoping that he will be able to do something over to the side of Makias on Ren SK. But Joker finds himself taken down. The Lord is just going to be pummeling down over the Crystal. The Mongols focus on one thing with a 2-0 upset to Legion Esports.
And with that, the Mongols move up to the crossover bout, eliminating Legion Esports. GG well played to the Vietnamese squad, but in this rematch, the Mongols reign supreme.
It's not a 3-game series as we would have expected, like day number 1. But the Mongols, they showed promise, and they learned from the mistakes in day 1, applied it to day 3, which is today. They didn't give Legion Esports any chance to play around, and they had a dominant performance coming in for these 2 games.
A valiant effort by Legion Esports year after year, stage after stage. We've seen them put on a show, but here defeat comes in the form of one of their fated rivals. Again, they played many ranked games together, crossed paths on that server, and to fall at the hands of such great warriors such as the Mongols, this is just fate. This is destiny. Was it not Legion who eliminated the Mongolians in previous international events?
Oh, was it? Oh man, we're gonna have to thank Legion Esports, Meow, Joga, Shocker, Daylight, and Cram God for their valiant effort and time here at the Esports World Cup MSC 2025 as they bow out of the competition for the wildcards.
Let's take a look at that match once more. Run through the very swift and I'll say decisive and fated match, because Mongols did not hold anything back. The Mongols played a depth of strategies. Sure, they played the Esmeralda again. Sure, they played the Kimi again. But they showed great responses to what could have been the Hail Mary play from Legion Esports. Legion played a good chunk of the same draft from game 1.
Yep.
And it looked like somehow it was going to work, but I think fundamentally they were lacking range. Sure, you have Daylight on the Clint, right? That is a good amount of burst, a flick of the wrist, if you will, that could take out 1 or 2 heroes from Mongols. But the Mongols had the Kimi. You mentioned over and over again, the single turning point is usually a well-placed traction pulse.
As long as it lands onto one person, you don't even care about if it lands on the 2, it lands on 3. As long as it's 1, that's pick off.
And a single member out of Legion when you're down bad like that,
it's phenomenal change.
That's it. You're done. And that's exactly what happened here. Again, GG well played to Legion Esports, and congratulations to the Mongols moving up to the crossover bouts. Eterna, we said goodbye to 1.
Almost every single game that you are in, we have you say bye to someone, huh?
Yeah, it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant.
No,
But
literally every match she calls today.
Yes. And yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
But again, like you guys keep mentioning over and over and over again, that's just that's part of the game, right? That's part of the tournament. That's part of competition. One team moves forward. Who will be facing
Virtus Pro.
Pro?
Yes.
The Mongols and Virtus Pro.
That's so good.
I think
That will
someone
be
was
something.
asking about it, right? Was it Gideon who was asking for this?
Now that it's here, I'm asking for it.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun. But of course, once again, thank you so much to Legion Esports. Wish we had a little bit more time with you guys, but hopefully this will be the learning curve that you guys need to come back stronger in the next international tournament. So we're waiting. I think a lot of the fans out there, you guys back at home, are waiting for the comeback of the Legion. But Mongols moving forward, I think that was a very interesting game. It was very different to game number 1, but we know now that Shenlin has a variety of heroes under his belt, and that's going to be information that Virtus Pro will definitely download.
And I think this makes that matchup more equal, or at least something to look forward to in case you aren't yet, because Virtus Pro plays Brave Draft. They have every single player there has like a hero pool of 6 or 7. Shenlin has shown us that he can play about half a dozen heroes too. So I'm excited to see how that goes up against Pluto and the rest of Virtus Pro.
Honestly, I'm mostly just really afraid for the Mongols because they had time to adjust against the Legion. But going up against Virtus Pro now, this crossover match, not much prior experience. All they have is the VODs. They gotta watch it, they gotta learn it, they gotta play it.
Very quickly, right? In the span of what, a 1 match? A
It's all
duration?
An hour and a half.
An hour and a half. Imagine that. I mean, you know, let's say maybe they were already thinking that they would
right?
exactly move forward to the next stage. So maybe they have been preparing since last night. So,
So 18 hours.
fingers crossed, 18 hours. I mean, looking at Virtus Pro so far, they have been looking very strong. So I think this will be a really good challenge for the Mongols, whether or not they are going to be making it forward here at the MSC Wildcards. But match number 2 will be yet another elimination match. And we're looking at 2 regions who have been quite strong so far. Zeta Division and their anime arc versus Influence Rage from Latam. What do we think, boys? Just quick predictions before we get into break.
My heart says Zeta, but my mind says Rage.
Ooh.
Oh man. My prediction says Rage, but my heart goes to Zeta.
Okay, so the same.
He just literally...
He just like swapped it.
Oh, right.
Way to go, Thesaurus, man.
But at least mine is like, my prediction.
Yeah, we all want to see an underdog win, right?
Of course.
Yeah, we do. But
I'm so Zeta right now.
Zeta's so entertaining. I love it. And whenever they even give us a teaser, before they pick up some big hero or something completely unorthodox, that's 10.
Okay, so before we get into the details of the next upcoming match, we are going to throw to a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, who will we be saying goodbye to after this break? Will it be Zeta Division or will it be Influence Rage? We'll catch you after this. back, ladies and gentlemen, for the MSC wildcards here at EWC 2025, match number 2 between Influence Rage and Zeta Division. Welcome back to the English broadcast with me, Eterna. Alongside now we have Leo as well as Gideon. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Feels good to be here once again, casting another game, and especially with Zeta Division at the helm. Oh boy. Luckily, this is an elimination match, Leo.
I'm hoping we go all the way to Game Sun. Yes.
Yes.
That's Nippon right there.
I love it because especially after yesterday's performance of the reverse sweep coming in from Zeta, the question is how much we were comparing day 1 to day 2, how much they were going to grow. Therefore, day 2 to day 3, have they fixed those mistakes? Because again, we're not saying that Zeta Division is a world-class team, but they are picking up at an exponential rate.
It's that growth, that evolution through literally hours of a broadcast that impresses me the most. Like, what could they be doing off camera, off stage that's allowed for them to do this? Because the word on the street is they haven't really interacted with many other teams outside of Japan. So where are they getting this kind of intel? Where are they practicing? How are they doing this? Or are they just really that good at video games?
And I find that a really interesting point to make, and maybe that's one of the main reasons why we've been seeing this region, this team, Zeta Division, kind of play their own flavor of MLBB, right? With the Diggy coming through. What else? Chip, Masha coming through. Well, that's a little bit more, normal, we would say. But, the Diggy coming with the Bruno. And we haven't seen a team really allocate resources that much onto the gold lane so far yet.
I think right now the audience is a little split on Zeta Division. Was it Zeta Division playing out of their absolute mind? I think they have strong fundamentals. Or with the Laotians yesterday not exactly playing up to snuff considering the draft, right? I think the two polarizing opposites in opinion for this team really boils down to whether or not they can take on a team who is, again, not only experienced, but have already, shown that they can play some pretty standard, pretty global MLBB.
Yeah, the fact that they respect the metagame and cater their exotic tastes to show us that they are more than just enjoying the game. They enjoy winning. I think this throws back to the last time we saw Japan and the MLBB esports ecosystem, 10 Seconds Frost gaming. They were then playing Popaling Kupa before it was cool. They were playing Tigreal before it was cool. So now we see Zeta Division bringing in the likes of a Chip Masha, bringing in the other day, what was it, Alilia? It's in their identity.
It really is. I mean, with the lineup of Judici, Ten, Yusuke, Kani, and as well as Muminet, at least we did get to see that Kani can shine in these matches. He can be, a big difference maker. We know that Jun and Ten are generally just, hey, we are strong, we are consistent, and it really depends on the hero that he has access to.
I want to see how Muimine makes up for the pressure that is put on him in the draft and in-game. Because it's true, over the past couple of days, we've seen him understand that my role is important, so I got to do better. Better just isn't going to just isn't going to crack it here on the world stage. You got to give your best.
I agree. But of course, there are some things that if we want to nitpick again, for them to kind of repair in their gameplay, right? I mean, you've been highlighting these few players, but for me, Muiminet, sometimes he gets caught a little too far away from the rest of the team. So hopefully that has been repaired today. Meanwhile, on the other side, yet another team that has seen Zeta Division in the first day of the group stages. It's Influence Rage from Latam. Talk to us.
Chino, Jotun, Chan, Paquito, and as well as Fury, I think that as many arguments that can be made about the gold lane, I think that Fury is going to have a good time. Muminet, unfortunately, has not been able to win out his lane hard enough, and I think we've seen more come out of Fury in team fights, in the laning phase, that's really going to start, setting himself apart as the game goes on. I think the scariest part is whether or not we are going to see Jotun go back into the tank, or is he going to get access to the assassins, right? Because we saw his assassins, it's not like he can't play it, but he's not getting the big profits compared to when he gets a tank, and then he feels stable, like an absolute pillar for the team.
I mean, speaking of pillars, right, I think that side lane dominance will also be apparent if the chemistry of the brothers are on par.
That's right, you're talking about Hotun and Paquito. Hotun, again, we talked about his hero pool. He seems to default to these utility junglers, but mind you, he has a Ling, a Joy, and a Yusin Shin too, so that they're very much capable of that. But Paquito, though, I think something that Zeta Division should pay attention to is his Kalia. He loves his Kalia, and he has a pocket Franco.
The pocket Franco, we'll see whether or not it's going to come out today, right? Whether he's going to join some of the greats in that Iron Hook competition. But I think that as we've seen the draft, that first phase, especially when we're talking about blue side here, has been looking not too bad. Yes, it's a little topsy-turvy in terms of, win rates so far because there's not a lot of data to kind of back that up. But for the time being, I'm feeling like blue side is honestly not as bad as it used to be compared to the previous, seasons and even our own regular seasons here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, there's so much possible from the blue side. Blue side is where the triple marksman drafts come from. Blue side is where Uranus jungle comes from. Also watch out for Chan's Zushin.
Ooh,
Mr. Latino Savage.
Is that his new title?
I mean, he's the only one.
Latino Savage.
He's the only one.
I mean, if we're talking about data and statistics, we were just briefed that apparently, he has the highest average kills, he has the highest average assists, and he also has the highest average KDA so far amongst everyone who has participated in the wildcard. So that really speaks volumes about the quality that Chan has. So yes, I do agree. I think the Jushin should be monitored very, very closely. This was the Jushin with the Angela, was it not?
Yep. The one that ran through Virtus Pro Game 2. They did lose that series, but hey, that's highlights. That's an eternity of esports royalty that you have. It's like, hey, I was the guy.
He was that man, especially in the wildcards. And now that his opponent is going to be Busuke, who, again, we've seen having a bit of struggles at times, depending on the hero that he has access to. I think Farsa is going to be a really big contention point here on top of that Zushin, leaving only maybe Zetian, maybe looking to expand the meta of what is in the mid lane, because I think it's really, really tight in terms of the optimal picks coming whether you're red or blue.
Better yet, I think Pisuke should steal the Zushin.
Ooh.
He played Zushin in that series-winning match against Nightmare yesterday. So just to cross out all potential for the Latino Savage to take off, just steal it.
I wonder if he's comfortable on it. So we're looking at Farsa and Jushin for Suke. I wonder what else he has in the bag, because let's say one gets targeted and one gets picked up.
He has a Lilia and a Zetian.
Yeah, but the Lilia didn't work into the Farsa, remember?
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, this is let's assume, right? We get rid of Zetian, we also get rid of Farsa. Then the real question is whether or not the Zetian is going to make it through into the draft, and are they going to pair it up with Yishin Shin? We take that out of the equation, and what are we left with? Maybe even a Yves, which again we've seen him play during the Japanese qualifiers, and not to mention I'm thinking of other pocket picks. I've heard from different professional players. Odette might come back depending on the scenario. On the jungler side, that's the relationship there. There's also the possibility of let's bring back some of the good old stuff, the Yves, the Chang'es to a certain degree.
Ooh.
Where is Selena? Where is Selena? In the MPL PH, ID and MY playoffs, Selena was
hot commodity.
The hotness. But where is she? She didn't get much of a change.
What changed for her? Do
well,
you think?
I think it has to do with Enchanter supports. But then it's not like we've seen Enchanter supports really absolutely dominate the game just yet.
We see one or two a day.
Yeah, that's the thing. But I don't know whether this is a wild card thing or whether or not it's like, all right, with an Enchanter support, we get to late game, we win these games.
I think only time will tell, right? Again, because a lot of these regions are still sticking to their comfort. We've been hyping up these supports for so long, even since day number 1 of the wildcards. And finally, now in day number 3, it shows up. So I'm wondering whether or not these players maybe are not as comfortable on these kind of heroes, and they're more lenient towards heroes that they're used to.
You know what? Between Influence Rage and Zeta now, I think it's Zeta who's more likely to bring out the remaining enchanters. I think it's more likely that we see Kani bring out, what are we missing? The Rafaela,
the Florin,
and the Florin.
I think these are the only 2 Enchanter supports that haven't been touched just yet and really haven't been utilized at all. I'm surprised that the Estes came to the forefront before these 2.
Before the Florin, for sure, at least. But there it is. The Mongols have introduced a new element into the working metagame for the wildcard. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to Kani doing it, because looking at Paquito, knowing the playstyle of Influence Rage, they would rather fight. They would rather just pick off. I see him debuting Kaja first before any of these characters.
Does make sense. It does make sense. It does need a little bit more of a setup in terms of the composition, for sure. But we've spoken a little bit about the mid lane. We've spoken a little bit about the roam options. But let's go to the jungle. 10 has performed really well.
So good.
conditionally on what hero he's on.
The Hayabusa in particular.
First game only though. Second game, the Hayabusa didn't do too well. So, what do you guys think about 10? Should he just fall back onto the Fredrins, or do you think he can show off a little bit more of his assassin prowess on the stage?
Well, here's the thing, right? Based on what we've seen, the three heroes that he's played, the Hayabusa, we've also seen him play the Yishinshin on top of the Fredrin. Fredrin being his most consistent hero overall, but it feels like a default for most junglers to fall back to when things aren't going well. Oh, I'm not as fast. The other person's got more mechanics than me. Okay, sure, why not? But then Lancelot comes into play, and I'm thinking whether or not, even for Influence Rage, whether they might even consider, hey, as much as we like to brawl, we need to set up scenarios where we have a winning situation by the neutral objective. Where are the split pushers these days? A lot of these teams fight as 5. We don't see teams really taking advantage or full advantage of the map.
Between the both of them, it was Hotun who actually brought out the split pusher in the Ling and won with it too. So with that said, I think just for the sake of Zeta Division's chances, right? They should be more open to allowing for 10 to take the back seat. I actually enjoyed it when he was playing the Fredrin. Yeah, no, as weird as it is, right? Sure, you were amazing on the Hayabusa. Even maybe rivaling the likes of Kyrie, Carl Tizzy. They're coming to Riyadh in just a bit. But I think for them to actually win, if they want to get there, they have to spread the love. They have to spread the responsibility and the pressure. Allow 10 to flex his game IQ instead of mechanics.
Counter argument, what about his Lancelot? Because again, in the game that he did play Lancelot, out of the 3 lores, he was able to steal 2 of them. Single-handedly.
Straight up steal.
Yes, straight up steal. Winning the 50-50 in the retro battle, especially when he's up against things like Fredrin, who naturally have an advantage, especially if he's got great health.
Okay, then something that will allow for him to still play the map. Something that will still allow for him to not just rely on kills. Because I'm looking back at his Hayabusa, right? Their debut game. The game that infinitely will be clipped for the better part of the next year. Even he had moments wherein I wish this was a utility hero. Because all he was doing was just like going for the kill, didn't happen, or I'll just go elsewhere. So there has to be something he does when he goes elsewhere.
And I guess maybe the Lancelot is that middle ground, no?
I suppose. I feel like it's going to boil down to Link, personally.
Or Suyo. If they
That's
can play Suyo, if they
true.
can reintroduce Suyo or Roger, like, where is Roger?
No,
Abstract's been asking too.
I don't think there were a couple of games, but not with Zeta Division. I don't think they had games where Roger was like a good fit just yet. Maybe some of the other games in wild cards. We'll get into that as the day goes by. But I feel like it's just a little too unsafe. It doesn't scale as hard as Yishinshin. It is a cleanup crew, and you need a dependent damage dealer in the mid as well as your EXP.
He can be the other hero if you're trying to go for triple marksman. Right? Because right now it's just Yushin at the heart of it. Yushin Kimi.
YSS, Kimi, someone else.
Yeah, but now if some way, somehow, again, if there's any team I'm expecting to bring in weird stuff, it's Zeta. So maybe Zeta.
That's true. We might see it pop up. But let's argue Leo's argument for a minute, right? What if they play for Muiminet? How do you think he has been performing up until this point here in the wild cards?
I think he's only had an outstanding performance just yesterday on the very final game when he did get access to his Bruno. I think that was the time where we actually got to see him really get to play the game. And even then, not winning in his own lane, but only providing value later once he's got his 4th, 5th item.
And this is with a Diggy to back him up. It doesn't spell good on paper, but again, you're already hoping for an underdog. You cannot put pen to paper and say the numbers will tell you the right answer. You just got to let them play.
So will the Zeta Division push through here? Will we be seeing those colors come through, or can Rage put a stop to this? We're going to go to the drafts. Boys and girls, game number 1 between these two teams.
Zeta on the play, Rage answering back. Coach Tink here, banning the Kalia and the Cho. Those are actually key bans against Influence Rage in their first meeting. This is being a rematch, while Coach Backjacks ban out the Uranus and the Bruno.
I love it. Zeta Division making sure that the pickoffs are not going to be there. That's how Influence Rage likes to get into those brawly type of situations. Give us the tempo. We initiate. We guarantee the man advantage, and then let's mechanic it out afterwards.
They do take away Chan's Farsa. Oh, I think we are going down this road, Gideon. They might actually just steal the Zushin.
I love it. But even Influence Rage, they've done, Coach Blackjacks, he's done his homework, right? Get rid of the Bruno, get rid of the Juan, Staple, and as well as Comfort Picks already eliminated for the side of Zeta Division. Put Muiminet in a more uncomfortable spot. Put him on a Moskov if he has to.
Yeah, make him play for the 50-50s. Can I get the SOD? Or if not, am I just forced to split push here? We've seen a good bunch of split push attempts get punished here in the wild card. Rage just forcing Zeta to make those hard calls. Zeta, again, I'm expecting this to be Zushin. If not, what is it? A Baksha? Baksha's open.
Is open, and honestly, I wouldn't mind it too much, but they're going to go straight into Zushin, which just goes to show Zeta Division how prepared they are when it comes to the drafting phase and just studying and analyzing their opponents.
They get it. They understand. Again, folks, the word on the street is they haven't really been scrimming or practicing with other teams outside of Japan, but here, suddenly, what is this, 3 days of competition in? And they're reading these patterns so well. They know that they should take away Zushin from Chan. How does Rage respond here? Rage still has the Yusen Shinzetian open. They can try for that. They can... Lapu Lapu's open. They've been seeing a lot of success with Lapu Lapu.
They can go with Boxer Kimmy. That's also a pretty good option. Have a strong and steady early game. Take away the counter pick for the Kimmy as well while still being able to deal with healing.
But Gideon, they've never really Kimmied up until now. They've been banning Kimmy wonton throughout the wild cards, but now they get their hands on it. Lausa Yusen Shin setting up a triple marksman draft. There's no way this goes elsewhere. Unless they pull a... Was that a Mongols? Yeah, unless they pull a Mongols and throw the Yusen Shin into the gold lane and then pick up like a Fanny or something.
I don't think they're going to do that just yet. But Zeta Division must reply to the potential of this setup for a triple marksman composition. And I think one of the two pillars, some may say, in that triple marksman position is the tanks. I feel like Zeta Division taking the Boxia is a pretty big no-brainer here, right? You get to deal with the Kimmy pretty well. You have a really strong early game on top of it, a couple of blade armors, and you're set.
And they do. And guess what? What else does a Baksha Zushin in the first phase mean? You can nice one, baby, this. You can pick it up early, and they are throwing no caution to the wind, Gideon. They are not letting anyone get them wrong. Hard on the sleeves. First phase, we're playing an Angela lineup.
We're playing an Angela. It feels like Zeta Division has stolen a couple of socks from Influence Ray. Started putting them on. It's like, these are mine now, sir. This is my composition.
Look at me.
Look at me. Now,
your mom says I can have them.
Influence Rage now still on the draw. They need to finish off the this first half of the drafting phase. And now looking at that, what do you do?
It wasn't even just the Baksha steal. It was straight up the Baksha steal plus the reveal. Right, pick a card. Is this your card? It was a straight up.
Nice card you got there. Yes, that is mine. We have a glue lock-in for the side of Influence Rage. A good use and a good way to exploit. Because with the mid lane already open, guess what? You can't go Farmis. You can't go Vexana.
You can't punish the glue.
Exactly. Unless the CC gets through. But that's the beauty of being on red side. You get instantly ban these counter picks.
Yep, and Influence Rage aren't strangers to banning the CC. In their second game against Virtus Pro, they did ban the CC, so they can read into this. Again, Zeta have no clear XP laners just yet, but I do like this. They're putting a lot of pressure to perform on these heroes that we know can perform. Kani, the right calls for the hard guard. 10 to be in the right place for the Baksha. Pisuke on that Zushin. Oh man, how ironic would it be if Rage were at the receiving end of a Zushin Angela?
If they get counter savaged? No. I can't see it just yet. But Bazuke was playing out of his mind yesterday, so I don't know whether there's still enough gas in the tank to pump it out against Influence Rage today. We do see that the Moskov is going to be the next follow-up ban coming in for Influence Rage. So really, they are just looking at Muiminet. You are the weakest link, and I'm going to try and pinch you as hard as I can.
So what happens here? Do they ban Moskov? They ban Irithel?
They lock in Granger.
Pick Granger, or the other way around. Ban Granger, pick Irithel, force Muiminet on like a weak early game here, like a Harith. And then that's it.
Ooh.
What do you do now? You can't even Harith, actually, because you have no physical.
Oh, boy. I mean, it really puts Zeta Division in a tough spot. We're going to find out here. Let's see whether we're following along the same thought process as Coach Blackjacks.
Zeta Division banning the Franco. They know what Paquito is up to. Because again, how awesome would that be to just hook someone and then blast them with your firepower as a triple marksman lineup? Carry is open too. Zeta
that's
Division.
a good call.
They gotta watch out for that carry. I'd say ban Franco, ban carry.
Oh, it's going to be really, really tight. It's going to be very tight because then what is Zeta left with, right? How are they going to be able to provide enough damage? My big concern right now is where is the damage coming from? Because if these fights drag out, sure, I would imagine that Zeta Division put up some numbers, but it's not going to be comparable to a Kimmy, to a Yishin Shin, especially in the later stages of the game.
So Coach Blackjacks instead swerves us, bans out the Lapu Lapu. So choice is taken away from Junichi. Now Zeta, do they read into it? Do they take out the carry, or do they leave the carry out for themselves? Because carry can come up here in red 4.
I think they just got to leave the carry up, right? You leave the carry up, potentially, even if Influence Rage decides to pick it up for themselves, then maybe you can go for like an EXP Yuzhong on your side, kind of stall out that lane, look to kind of eat and chomp down on a couple of these marksmen before bowing out. And not to mention, you're just another source of damage, and more importantly, another enabler for this Heart Guard to be on another target.
Instead, it's the Badang. So they don't want to get caught off guard. Again, in their first meeting, Influence Rage, they caught out Pasuke and a good number of other members from Zeta Division with a rogue Badang hiding in the shadows. So they don't want that no more. Rage, it's clear that this is triple marksman lineup, but which ones?
I think at this point they should leave their last pick for the counter.
The last marksman?
The last marksman. I would say that even picking carrier for themselves isn't the worst thing in the world. I just think that Irithel on the side of Zeta Division is just a little more scary.
The ceiling just goes up.
Exactly. You want to kind of limit how far they can scale, right? So take away any crit-based marksmen. True damage, obviously. Oh, interesting.
Yep, so they are leaving the last marksman up for red 5. Zeta Division now, do they go Irithel? And what else do you want to throw into the XP here?
Was this the optimal pick? I feel like even a Tigreal would arguably do some pretty good work here as well. Why go for the Minotaur in this position? Is it the healing, the motivational roar that's so good?
Yes, Rage just wants something that could proactively help the triple marksman lineup get there, whether it be through massive AoE CC, extra heals, extra movement speed. It's everything they needed.
Or just a quick pit stop for the Yishin Shin. Oh, I take a bad trade. I don't want to have to recall here, and I don't have enough HP to actually deal with my buffs. Just top up, get real motivated, and then back into your jungle.
Yep. Sadly, it just doesn't do much against the Angela-centric lineup in general. But hold up. The Yon's coming through. The Harith picked up here by Zenith, by Zeta. But this is what we were saying. This is unideal. The damage profile doesn't check boxes, but they get their hands on the CC at least.
I don't know. I'm looking at the players of the faces. It's just, what? Was this what we wanted?
Honey?
It's a tough call.
I'm not a fan of the Harith. The last time we saw Harith here in the wild card, he wiped the floor with that baby's face.
He did. But I think the worst part is that there's no ideal battle spell anymore, right? Purify sounds like a good idea, but there's just so many ways that Influence Rage can actually get that Purify out of the Harith easily, right? Flicker Fury. We also have the Traction Pulse as well, not to mention Mountain Shocker, Turtle Boat.
How about a 1-3-1? How about an old classic 1-3-1 get in?
I'm actually down for this.
They're throwing the Ruby into the gold lane and keeping the Kimmy in mid. Unless Coach Jax has this weird mad science lineup wherein the Ruby's in mid. I don't know, man.
I mean, he's down to fight, man. If you can tell by the size of his biceps, this guy is working out and is looking to brawl as much as possible. They have a couple of seconds to readjust, and we didn't even see them readjust at all.
Man, last I heard, he was benching 350.
What?
Easy.
Oh my goodness.
So for him to put a Ruby in mid or in gold in this current metagame is not far from an actual PR. Like, I'm pretty sure he's done this in scrims.
Single-handedly. Either way, as we're about to get into this game, only one of these teams get to move on, and the other will drop. Zeta Division is going to try their best and Influence Rage. They've been in this position before. They are the ones coming in with the experience.
All right, a 1-3-1 indeed. Confirmed, it's a gold lane Ruby. It's been a while, but there is a precedent. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. This is an elimination match. Let's see who gets the match point first. This mid lane matchup, between the Angela Zushin and Kimmy Minotaur. Is that the first time we've seen this, actually?
I feel like we've seen this before, but
We've seen it
maybe,
at least once. Yeah, here in the wild card.
with a slightly different iteration. But right now, Junichi needs to make sure that Chino is not going to be able to participate, right? He's got to make sure that he wins this lane really, really hard, because Chino is going to cause a lot of problems for Zeta Division, right? He can technically get a free 2 for 1. He sees the person get into the heart, sees the heart guard being used on the guy, quickly just hop onto him, pull him out of position, and save his entire team.
But mind you, that's a very reactive plan. Influence Rage may be coming in half-cocked with a hand tied behind their back if they're going to be playing that way, because they're not playing to their tempo. They're reacting to what Zeta Division is doing, which, in my opinion, as a chaotic team, as a team that wants to fight, is antithetical. Like, that goes against your nature.
Well, if we're talking about going against their nature, I just want to see how good, if Influence Rage does get, let's say, a 2K lead, can they close out this game pre-10 minutes? If not, looking not to push this game any further than 13 minutes, because we've seen so many teams get a huge lead at the very beginning, but not enough to close the game.
They are getting a small economic lead. Prior to this, they were about 200, 300, then suddenly the swing. So far, Ten and Hotun at about deadlock for EXP. Now, first of the scene, Influence Rage pushing out 10.
Ten, he's taking a lot of damage here. Oh no, he's getting repositioned out of the way, and they haven't hit level 4 in time, but Ten still able to steal it away. His retribution, touched by the gods. Chino left to die as the curtain call falls upon him. First blood for Zeta Division.
From the heavens, the gods' claws come down and say, 10, you shall have this turtle. A 10 out of 10 performance in the first 2 minutes of the game. Zeta Division now up by, Gideon, what, 1,000 with just a kill and a turtle?
Yep. First blood, man. That's just the way that things go sometimes. Right now, Fury trying his best to kind of keep Muminette in place, but I think Influence Rage need to make a couple of calls. Number one, all right, first turtle is done. Second turtle, we can decide not to contest for it, which a lot of teams usually do, but do we put our resources down into the gold lane, try to get Fury out of there, or just because of their double fighter composition, hey, we need to fight for the second turtle?
And that question might be what puts them in analysis paralysis. Like, they might have to make hard decisions when they're not ready. As it is, this stolen camp here by Hotun is one of the few wins Influence Rage can count for themselves, because down bottom, again, we counted this as a win, right? If the CC comes through, then Chino's not going to have a great time. The glue is going to get bullied by the CC. That's already happening. Top lane, we haven't really seen them bear down on Muimine, so Influence Rage really haven't put anything on the board just yet. 3 minutes in.
Nope, Zeta Division just slow and steady. They want to scale, and more importantly, they want to make sure that they can deny resources from Influence Rage. If we're talking about just raw scaling, I mean, the Harith, more than ever, needs his 4th item before he becomes a true demon in the game itself. But Influence Rage, if they want to kind of crack open this shell, I think it has to come down to the mid lane, right? We haven't seen Chan get a lot of pressure and space from the rest of his team to actually make these plays, mainly because Baxia just always is in front of his face.
And whenever Chan does get a bead on Zeta Division, whoever it might be, in comes Pisuke, threatening a chokeslam to be much closer to Zeta Division's front line. So now the second turtle spawns, upper quarter, Mountain Shocker. They know where everyone from Zeta Division is.
Oh, they're gonna fight. Here comes the hard card coming out on top of 10. Let's see who gets this retribution battle as we see the Minoan Fairy knock up 2. They're gonna fight all the way through. And now, with the help of Akito, he's quickly trying to turn this around as the team disengages. Jotun already at 1 HP. Chan finally finds 10. Dun takes out Jotun at the same time. Fury still very, very healthy. But Zeta Division, without their junglers from either side, do they still want this turtle?
Junichi on the case, did not let go, found the trade of all trades, and they find Chino here, forced to give him the spread. It happened, Gideon. Whoever got the heart guard got ridden on by Chino with the grab, but eventually the trade didn't count because Zeta Division still scored the turtle.
Shield unity, baby. Hopping over walls, making sure that he's able to get to the neutral objective before Hotun, who does it. Well, I mean, I don't think you want to use the Mountain Shocker just to be able to see the turtle go away from your eyes. You're not going to get there in time. Let's just play to scale.
Hotun used it the right way prior to the turtle being taken, right? Make sure that we know where the engage is from. Make sure that we know who the heart guard might be going into, and as predictably as it did, into 10. That's why I guess they were able to just bear down on him, kill him, and then it still didn't make a difference because they still lost the retribution user in the trade-off. So if this goes again the same way over and over, what's the play here? How do they one-up Junichi? I think Junichi is going to be the key here.
Yeah, he really is. And I think that Fury, well, here's the thing. It feels like as much as Fury needs to get an I'm Offended on 2 priority targets, ideally somebody who has the Heart Guard on top of them, and even Junichi, Zeta Division just has to keep a little spread out, right? We saw that Paquito only got him in No and Fury on 2 targets, and that's when the rest of Zeta Division started to trickle on it.
And it's in this little tight corner that Minoan and Fury happened. It was very ideal. It was great for Influence Rage. It's just that I think Zeta Division were counting on Paquito actually pulling the trigger right then and there. 10, positioning, looking for a response, and wow, look at that. They're opening the map up for Junichi. He's pushing, he's cutting.
Yep, they already noticed that CC is not a part of this fight in the Minoan Fury with a flicker very early on as the back line is cut off. Zaman Force is already popping the front lines. Kalapsuke is already gone. 10 trying to disengage his influence.
Chino!
3 members already know. Paquito's down. Chino, the next to fall. Traction Pulse doesn't happen in time. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Zeta Division. A man down in the fight.
Zeta Division. It was Pisuke, and again, you are okay with Pisuke doing this because you're still winning the trade. If it was just Chino or Paquito died, I would have counted as a win. But they still got 2 on the way out and still left Junichi to almost take down that tier 1 down bottom. So this still is a massive win for Zeta Division. Now they're 2K ahead. First to the Turtle 2, and they're even threatening a steal here. They're definitely putting up borders here. Huge body for Zeta Division, and 3 out of 3!
3 out of 3 turtles. I mean, this is pretty uncontestable, right? They didn't have any position on it. They don't have the correct ults. There's nothing much that influence rate. Oh, wait, they're still going to try force Pisuke to quickly use that lantern flare. Gets on out of there in time, while the top side is going to get shoved in. Junichi, down by bot tier 1, will make sure that that collapses, as 10 himself is going to try and disengage Muminet from the potential dive here. Chino, Paquito on the run. Pisuke able to find the pickup. Paquito is down and out.
10 will not stand down. Yes, there was a man advantage for Influence Rage. Yes, Mumine was holding on to that turret, taking care of the waves first, but they knew that with a Hearth Guard, they weren't touching 10, and now they're owning the map. Conversion through the roof. Zeta Division, they are bullying Influence Rage away from resources. This is a 4K gold lead now.
Yep, it's so clean. Let's look at the items real quick here, because if we're looking at Fury, he's got 2 items already in his pocket. The War Axe, making sure that he's also got some anti-heal alongside it. We do see that the Sky Piercer as a pickup for Chan. Interesting option here, when I would assume that's going to be Hodon, the one who cleans up these fights. You want him to get ahead.
A little greedy. I think this is the Zushin in Chan speaking. Build the Sky Piercer. And that's how we got away with the Savage, right? In match yesterday. But here, Zeta Division, you can see that they are, even with their relatively defensive lineup, right, this Angela-centric lineup, they're still proactive. They're forcing Influence Rage to commit economy to anti-heal, and they're already on their way to 3.
I'm really concerned right now for Influence Rage. Junichi currently 3K ahead of Chino. 2 times that he's proxied the wave, 2 times of which Zeta Division winning out in a man disadvantage against Influence Rage, allowing Junichi 2 items ahead and could probably 1v3.
Coach Blackjack should have banned CC.
I really think so. Ban out the CC instead of the Lapu Lapu.
But you know what? After seeing Junichi play the Lapu Lapu, I don't blame Coach Blackjack.
Oh, yeah.
You know, both, it was picking the lesser evil. Lord spawning, Junichi first at the scene, 10, as well taking care of the little Wanderer here. Early traction plus run by Chan.
And it finds Suzuki, doesn't force him to use his ult just yet. Cool, calm, and collected. He tries, he manages to get the turbo, but doesn't want to commit any further than that. He still had the traceless in time to maybe look for the execute, but even then, Kani refused to give him the Heart Guard at 1 HP.
If it's not necessary, we don't have to do it. We are just at 10 minutes, folks, so the cooldown on Kani's Heart Guard is still something of a significant factor. Influence Rage are counting on these things. Seconds to the dot, wherein they can pick fights and ensure that the coast is clear. Zeta Division, at least, are ahead enough to allow for themselves to retreat, buy time, and then re-engage. Junichi, does he know that there's 3 hiding in the brush here?
Oh, no, unfortunately not. 2K going to get hit by Fury. Unfortunately, Yota is able to get out of the way despite the curtain call. The hard card right on top of Junichi. Fury even flickering forward to disengage the rest of his team. They're realizing that Muiminette actually has some real damage with the recent purchase of the Holy Crystal.
Even with Zeta Division being a man down, Influence Rage are keeping themselves scarce. They find Junichi.
He's down and out. Chan already with a purchase with the genius wand. The item power spikes are coming in for Influence Rage. Is this what they've been waiting for? Or has Zeta Division bitten more than they can chew? 10 still walking up. He's stolen all 3 objectives, controlled the turtles, but this Lord might just be too important. The Toys Poisson's already out. Petito already low. Fury finds it. Yotun takes up Muiminette despite the Salmon Force. Cannot outplay it.
It's enough to push Influence Rage back, but Zeta Division may have wasted too much time. They were playing with fire and they got burned. Influence Rage scores a Lord. I can understand what Zeta Division was going for the first time that they lost a member, right? But the second time, and when there was such a clear gap between 10 and the chance of stealing, they should just backed out.
They should have
cut their losses.
I mean, they were trying to thread the needle, you know, try and get as much as they possibly can. At this point, let's look at the items one more time, right? I'm seeing Radiant Armor is being purchased by 10. He is comfortable dealing with Chan, even with the Blade Armor as well. Chan doesn't want to keep on shooting him, especially since he's got no concentrated energy, no Feather of Heaven to keep him alive. Same can be said about your boy Junichi, also with Blade Armor.
There's so many anti-heal right now on Influence Rage. Let's see if that's going to be a game changer. Zeta Division have to defend. The map is looking red. The STC Arena have a lot of Influence Rage fans among the stands. And Influence Rage are pushing the advantage. Now they have the gold lead, about 3,000 as they knock down Tier 2 in mid.
They're bringing home that energy. They want to make sure that they are ready to fight with everything they have in them. The inhibitors are still standing. We now go into the 12th minute of the game, going to the 13th. 102 seconds until the next Lord spawn. 5-5, a 3K gold lead for Influence Rage.
Here's what's dangerous, Gideon. Influence Rage, more than anybody, knows how an Angela lineup has 2 power spikes. When they snowball you, and when the Zushin is ready to go. So Chan has to understand that even if we are up now, and we've relatively cordoned off Zeta Division into their base, as long as they're getting farm and as long as the game is going and they haven't lost just yet, it's not over. Psuke forced to use a Crimson Beacon, even threatened the Hearthguard trigger on Kani. Zeta Division have to make use of the next minute. I don't know how or where they're going to find farm, but Hotun has denied them even just that.
You got to starve them out, right? Again, it feels Influence Rage. They've heard you, right? They understand these power spikes, and they also understand the potential win conditions from the side of Zeta Division. That's why there's such a big focus on Psuke this entire time, right? That's why Fury's eyes are locked on Psuke, and if he can get Junichi at the same time, it saves their backline from that curtain call.
Mount Shocker here by Hotun confirms the positioning of Zeta Division. They're going to force the issue. June forced to use the Vengeance. Down half health. Zeta Division clap back.
No, Fury, he's trying to get out. He's forced the flicker. Paquito is able to get away with the help of... Fury pulls into with the I'm Offended, allowing Chan to run them down. 10 needs the peel. Yota doesn't care as he finds one. Chan gets the double. Chan gets the triple.
The Latino Savage 2 kills away. Filling his namesake, leaves 10 a survivor. A reminder to Zeta Division that you do not pick a fight against a Ruby and against a Kimi, against a Minotaur in such a tight space.
Look at Fury. He's feeling that energy. He's feeling not only from the home crowd who's come all the way here to watch this game, but now the inhibitor's starting to fall. Looking to end this game. 10 next to fall. Mid inhibitors down, and that's game 1 going over to Influence Rage.
1 game away from eliminating Zeta Division and ending the underdog run. 1 game away from moving on to the crossovers. Zeta Division 1-0. The odds are stacked against them, man. Influence Rage. one single turnaround.
One single turnaround. I was wondering how much value are they going to get from that Minotaur? And you could see from the members, they're like, okay, we understand. We lost the mind games here. We used our abilities a little too early. Y'all got to disengage. You collapse. Fair play. Fair play. It's not going to happen again in game 2.
Let's go again.
One more time.
That's always the energy that Zeta Division put out there, and I think that's what makes them such a positive beacon of energy for a lot of old fans and new fans of MLBB esports, is the fact that you're seeing a team that just lost decisively game 1 still smiling. That's refreshing. I haven't seen that in a long time.
I mean, they are young guns, but I think they have some of the strongest mentals we've seen throughout the wild cards, right? It doesn't feel like they are playing worse because of, oh, we're behind 8,000 gold. It's not that big of a deal. We could still come back from this, whether in this game or the next.
It's the fact that they perform despite the fact. And that's what allows them to be such darlings, such sweethearts on the grand stage that is the MSC Wildcards. Another look here at the highlights. Again, these are moments wherein it was Zeta winning. I hope we see the turning point and what time that came in, because look, even in such a tight position like this, oh, there it is, no more. That was beyond it. Wow. There was such a fast game. I didn't expect it to happen there.
Yep. That's the thing. When it comes down to these, tight choke points, that's when you can see Tron get maximum value from his abilities. Even Psuke, he's thinking, okay, technically choke points should work in our favor as well, considering the size of the lantern to begin with.
But the fact that they were dismantled piece by piece, the fact that Muimine just goes. Question. Should the target of the Hearthguard be Muimine like half the time? Often it's given to the heroes that don't need it. Often it's given to the heroes with extra shields anyways.
That's the thing. I don't know. It's a really tough call because you got a lot of different people. There's an argument that you could even put it on 10, but it just depends on the positioning during the team fight, the shape of the team fight, unfortunately.
It's another game loss for Harith. We both said it was a bad idea.
I agree. Again, we've been talking about this all throughout the wild cards. Harith was great before the changes, right? The fact that it requires a little bit more time for the Harith to get rolling is one of the main reasons why we don't see the Harith be as strong as it was before. But other than that, I really like the drafts coming in from Zeta. I think having the Jushin, the Angela Baxia combination, I thought that would be one of the pinnacles to how they would be able to get the early game. But man, Ruby in the gold for influence, I think that was the best adaptations that they could have in the drafts.
Oh, we did get it right that they were going for the Enchanter support.
Well, to a degree. I mean, Minotaur is a kind of like in-betweener. He kind of likes to bend the rules a bit.
Oh, then both of them. So, again, when you're this close to the final match in the wild card, again, one BO3 away from the BO5, you put everything out there.
Yeah. It's drafts again. I love this, right? Because we're now no longer seeing that much of a gap in terms of like micro abilities, but more so how the draft is going to be able to translate to the game itself. Because again, the first 3 picks from Zeta were very strong, but the adaptations coming in from Influence Rage were just the cherry on top to everything else, and we saw that easily executed into the game, and I think that's why we're seeing the rise in Minotaur more so, right?
I suppose here's the thing: as these teams and we start, in the wildcards, we start weeding out the weaker teams. The level of play increases, and therefore the margin of error reduces. So therefore, any little advantage that these teams can actually generate for themselves is actually, leaps and miles ahead of some if you've got the tech. So that's the thing, right? How much can you min-max, whether in-game or outside of the game?
What do you think could have been adapted coming from Zeta? Do you think
Don't ban the Lapuk. Should have got rid of the CC. I think that was like a blaring mistake.
Yeah, Junichi was the shining beacon even when they were losing. So maybe find a way to give Junichi a winning matchup. And then, contrary to Micro not being an element anymore that we should fix, I think the gold lane in Zeta Division still has to be taken care of. You have to really focus on that.
Muiminette?
He needs a little help.
That's why the Diggy worked for them, right? It's very case specific.
Because it makes up for it.
unfortunately, I think that's what we're looking at, right? I think he needs a little bit more support. Maybe even just the mental aspect of knowing someone is in the lane with you might be that game changer for Zeta. So we're gonna see whether or not these adaptations come into play for game number 2, because we are gonna go on a short break. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everyone, from that short break. Still watching the wildcards here at MSC x EWC 2025. Now, match number 2. Already at match point here for Influence Rage. And the big question, can the Japanese region, the Japanese team in Zeta Division remain calm, collected, and stoic to maybe look for a reverse sweep as their elimination is imminent? We're back here on the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside Leo as well as Gideon. Boys, we talked a little bit about adaptations coming into game numero uno. Ni. Numero ni.
Wow, she's just mixing all of the languages. No one's happy.
Half the region understands somewhat of what you're saying.
I'm trying. But yeah, let's go back to these adaptations. Drafts once again. Influence Rage, how do they close things off? Or did you think that the drafts coming in was already really good?
Well, I mean, obviously there's some places that it could be polished. I think it really came down to the in-game decision-making to turn it around more than anything else, which Zeta Division can take advantage of, right? Because now this gives us a rough idea of what the priority is if they are on blue side. It's information. Jushin, they want to go for double marksman. Baxia needs to either be taken or banned away.
And that's easy to read because even we saw it coming, right? Oh, triple marksman, but technically it wasn't triple marksman, it was 131. And then, the reason why they're doing this is because they want to steal it away. So what if they switch it up completely? What if they allow the Zushin? Because again, Zushin given to Chan isn't 100% win, right?
Yep.
You can still stop it from getting the support it needs in the Angela in the second phase. I don't think Influence Rage is going to do that, not so bluntly, even if going for the win, even going for the sweep. So in my opinion, again, go back to their fundamentals because I think that's where Zeta Division lost out on. They have to focus on themselves. They have to employ Mushin no Shin. mind without mind. They have to focus on a state of flow and play their game.
By the way, I mean, speaking of a state of flow, for the past few days, we have been seeing people come into the venue, but not as loud as this.
Hey.
STC Gaming Hall is filled with fans from, I believe, Influence Rage.
Oh yeah, they've brought out the flags. They've already come on to show their support for their team, and you are looking at the key that they are hopefully going to hold up by the end of the wild cards. And I love the energy that's coming into the arena because of that. Hopefully that's going to give the advantage that Influence Rage are looking for because, again, in MPL Latam, they are loud there.
Oh yeah, no, our good friends here watching Gabro, he's a talent for MPL Latam. He knows, he brought these folks and he's leading the charge and cheering. So that is what Zeta Division are going up against. So again, they have to really internalize their focus. They have to focus on themselves and not be intimidated by this army of fans behind Influence Rage.
I would say so, right? This army. I mean, they were all smiles
They're also
earlier
purple.
on. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Again, match point drafting phase will begin here for game number 2. Gideon, Leo, take us through once more.
Okay, Zeta's still on the play, and they're banning in a very similar pattern.
They're going to set up this puzzle once more. This is the karakuri that we need to see from Zeta Division, a traditional way to puzzle make against Influence Rage. I mean, it really came down to the in-game more than anything else. In terms of the draft, it's not like Zeta Division were going too far away from the meta. It just came down to the moment-to-moment in the game itself. But let's streamline it a little bit more, right? If we're following the exact same pattern, a couple of adjustments that could have been made. Number one, can we start switching up that Angela? Do we need a disengage mechanic? That way, if our opponents try to do the same thing, we also have a way to kind of back up and say, hey, we're cutting our losses here.
So you're saying, give Kani the Matilda.
Give Kani a Matilda, give Kani maybe even a Gatot.
Or just run it back, give Kani a Diggy.
Honestly,
that's also a disengage.
I mean, it's one of the best disengages in the game, and especially a natural counter to the Minotaur. A motivational roar, time bomb, again and again and again. I mean, the damage is also pretty relevant in these fights.
Oh no, but it might not fly because the answer to the Zushin opener is not a Yisenshin Kimi, but instead a Baksha Kimi. So even now, Rage might walk away with both sides of the coin that was flipped in game 1. They might even set up their own Angela lineup, unless, oh man.
I would hope not.
What if Zeta does it again?
What if Zeta does it again? But I feel like Black Jaxie's already going into the superset here, right? He's trying to make sure that it's going to be difficult. He's trying
pushing for 405.
He's pushing for 405, a new PB. And for Influence Rage, I think this is a very good setup from Influence Rage. You take away the counter pick as well. Oh, we're going back to the classics here. Moskov, okay, sure. But the Hayabusa maybe could find opportunities to take out Chan on the Kimi.
Not going to do much against the Baksha, though.
No.
So I guess they're taking points of Mushinoshin. Again, flow. Like they're going to play what they know, and they're going to play how they play. The odds be damned. Like they don't care. Like they we'll just do this. And this makes sense. The double pickup on the Zushin does two things. Number one, it takes it away from Chan. Number two, it allows for them to control mid to maybe alleviate pressure on Muimine, which is on the Moskov, which I still... He has 2 wins on the Moskov.
That's the thing. He has 2 wins on the Moskov. It's just the laning phase that's been the biggest problem. We see the Lapu Lapu get locked in for the side of Influence Rage. Kind of an interesting selection here, especially when within the first rotation. But now we need to see the banning for potential counter picks. And I think one of which they need to start thinking of here for the side of Influence Rage is you've got the Kimi, you've got good tanks, you've got a decent amount of damage. The question is, what is your support? And looking on the side of Zeta, they're like, we don't like you having these pick-off style compositions. Therefore, does Kaja come into play?
First, the Franco. You gotta ban the Franco first because the Kalia, the Cho are already out of the picture. So, Coach Tink, Zeta, they have to ban the Franco. And then maybe ban the Angela.
I feel like they're going to do that again. I mean, Zeta has shown that they're following the exact same pattern, especially in the first rotation of the bans.
Yep. And for Rage, again, they're playing their own game. All they can do is just take away key picks from Zeta Division, taking away Junichi's Masha.
I like this a lot. It does go to show that maybe they're going to flex this Boxia depending on how Zeta Division completes their composition at the very end. Like you called it, the Angela is going to get banned out this time round. They are playing for their own game.
And they don't have a gold laner just yet, Influence Rage, so I think Zeta should ban out the Irithel there.
Is Irithel the worst? 1-1 Bruno is already gone. Are we worried about the Granger's long range? I suppose that it could slow them down.
No, we haven't seen Granger in a while.
We haven't seen Granger in a hot second.
It's been like 20 hours since we last saw Granger.
It's losing, dropping down. People are selling its stocks.
So, Coach Blackjacks, one more red 5 ban here. Zeta Division with bated breath, assuming they'll attack more roamers. Franco, again, that's my guess here. That's got to be the blue 5 Franco ban. CC, Junichi's pick.
Bit odd. A little odd now that you've already got Lapu Lapu on your side. But okay, fair enough. They want to make sure that at least Junichi is going to feel a little uncomfortable now that it's not going to be that easy to jump into that backline in the first place. And any other hero at this point who will look to dive has to deal with the Toys Poissons coming in from Boxia. You know, just the residue alone. Oh, Yuzong's not going to get as much value from his passive. Even Arlet as well with the Vengeance.
And they're thinking that far in. We've yet to see a Yuzhong, which we've been alluding to for so long now. But Zeta, again, if this isn't the Franco, they might have plans for it. Does Kani know how to play a Franco? Oh, no.
Ooh, they're leaving it open.
They could have picked the Matilda too, but instead they don't.
That's rather surprising. I guess they don't want to... Do they not want to lose value from their battle spells, I suppose? No, it wouldn't make sense. Let's see what Influence Rage comes here, because this red 4th pick is going to be devastating for them, right? If it's going to be, let's say, the Franco, it has a really good combination with the Kimi at the very least. It's not going to get as much pressure, depending on whether or not he has that Iron Hook off a cooldown.
They can just Irithel here. Irithel red 4, and then leave the roam up to 5. Paquito can just flex from there.
Okay, I like that. I like that. At least it gives more flexibility for the Boxia.
For the whole lineup.
That's good. That's a good idea. 5 more seconds and Ruby gets put in. Where does it go in? We don't know.
Also still does not reveal anything. So we'll say that much. Zeta Division, it's now down to them. This could be the final 2 picks they make in all of their run in MSC Wildcard if this goes sideways, because they are fighting for tournament life right now. Rage at match point. Still do not have an XP laner nor a roamer.
What do they do at this point? There's no decent matchups for the EXP. It's pretty dead in the waters.
Gatot is still out there.
Gatot is okay.
Kani's played that.
It's true, but Influence Rage don't necessarily want to group up. They want to have a kill squad, and then everybody else is looking for off angles.
Phovius is still available.
It's available, but I don't think there's enough dashes.
Not yet.
2 dashes, technically. Well,
not yet.
3.
Yeah. The Ruby might not be. Again, you're answering just for the Ruby. So we do get the Gatot and the glue. If I'm not mistaken, this is Junichi's first glue.
Oh, I don't know how to feel about this draft, Leo. They've got the disengage mechanic that they were looking for, and I think it makes a lot of sense. One dives, another one's looking to peel, and then if you're off angle, you get pulled in by the I'm offended. Doesn't matter when you have the AOG working for you.
Zeta might have without minded a little too much. I don't know if this is just a throw caution to the wind kind of lineup and just say, boys, just pick what's comfortable. We'll play our way there. Or this really is just what's left in the tank. They didn't want to put too much garnish on it. Influence Rage. We still don't know where this Ruby's going. We have seen Roam Ruby in the past, and using Shin. So it is a gold lane Ruby.
It is a gold lane Ruby one more time, especially when you're up against that Moskov. At least this Ruby, it's like, all right, yeah, sure, we've got 2 scaling heroes on our side. I can heal back off of the wave, and if you make a single mistake, you're in a lot of trouble.
Man, you got to get up to Fury to be able to play a fighter in this current metagame wherein triple marksman lineups are possible. He's the one who plays fighters. He's a fighter Fury.
He is fighter Fury, and I think that at this point, it's quite the risk to actually pull it off. I mean, he did it in game number 1. We need to have some faith coming into game number 2 that he's going to find that one I'm offended that wins him the game.
If y'all are thinking it's a fluke, he's going to go ahead and do it again, take pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up into game number 2. Another Ruby gold lane here. for Influence Rage, unless they swerve us. It's very much possible. But the fact of the matter is, this is match point. Zeta Division are fighting for tournament life. They're holding on for all hope. The world is watching, and these Japanese underdogs want to prove themselves here and now. Confirmed, it is a gold lane Ruby indeed.
All right, momentum on the side of Influence Rage as we kick off this game. We see orange buff starts here. Oh, sorry, no, it's actually a leash. I keep thinking the box here is the jungler, but it's not. It's Yishun Shin. It's going to be a fast leash for the side of Influence Rage to rush level 4 as soon as possible. Both buffs already secured. For the invade with the help of Kimmy.
Let's see. They are going towards the Little Wanderer here, converging on a small camp near the orange. Yep, they're doing it!
And they want to do it as quickly as possible. They even got Fury involved here. They play on the strong side of their map. Fury is going to get pulled back, get chunked down, but it doesn't matter. It's Ruby. That spell vamp is just too valuable. Gold Crab falls into the hands of Hotun.
Pristine use of the Retribution cooldown. Use it in a buff camp and then saved it for that steal. Looking at the emblem builds here, in case you didn't get a good look at it in game number 1, it is a fighter emblem on Fury with hybrid defense and Festival of Blood alongside Brave Smite. So yeah, no, he just wants to out-sustain, fight, and then dismantle the battle lines of Zeta Division.
Yeah, warrior boots from the side of Fury. He understands what he's trying to do in this matchup. He wants this 1-1 to go as long as possible. Your autos don't mean nothing to me in the early stages of the game, even though Muminet decide to go for Master Assassin on top of it, right?
Yep, he's just going to deny the duel here by cutting the wave clean. He's all the way close to tier 2. Down bottom now, the turtle spawns upper corner. This is a fight waiting to happen here.
Yep, level 4 have not been achieved just yet. Yusuke does not have level 4, and right now Chana's getting maximum value as Fury's in. He can use his I'm offended, finds the back in the step. Yusuke is trying to get out. His first blood already achieved onto Kani.
And Kani did pop the Revitalize there to try and survive, but he can only do so much at level 3. First blood drawn plus the turtle. Influence Rage now 1,000 gold up.
Oh,
Junichi!
No. He's in trouble. He's going to get blasted down. Oh. Even with the Toy Boy Sons. Wait, hold on. He gets back in to pull him underneath the turret, Chan. He's here. He can't take that much damage. The Lantern Flare comes out, and Junichi finds revenge, taking out Pakitu underneath the tier 2.
That's the punish right there. Zeta Division finally on the board, but it was too little too late. All that attention that they had to give over to Paquito led into a turret take. So, or at least for Zeta Division, at least it's the XP lane. At least Moimine can still breathe.
And now, Bravest Fighter coming in from Chino, using it very early on. And all of this, so many interesting that they're willing to use these resources just for a Lethal Wanderer, right? It's these small incremental wins that's so important, specifically for junglers to get ahead of their competition.
And if you can bury Ten's Hayabusa, then all the more you're going to deny him these highlight plays. So far, economically speaking, Influence Rage still has the lead, given that they did convert into a turret, and that's permanent damage to your side of the map just 3.5 minutes in. Influence Rage, they're really using this is brotherly bond. The Mountain Shocker confirms where people are. The rollout confirms where you're allowed to rotate. And then Zeta Division just has to respond. This is way too fast for Zeta Division to try and get farm on Moimine so far. Like, that is the only thing I see them doing.
It's about tempo, it's about control, but I think that Zeta Division, if the situation does happen, they got to start pulling back to a choke point and then use Kani's AOG as a guaranteed disengage, right? It's better to lose just one person compared to losing 4 people in a fight.
That is if Influence Rage will fall for it. They are so focused on just running through the map, taking everything away from Zeta Division, including the second turtle of the game. 100% so far. Fury, his first item, going to be that War Axe.
I mean, Hotun right now, he's farming so much. Wait, hold on, Kani. Already on top of the correct target here. Paquito gets pulled on a backwards with Yogi Shadow Kill. Junichi finds Paquito, and now Kani manages to get out just in time. Gino, unfortunately, could not go further, could not find the kill back.
In an almost clairvoyant fashion, Kani AOG's out of the way from the SOD. Again, I couldn't tell if he was going to hit, but wait, look at this. Junichi coming in.
And now he's going to try and pull up back. No, John flickers just in time. 10 takes the shadow, and no, 1 HP, allowing Junichi to find the kill. However, Yotun finds one back. Paquito back into the fight. They're going to push out that mid wave, and 10 quickly finds his own purple buff.
Any sort of trade at this point for Zeta Division, any sort of presence they can make Influence Rage feel is going to help get attention away from Muimine. Mind you, 5 minutes in, there's nothing that Muimine has done. And I think that SOD missing might be a blessing in disguise. Because he could have gotten killed. Definitely could have gotten punished by Influence Rage now. Looking at the gold, he's just about, what, 100 gold down, 200 gold down from lane to lane. A majority of this farm really is in Hotun, over 10.
Yeah, EXP laners, slight leads there. But Hotun with a 1.2k lead, that's going to be really devastating for Zeta Division, because when you're dealing with Yi Shin, who is ahead in farm, he gets his items so much faster, you just feel like there's nothing you can do until you scale up yourself. And TKRas's haven't come in just yet. Actually, it might have been rushed by a couple. We'll have to see the item list later down the line. But for now, Junichi gets pulled in by the I'm Offended here. He still has the split. He's still in a good position. He's not going to die just yet. He's going to pull back Fury. Here comes the AOG, and they combo together perfectly. John now looking for some revenge. Going to take out Connie first. While we do see the bravest fighter in the backline, Yusuke goes down next. Hotun is able to find him.
The late entry Yi Shin enough to punish Zeta Division's overextension. And again, that's how bad it is right now for the Japanese squad. Is overextension means just getting out from tier 1 range. Influence Rage scores their third turtle, 100% take rate for these neutral objectives. Sure, it is a 4-4. Sure, Zeta Division are now threatening kills, but it's all Influence Rage. Everything from Zeta Division has just been, but what, a Hail Mary play? A hope of a pickoff? Influence Rage, they're calling the shots.
They are calling the shots, and you can see how far they hit. Even Chino is deciding, hey, I don't even need the War Axe this time. Give me the Hunter Strike first, and then I'm going to build into my tank items. Just the components, right? He's got the pants. He's also got the... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, Yusuke Solo doesn't die just yet. Oh, John flickers for it, and he's going to get another one. Paquito is going to seal that away. Oh, a good taunt there. Nicely played by Fury to deny 10 the animation of the shadow kill. Chino tries, uses his flicker, resources spent.
And all this while, now 7.5 minutes in, we've been keeping tabs on Muimine. Oh, 10!
He's chunked, but that's going to be mid-tier, one of the most important structure on the map.
Dangerous. The only response for Zeta Division is still to stay the course, get farm on Muimine, stay down there in bottom lane. Influence Rage, this hungry beast, they seem to just only be paying attention to mid, top, and wherever the major objective is. Muimine, my child, you can still farm up.
He's the investment here. He's Zeta Division's everything right now. It's the only way they can actually win this game at the very end. But notice, so many blade armors are being purchased. Sure, if we all group up together and you pierce through 4 of us, you're going to be taking more damage than you can even imagine.
The Influence Rage are prepared for the coming of the one.
Oh!
And they get the one, Muimine!
What a play! And now the backline getting attacked as Junichi tries to cut them off. The Oki Shadow Kill is good enough for Fury, but underneath the tier 2, they can't get any more than this.
Gold laner trade here. Zeta Division, as painful as it is to lose Muimine even before he was ready to go, at least they got Fury. At least they got Fury. But really, what Zeta Division need to do, if they can do this, if they can kill Hotun, then we can start talking. But as it is, they're saying that a 5,000 gold lead. Junichi and Kani, what are they trying to do here? Chino's not having any of it.
Oh, he quickly uses the bravest fight to get out of there. 30 seconds on his flicker, and Junichi knows he's out of position. He's in some trouble here. Rage Blade already on top of him, and now the Traction Pulse fight too. The SOD does connect. He wants John. He gets him. Muimine tries to outplay, but Hotun is just too far ahead. 3-for-1 in favor of Influence Rage.
Surrounded and smothered by the 4 remaining members of Influence Rage. Again, the key was to find Hotun. But Muimine still said, you know what? It's something.
It's something.
Went for Chan and lost himself along the way. 3-for-1, the trade on paper, plus the Lord Influence Rage scores the first big one. They're going to be pushing in, getting rid of all of these outer turrets. Zeta Division, looking at the farm. Yeah, there's a lot of money on Muimine. Actually, the most money out of all of Zeta Division on Muimine, but what are they doing with that? That's the question.
I mean, the problem is, even though he's got the most money, he doesn't have the Trinity built just yet. He's just a little off from getting the DHS. And once he gets it, at least he'll be able to deal with people like Paquito. And then you have to start thinking, how many stacks does he need to actually provide some real value in these team fights? Because a lot of it just comes down to, hey, I'm just out healing you. I'm just out damaging you. We're not going to give you the time to find that consistency.
And not to mention the firepower difference across the board. You're still looking at Chan. Chan is just as legit a threat as any, as Hotun. When you're staring down Influence Rage, when they make a push, which they are doing right now, bottom lane tier 2 gone, mid lane up next once this chubby wave comes through. Purple is going to get stolen away, but wait, the concealed play. Who are they looking for? All right, false rotation. 10!
Oh, he's going to use the Oki Shadow Kill to try and clear up that wave. A good idea, but Influence Rage respond perfectly. The Holy Defense going to collapse as well as the second waves are looking top and bottom. Zeta Division have to make a choice in Influence Rage. Say, come down bot side. No, they clear up these waves. Don't worry. We just got to chill for a second. We're 10 minutes going into the 11th minute. Hotun, he's just been crop farming the entirety of the map. It's working out perfectly for Influence Rage.
His pants are real tight. He's got bills on bills in them trousers. Influence Rage pops the Mountain Shocker. They know where everyone is. Traction Pulse on a Junichi.
It's good. He might need to go and reset off of this. Quad Shadow comes in. AOG deep in the background, but it gets cancelled out. Tusuke forced to use the Lantern Flare. Influence Rage are playing this perfectly. They don't get the inhibitor, but they've got the resources.
7,000 ahead. More than that. 8,000 gold between Zeta Division and Influence Rage. 10. He is farming up, yes, but look at him on the damage rankings. He's literally on the lower half. He's not died, yes, but he's also not getting any farm.
I think Influence Rage has played this game too near perfectly, right? Track where 10 is early on. Attack Yusuke, then turn and converge on Muyominette once we get into the mid to the late game. This has been planned out from beginning to the end. Blackjacks, he's got his superset here.
Coach Blackjacks, he's going for the 405 now, going for the elimination. The 2-0 Eminent, stealing away the orange buff, further starving Zeta Division. 10, he's been using Shadow Kill, for the past 2 minutes now just to clear waves? That's how dire it has been for Zeta Division. And I was just about to say, here's another painful truth to swallow for Zeta Division. They have really bad wave clear.
They have extremely bad wave clear. The only person who can technically do that is Muyominette. And even then, he can barely walk up to the wave in the first place. We saw what that looks like down by mid inhibitor. Here comes the conceal though. Turtle Ball lands onto Connie. They want to force out the AOG. Traction Pulse, nope. AOG out. SOD does land. Junichi, he's thinking about it. Does he take it? No. They back away. They take their time. Slow and steady.
They gotta count their blessings. Thank their stars that Influence Rage has their conceal on cooldown. If it was off of cooldown, best believe they would have engaged. Zeta Division, able to use their kit, their ults, their resources, they're revitalized just to survive. And this is no dance. This is a stomp.
Bravest fighter already from Chino. As they're going to try Junichi, and he can't seem to get anybody. Cha takes him out. And now, with the Oki Shadow Kill all out, Zitens, he's going to try and steal it. 10 gets it at the very end. A double for John. Zeta might have just bought themselves an extra 4 minutes.
They may have lost out on the trade. 10 gave his life away, but he said to the high heavens, let me have this Lord. Let us steal it away to try and play for a late game comeback. Junichi and 10 for the Lord will save at least a base for Zeta Division. Influence Rage want to punish hard. Down
they've
goes
got to
mid
do
and
it.
top.
They've got to find out Fury. Flickers forward with the Alvin Vengeance. Tula Yota takes him out. AOG is the spawn from the Lord comes to block the minion push. Traction Pulse. But Todd, he's got to deal with this. The glue is on top of him. Flickers out of the way. It might just be a little too late. The waves is there. Dusuke's going to try his best, but 10 needs to deal with the problem. 10 gets on out of there. Still John alive. Junichi, he's trying his best, but he's going to get gunned down, and that is going to be it. 14-7. Influence Rage tries to close out this game, but the waves are not there.
The wave, the only one left is the top lane, and Pasuke and 10 can take care of it. It's not over till it's over.
They are saved by the bell. Zeta Division, bring it back. 9-15 so far. 14 minutes into this game. They've got their 4 minutes.
And a massive swing at that. Finally, they are able to take down Hotun. A shutdown. Muyominette gets it on Chino. Oh, presses it.
He takes it.
A little perilous, don't you think? But here comes Kani and Pisuke.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
wow. Where is this? Where is this bravery coming from? This may be misplaced.
I don't know, but it feels like a blood-curdling scream in-game. They're trying their best to find any kind of advantage against Influence Rage, but they're not giving it to them. Influence Rage, take one step back. You can take as many structures as you want. We've already hit max build, and now 10 might be in some trouble. Quad Shadow to get on out of there. It's a push and pull.
15 minutes in. A roller coaster of emotions in that defense. Zeta Division holding on for dear life. A minute until the Lord spawns lower quarter. Junichi here gets hit by a traction pulse. Forced to spread. Paquito jumping in. Will they be able to catch him? Here comes the AOG!
I mean, the AOG collapses onto 2. The frontliners don't mind taking damage. Quickly moves away. Muiminette getting on top of Paquito. He's lost 50%. Brave is 5 coming. Chino flanks forward. He's going to try for the range play. No! He gets him! Chino and Chan find a kill of their own, and Chan is unstoppable. Paquito still alive with a sliver of HP. Double for Chan, and now they're looking for the end game. Oh, wait! Hold on! 10 getting right on top of Hotun. Finds him. Does he still have his ult? No, he does. And finally collapses. That's all the members. But Busuke, he's all by himself, and he can't clear this wave.
Pisuke defending for dear life, but I believe that's going to be it.
That's a GG. Well played. The last to fall. Zeta Division put it all on the line, but Influence Rage comes out on top.
The wildcard reps out of MPL Latam are moving up to the crossover match, the next stage in the wildcard. GG, well played to Zeta Division. What a reintroduction to Japanese MLBB.
And again, you could tell it was quite a hectic match, but all smiles from across the board. That's the most fun that these teams are going to have before the main event itself. It's frustrating, but that's the nature of competition.
Despite the brutality and the savagery put on display in the battlefield, I've yet to see a more wholesome post-match handshake and congratulations between two competitors in a while. Zeta Division, happy to be here. Great to see them in competition, and I can tell you, even if they lost this best 3, even if they have become eliminated, they had fun.
With that being said, that means the hopes and dreams of Latam are still alive to maybe get a second representative into the group stage of MSC if they can just get through the next challenge. That's 2 elimination matches out of the way.
And we only have the crossovers left. You know what? That match was so good, I'd love to see it again. It felt like it went the distance. I know it ended about 17 minutes, give or take. They definitely bought time for themselves, Zeta Division, with that Lord Steal. But there were so many beats, there were so many chapters to this long journey that Zeta Division went on, going up against Influence Rage. Again, they're still the underdogs here.
They still were the underdogs. Influence Rage were the favored ones to win this match in the first place, but you could see the heart coming out from Zeta Division. Despite the odds being stacked against them, they made intelligent decisions in the game to try and staunch this bleeding.
And here as early as, what, 6 minutes? 7 minutes, the writing was on the wall. It was clear that if they were not going to kill Hotun, if they were going to take care of Chan, it was over. But even then, even in the face of imminent defeat, Ten said, you know what, as long as I got my retribution off of cooldown and I have my trusty Hayabusa, miracles can occur.
It's so ridiculous how many neutral objectives he has stolen. A crazy amount in these past couple of games. Just goes to show there is more room to grow for the Japanese region as a whole for the MLBB esports space. But at the same time, how can you not be excited for what is to come the next time they hit an international?
There is promise and potential in the reintroduced Japanese MLBB. I'm excited to see them in M7.
I'm excited to see them in M7. Oh, but we got to sing the praises of our current winners. Chan, oh my goodness. This man, he's deadly. He's dangerous. There's a reason why he got a savage yesterday.
I love Chan. There's a special place in my heart for the Latino Savage, but I'm also impressed with Fury. He is the only fighter gold lane
so far that we know of in wildcards. There's still more time. Who knows? Who knows?
Hey, but to be the first.
But to be the first is always great.
Hey, Eterna, who do you like from that matchup? Who are your eyes on?
Hotun.
Just say it like
Just
She answered my question. Like that's how a
Am I
conversation
wrong?
works.
You're not wrong.
That's how a
Was that
conversation
wrong?
works, right? I ask, you answer, and then
Did I do something wrong, guys?
Don't worry. I'm just glad the cameras were on us. We're gaslighting her, but don't worry about it. Either way, I mean, considering how the match actually went and turned out, I feel like I don't know about you, but like thoughts on first Zeta Division and then afterwards for Influence Rage.
I felt a roller coaster, honestly, in that particular game because I thought that maybe Zeta Division, with the draft that they were given, that would be the groundbreaking moment where maybe they might be able to force a game number 3. But Influence Rage, just every single member on that team, you know, there's an argument to be made about everyone, right? Hotun, Chan, you guys mentioned it earlier on. Fury as well. Even Chino had his moments. It feels like in this particular game, that's when we really saw just like the gap of performance and execution. That's a personal opinion from me. Other than 10, I think 10 tried his best to prolong the game. We saw that crazy anime moment once again from him. But it's just Influence Rage and, you know, the fan buff is just too much, I think, in this game.
Fans played a big role here to keep
They were
Influence
really
Rage.
loud.
They were. You can hear it from the back as well.
I can.
That's fun.
I loved it. I loved it.
I felt Solatam. They're
Sola
nearby.
Tom right now.
They're literally right here, like within a few feet away from us.
They're still there. I'm kidding.
They're probably going to be cheering on to that
Yeah,
team. They're waiting in the back. They're like, come on,
They'll be
let's
back
get out
later.
of here.
That's why I think, looking at the performance from Influence Rage today, their match against Rare Atom, I believe, that's going to be explosive.
That's right. That's their crossover best of 3. Whoever wins that moves on to the best of 5. But up next is going to be Virtus Pro versus the Mongols.
It's going to be a good time here. Again, I'm surprised after, you know, dropping a couple of games from the side of the Mongols that maybe that my predictions were going to be wrong. But the fact that they have to face up against Virtus Pro, who I think is cut above the rest, we'll see. We've got to roll the dice.
I'm so VP right now.
You're so VP.
You're so ECA.
I'm so VP. I'm so ECA, guys. Because legit, I was actually kind of second guessing myself because as we were doing our predictions for who gets that final slot into the group stages of MSC, I was looking at your prediction. I was like, I'm so VP, but why is everyone not on VP?
Because there were a lot of questions prior to VP
True.
performing. Again, there were weird patterns in the way they were playing, even in their own qualifier, even in MCC. So now that they've proven us all wrong, and even with the injection of a new jungler, my boy, the Nightmare, I think I would also like to say I'm very VP, even all the way into the final five. Like I believe that as much as I love the Mongols, I think they're going all the way. I think they're going to play in the best of 5 and maybe even win.
Oh, do you agree with this?
I got to stand my ground. I made an early prediction. I got to stand my ground.
What was
if I
your
back out
prediction?
now, I was going to say Mongols, that we're going to make it out of the wild cards. But VP, they've definitely surprised me. And considering the weird factors that we talked about, the fact that they're playing with a slightly different draft system, and not to mention not having their initial jungler and after playing with Andori, the Nightmare, your boy, I thought maybe that was enough to maybe, you know, shake it up a little bit.
Help me with one thing. Ask what Abstract thinks after this break, because he is going to come on before we get into game number 3. Unfortunately, yet another elimination match, and we will be seeing who will go forward. And with that, we're going to throw to a break. You guys are watching the MSC Wildcards. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. The wild cards continue here today. We now go over to the crossover matchup here at the wild card at the 2025 Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Glad to have you guys here. My name is Getting Q. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm going to be your desk host here today. But with our upcoming matchup being as exciting as it is, let me introduce you to our casters. It's Abstract and as well as Leo at the helm to keep you guys entertained. Abstract, I got to ask you the important questions here. What do you think about our upcoming matchup here? What do you think about VP as well as the Mongols?
That's a very good question. I will hit you with another question. No, sorry. Wait, what was the question again? Between these two teams?
Yeah, how do you feel about matchup?
Honestly, when it comes down to influence rate, I'm glad. I'm happy to see that they have been coming up with very different ways of playing, and of course, having Fury readjust damage from Fury to Chan with their Ruby Gold. I think that this adds on a new dynamic to what influence rate has. So it's another question to Virtus Pro, if whether they have dealt with this before. Yes, they have got global ban that they have played with the Brave Draft and all, but are they ready for this kind of change during game?
That's assuming they face off each other in the next stage, because right now we're about to witness Virtus Pro versus the Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, everybody, that it's time to celebrate a decade of greatness of the at the Esports Awards. We're nominated for 3 awards, by the way. 3 of them. MLBB for, MLBB for, let me just double check my here. MLBB for Esports Game of the Decade, M5 World Championship for Esports Live Event of the Decade, and Muntun for Publisher of the Decade. So, I mean, something to keep in mind for you all. Go onto their website. Go vote for us. Please. All right, guys, we need to talk about this upcoming game, right? Because this is where it's going to start to get a little exciting for most people, because now we're coming into the latter half of the tournament.
Second stage.
This is where it's going to become really, really difficult. The margin of error is very small.
It's tight.
It's very tight.
It's tight. And in these tight spaces is exactly where you're going to see teams flex. And I'm so glad to see Mongols earlier flex because when we opened up broadcast, they played the Estes. I'm a big fan. How does Virtus Pro respond? Does Pluto have something to clap back with? Can Andoryu share more about the Estes, given that he does come from the land of Ube, from the Philippines? He's the import for Virtus Pro, alongside Badgot, Bober, and Super Gorka.
Yep. I'm really looking forward to how Andoryu is going to play this, right? I mean, he has the moniker as the nightmare, right? Season 14, kill lead, and all back-to-back MVP for the wildcard games thus far. So honestly, I'm just looking at zoning on him, right? The rest of the teams the rest of the players from Virtus Pro, they are not too particularly afraid about changes when Andoryu joined into the fray, because he actually does have a very similar hero pool to the previous jungler.
It's very deep. Him and Zar Egoist. And I like how he's not selfish about sharing information. We'll talk about that later. They're facing off against the Mongols, who were in action earlier. Again, another revelation. Shenlin, the leader, the Mongolian Franco, apparently has a back pocket Estes.
So not only the fact that he can play Franco, they are more than prepared to play the Ube game. I want to really look at Shenlin throughout this entirety. Just zoom in onto Shenlin. What are the ways that's going to change things about?
Hey, speaking about zooming into Shenlin, it looks like the draft is about to begin. We're keeping it quick here at the wildcards. We want to see who's going to be moving on to that next stage. So as the draft is going to come on by, I will leave you with this question. Are we going to see a battle of the supports? It's Abstract and Leo for the draft and the game. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Gideon. Going into the draft, we're about to see whether Virtus Pro goes into the play or they'll be on the draw here, picking 2 after the bans, because they've had a good amount of success either way. If anything, they're more comfortable in blue. They've won 3 of their 5 games out of blue, and only lost 1 in red. So I would guess Coach Fly Solo would feel comfortable doing that.
Yep. So honestly, at this point in time, all about the drafting, at least for me, right? I want to identify the patterns. I want to see what they have gotten so far. Day 1, lots of Uranus games, but day 2 is not gonna be that way, right? They weren't given an opportunity. In fact, I think all the teams in day 2 didn't have any opportunity to play a Uranus at all.
Uranus is so scarce right now. I can't remember the last time I seen him all day long. Again, prior it was 20 hours and counting, alongside Granger. Him and Granger, but more because Uranus gets banned.
Yes.
Granger just totally
It's not fell off.
He was forgotten, man. He's literally Woody in that Toy Story meme. It's like, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Oh, man. But why, though? That is the question. Is it just because of the fact that Irithel does so much more than what a Granger wants? Or
Her payoff is easier to... It's more palpable.
easier to execute as well, perhaps?
I wouldn't say easier to execute. It's still much safer to play from range as the Granger, but
Right.
I'd say her damage output is more... You feel the payoff sooner and more... It's a more concrete damage output.
Okay.
It's much faster if you're able to get there. So now, can confirm, it is a Virtus Pro on the play here. Mongo's answering back. You see the Matilda. Oh, they were watching prior. Because again, Shenlin also shown us that he also has a Matilda.
So what's it gonna be like with the very first band onto the Boxer as well as the Matilda? One thing that we always want to see so far is like top pick heroes, top band heroes as such. Juicin have been making quite a bit of appearance from the previous few series.
She just skyrocketed in priority.
Yeah, I think ever since that we saw that Angela plus the Juicin combination, people are starting to really regard this Juicin to the highest of extent. Especially for, I suppose, Mongols. I think that they will want to kind of look at Juicin more.
Yep, in the previous games they played against Legion Esports, they gave the Zushin. So maybe, just maybe, in case they don't want to force it onto Bober, they ban they let the Zushin through, prioritize the Kimi, because Bober plays Kimi a lot. We'll see where this goes. In that regard, the 1-1 gets banned here by Virtus Pro. The Uranus, still nowhere to be found. Coach Buyo don't want it here. Nowhere near this match.
No light of the day for our boy Uranus. No annoyance all across the board.
You know, if he keeps getting banned, I'm going to say I'm start missing him.
Don't say that.
I usually don't like him in the... I don't like him in the metagame, right? Like him being such a high prio, I'm going to start missing him. There's the Franco, Shenlin's specialty Franco.
Yep. Maybe they will want to perhaps take a look a bit more into and tackle more onto Andoryu, right? Because these two heroes are heroes that Andoryu can and would play. So moving on forward, jungle heroes, Yi Sun Shin.
Yep.
Not seen the ban just yet. Mongols might look at that for the last one.
Given that Yi Sun Shin is often paired with a Zetian these days,
yeah,
I can see how that could be. But mind you, Kalia is still at large.
Oh, right, you're right.
We usually see Kalia banned out this early. Lapu-Lapu also left out in the open. We're waiting to see if this is going to be another Andoryu ban, but no, it's instead the other half of that combo.
Okay.
No Zetian. So wait.
So they don't mind giving the Yi Sun Shin to VP, but on the other side, they would want to pick up that Kalia for themselves.
Yep. They're setting up such a powerful trade here. No matter what happens, Mongols walks away with 2 solid picks.
Oh.
Now, there it is, the aforementioned Kimi in the hands of Bober. Mongols, they can go Kalia something. There's no boxes, so the healing is pure. The healing is all there.
Yep. So if they want to look at more of their pick-off kind of category.
Zushin something?
I would like more of a Farsa.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. A little bit more damage in the early stages, less utility kind of thing.
So it's one or the other, really, now. You pick the Zushin or the Farsa. The fact that both are available means they're not going to rush it.
Oh,
they
yeah,
can
you don't
pick
have
two,
to. Yeah.
Pick two something else.
The Kimi has already been picked from VP, so yes, that is absolutely fair. Unless they want to prioritize a bit more onto the XP role, right? Allowing Mumu to pick up the Lapu-Lapu. That's also one thing that they can go for.
Never mind.
Oh.
This is such a stark difference to how Mongols were prioritizing in game
pick.
number 1. Rather, in their series earlier today against Legion Esports. They pick up the Farsa and the Gatot.
Okay, I don't mind that. At least if they don't give VP that opportunity for playing the Gato to kind of cancel all the Farsa, but there are still a lot of other answers that VP can look into to deal with the Farsa. They can have high grounds, or maybe not high ground a bit more, unless they want the Kimi to go gold, so at least leave that a bit still more ambiguous to the second stage, right?
Kimi gold ain't happening, man. I'd give a 5% chance of this going into the
Fair enough.
gold, because we've never seen it. There's no precedent of Kimi going gold, even in the larger regions, right? They always put it in mid. So now, Virtus Pro closes up their first phase with a Yi Sun Shin in the jungle, clearly. And then an Arlo, which I don't know. Is this a bad caught Arlot, or will it be a Pluto Arlot?
That would depend on where the Garukacha goes to, right? Since Garukacha can XP, can roam as well, still got a lot of ambiguous kind of playstyles for both of these two teams. But one thing's for sure, though, it will be a triple marksman.
Mongols got Phoveus here.
Huh?
They left Phoveus out.
Oh.
So if you do that, you force the Arlet into roam.
Yes.
And you're calling the shots for Virtus Pro from red.
And you're not too bad having a Garukacha in roam. In fact, we actually see that a lot more often than the Garukacha XP.
You know, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5 Gatots are in the roam these days, but it looks like they'll be arming Zetsu first.
Oh.
This is Zetsu's Hayabusa, now into the second phase banning. Just get her, unless they're willing to let Virtus Pro ban the Phoveus themselves.
I think that might be the direction.
Because if that happens, then you confirm, Virtus wants to put Arlet in the XP.
Mm-hmm. If that's going to be the case, then okay, that's one answer, or rather one thing that they have an answer to. But VP, naturally, when I look at having an Arlet and having a Kimi, it just generally just yells to me that they want to play for teamfight. As much as possible, just go for a death ball. As such, having a roamer that allows them to zone people out, such as the Farsa, is ultimately going to be real important. However, the amount of roamers that allows them to do that is kind of small aside from a Minotaur.
Yep, which has seen a resurgence.
Yes.
Minotaur has slowly turned into a in-demand hero. Legion Esports played it earlier today, lost with it. And then earlier today, it was played by Influence Rage, if I'm not mistaken.
For today's games?
Yep. Paquito played it and scored an elimination over Zeta Division. Again, these matches happen so fast. We've had 2 sweeps so far today.
I can't even remember the fact that they had two sweeps, right? It feels as though we are just on the second series and all, but this is the third series already. Every single series, we are sending someone home. So let's not forget about that, right? This is Lifeline for one of them.
So Virtus Pro brands out the Iritel because they're not so sure yet exactly what they're sending into the gold lane, what Mongols will allow on the clapback. So now we are looking at one more ban. There's a Moskov, so they don't want to play coast to coast. Mind you, the Angela is still at large, so we don't know what Virtus Pro is thinking here.
I still have an idea that if they really want to play for Death Ball, since they want the guy kind of go for tit for tat, since Mongols also have that Garukacha and the Farsa, a part of me just thinks that if they really want to play for choke points, just kind of go all the way through. It's not going to be a great idea, especially since there is the AOG into the Zaman Force, because if anything, if they want to all in, that's the Harif and the Minotaur. I'm not a fan of that, but we have seen a lot of Harif the past few days.
And none of them won. I'll say maybe carry. You know, we've seen Super de Gorka play the carry once against Influence Rage, won with it. So it depends on how many more tanks show up for the Mongols, then maybe they can rock the carry. And here, finally, we see Granger. Hey, missed you, buddy.
Finally, as Granger into today's games. First Granger of today, right?
Yes.
Now VP, there is still one more pick over to the side of Mongols. They're gonna have to set everything in stone. They have to ensure that this final 2 pick will answer every question that they have against the side of Mongols.
We know as much that it's going to be a triple marksman, right? Unless
it's not confirmed, since
unless Super de Gorka doesn't sit well with Fury being the only side lane fighter.
Exactly. That will put like 3 side lane, it kind of balances things out, right? You have 3 front lines.
Still, yeah. But we don't know. Again, it's more likely that this is a triple marksman with a solid roam. And the roam is going to be the Arlet. We did try to allude to this earlier because, again, the Phoveus wasn't picked up by Mongols nor banned by Virtus Pro, and they get the Clint. This is the second Clint of all the wild cards so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Clint, considering that if they want an early pop-off hero, it would either be a Bruno or a Clint. I would say the Clint at least do have quite a good burst damage in the early stages. So instead of putting a Ruby for early game presence, a Clint in the early game presence is not too bad too.
Yeah, the Mongols have made a career out of beating Clint so far. Today specifically, they beat Legion Esports' Clint. That was Daylight that was playing it earlier. Still got swept, still lost. So now they close up the draft with a CC.
Oh.
So this is a Rome
Gatot.
Rome Gatot Kacha, yeah.
What's your idea about a CC drafted into a Phobias? Is it really that worth it?
Yeah, no, there's no real way for you to trigger that Infernal Pursuit. She doesn't dash.
Okay.
She jumps.
It kind of count. I mean, it's not too bad per se if everything is just manually triggered by the Phobias.
You would still be attacking en masse and life stealing more. So, looking at that, again, I think there's a potential for Mongols to win the EXP lane in that situation.
Okay. So, lane priority wise, and in terms of the drafting, who do you have? Overall.
Again, whenever Virtus Pro drafts something, they're rarely wrong. Like, that's just how fundamentally sound they are. And with Andorio at the heart of this lineup, again, repping his old team there, I think this is solid, even with the Clint. Again, I want to see the Clint win. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 in a best of 3. This is the crossover match. Winner moves on to the final stage of the wild cards. A best of 5 waiting tomorrow. Virtus Pro versus the Mongols.
All right, so right smack right here in the middle lane, we are already looking at quite a bit of action, right? Pluto and Bobir versus Meiki and Shenlin, very action-packed already. Now down to the bottom lane, between the gold lane and Super Igorka, he does of course take a couple of hot shots against the side of RinXK. He will have a bit of a range issue, I will say.
Yes, he does, but looking at his emblem set, he just wants to go late. He's rocking a Rupture plus a Weapons Master. So he just wants to build up items.
It seems like it's insurance policy to be, right?
Yeah, it's matching scaling against the Granger. Zetsu picks a fight against Pluto here.
With a quick flicker. He got himself right out of the way even before the turtle spawned up. While down in the middle lane, Shenlin pops to the passive, gets himself some HP back, but he did, of course, pop the Revitalize too, allowing Andorio to pick up a single kill, almost one onto Meiki. Zetsu joined into the fray, only for Andorio to just snap himself right in the face of the Farsa. Get one before he goes down.
Amazing decision-making by the Mongols to send over Zetsu to try and stop Andorio, but even more impressive, the fact that Andorio knew he was going to die, so he decided to just lean into it hard and try to kill Mikey, but there is a method to the madness. He's rocking Killing Spree. So he was hoping that maybe if I get extra HP and extra move speed, I can get out of Zetsu's range, but here we are now. The turtle has spawned and looks like Virtus Pro get this for free.
Yep. Absolutely free. The Mongols, even though they have Zetsu at level 5, which is one of the main things that they want as an assassin jungler, hit level 5, then head over to the turtle. But it does seem like in this case, Virtus Pro have decided to kind of blitz down the turtle. They do want to kind of play it kind of early though, but in here in the middle, Meiki bursts it down in an instant.
Oh. I guess the fact that we just saw the tail end of that execution, the tail end of that sequence, means Mountain Shocker revealing everyone, no one to assist Mikey, and then Mountain Shocker both in Re-X.
Yeah.
Protected by Shenlin's AOG. Virtus Pro lets him go.
So no problems for them for now. Virtus Pro is currently at about 600 gold lead. Nothing too amazing as for now, but it's definitely going to get them in a pretty good spot, right? With Andorio with 2 kills already rocking the killing spree, he's definitely want to go a little bit more. While in the meantime, Pluto got a little bit too deep into the action with Meiki's ultimate.
Nowhere to lifesteal from, with only Bobert to back him up. Yeah, I think Pluto did bite off more than he could chew. Andorio getting denied the free farm here. The Mongols are trying to give double lane to RinX, but the fact that Super Igorka isn't letting that set. Oh, wait. Zetsu? Ooh, I don't know if Virtus Pro knows that Zetsu did not have Shadow Kill.
Very slippery though, but it does seem like they wanted a little bit more from Meiki. In fact, if they can force it, they will. Then immobilize onto Shenlin, recovers a bit more HP with his passive, and now Bobir just gonna be dashing himself away, only for the Ogi Shadow Kill to land on the Bobir, and with a flicker, he gets himself right out of dodge.
That's literally all of the mobility on the Kimi to deny RinXK! Hey! Flickering in! Zetsu didn't get you, but RinXK definitely will. The punish from Super Igorka.
That's not worth it for RinXK, unfortunately. finally. So that is one kill going over to Super Igorka. Hopefully that he will be able to pop up a little bit more in the early stages once he gets his first item.
These marksmen, man.
Aggressive.
This meta is all about the marksmen. Second turtle coming up. Virtus Pro first to the scene. Mountain Shocker. Andoryu final slash.
And Pluto stunned down to the ground by the Phoenix as Meiki takes him one down. Two-person staggered together, allowing Zetsu and Meiki going down. Virtus Pro's not looking great for now, or rather, the Mongols not looking great for now. As Virtus Pro takes 3 down and has a turtle too.
It's almost unbelievable to think that members of Virtus Pro speak different languages, because that seemed like picture perfect communications. Andoryu just responded to all of the things that's happening. Boberi is punished by Mumu, but the clapback almost immediately by Bad Caught.
Now that's the power of the turret. They don't get too deep in. And Doryu steals one single creep camp away from the Mongols, just hoping that they will be able to do something a little bit more. There's a stun, and that's a final slash on the Rin SK. Brings him down effectively.
Still did not have his flicker. Yes, he had a dash out, but that's only so much you can do against a Arlott and a Clint with a vengeance. Top lane here gets cleared out by Zetsu. Currently sitting at 2-1 and 2. I wonder what the economy looks like, because it's about 2,000 gold in between. Caution post thrown out. Federer strike.
Actually just managed to land on the Mumu, but unfortunately for the side of Meiki, Bad Caught actually went straight to his face, but his HP is taking and tanking a little bit too much. Now the rest of Virtus Pro moves up to the middle.
Of all the teams in the wild card, it seems like Virtus Pro are the ones with the least amount of communications issues. The Mongols, they would go fast, slow. You were wondering what the conversations are like, but Virtus Pro, it seems like they speak one language. That is MLBB. And now Andoryu attempting a steal does get it.
Successful Grand Theft Purple. The Mongols now suffers quite a bit of deficit, isn't it? There's about 3,000 gold deficit, and the Mongols is not looking great. They are a more skillable comp, the other hand. So at least if they're able to kind of drag the game a little bit more, a little bit longer, they should be fine. They still have T1.
Yep, they have pushed up top, so that is the first structure taken out on the Virtus Pro side, and that's now currently where Super Igorka is sitting. But they haven't taken him down. Bobert here picks up the Sky Piercer already. Mountain Shocker revealing the Mongols. All right. So the Mongols are exposed, but Virtus Pro are not. So they can just do this. Rotate up the top, take it down, and then reposition to the turtle. Still.
Rin-SK also just picked up the Sky Piercer. A little bit greedy, I would say. They are not exactly leading for now, so it's going to be less cost-effective, at least for now. Mumu jumps himself over to the heart of Virtus Pro for Shenlin going in the AOG, only for him to be immobilized. Even the Vitality or Revitalize is not going to do anything for him. 1-for-1 trade.
Those are the front liners taken down. Virtus Pro versus Mongols. 4v4.
Mumu almost out. Yes, he will be out. Rin-SK had to flicker out, but Bad Caught will zoom right onto Rin-SK, and they're going to continue on forward with a double kill that will be credited over to him. Mickey have no choice and to dip right out.
The nightmare may be over, but the rest of Virtus Pro pick up from where he left off. 3-for-1 trade. And the turtle still some way, somehow goes to Virtus Pro. I don't know who stole it, all right? I can't tell you that. But I can see Andoryu's retribution did not go off of cooldown.
It seems like Bobert is the one that managed to bring the turtle down with the spear on him.
All right, so
nice.
Again, Virtus Pro, I don't know if words are being exchanged in these tight sequences, but they're still winning, running through the Mongols, now up by 4,000 gold this time. They're looking to convert. Again, it's great that you're getting turtles, it's great that you're getting kills, winning trades this way, but if it doesn't convert, if it doesn't equate to permanent damage to the base, the map of the Mongols, they can still scale.
Yeah, so my question is more the fact that Virtus Pro, they have early skilling marksmen, but hold on a second. It seems like we do have Mongols actually did manage to push Virtus Pro away from middle lane. That's great. But my question, of course, triple marksmen. Sounds like they can skill late, but two of which are more early game marksmen.
Early mid.
Yeah, early mid. So how would that look like later on, if who has the better skilling altogether?
It'll look bad, Abstract. It'll look bad. That's why Virtus Pro are now pushing the advantage. Again, they're sending dudes in mid. They're not paying attention to the lanes that they're winning currently. That's why Zetsu can still split push down bottom. Virtus Pro are not playing for this Lord. They definitely want this Lord. 150% they want this Lord. Take it and go. They will go where else the Lord will not march, so they can synchronize pushes. and then end before what, the 15-minute mark. That's ideal because the Mongols, if given the 16, 17-minute mark, then this becomes a 50-50.
Yeah, so there could be a chance that the Mongols is actually going to lose this T2 down at the bottom. It's a complete free turret.
Whoa.
But Mumu finds himself suctioned in by the traction pulse. But it is going to be a 1-for-2 trade between the XP laner as well as the jungler. And Doryu is down way too early.
And this is what you're allowed for in a triple marksman lineup. If you do give up one of your marksmen, you're still going. You can still pick fights. Your frontliners are there. Your damage is good. And you can force it. That's what the Mongols are respecting here. Even if they got a trade, a beneficial trade at that, Mongols can't do anything about it. Not immediately.
You kill one, there's still two that you're going to have to look out for. You kill two, there's still one that you're going to look out for. And let's not forget, there is still the front lines. So even if you bypass the front lines, you're not exactly dealing with the problem. You're just kind of extending the problem to someone else.
Yep, and more often, the one dying is Andoryu, right? He's been felled 3 times now. He is top of the charts, damage-wise. So even if you do kill Andoryu, he's already dealt a massive amount of damage to Shenlin!
With the final slash, pulls Shenlin in the top spot, allowing Bobair to get himself a killing spree while making all the way at the back lines, almost managing to snipe out Pluto with just a sliver of HP. The rest of the members from Virtus Pro rushes into the middle lane and manages to allow them to get 3 from Mongols in total.
Add up that mid lane tier 1 and Virtus Pro, the Bears are getting a hibernation's worth of nutrition in them. Again, I told you, take it and go, the turtle, the turret, and then we move across the map. Zetsu, though, he understands that when the bear is in around, I get to play. And he got to push that bottom lane tier 1, but you know, those minutes are counting. Victory is imminent for Virtus Pro unless the Mongols are able to take 2 marksmen down.
Yep.
Count that up, Abstract. 2 marksmen. If you can't do that,
you're doomed.
There's an inhibitor falling. Look at the build right now on Super Igorka. This is what Daylight couldn't do earlier. He's got 3 items now. Oh my god!
What is the damage on the Rin SK? That ship came from absolutely nowhere.
He's been using Mountain Shocker so well. I am now convinced. I used to be 50-50 on the Mountain Shocker change. The fact that your vision, the global part of the ult, doesn't damage anymore.
Yeah.
I like how it's an AoE skill shot now.
I agree.
It changes the game. Bottom lane, holy defense is popped. Mid lane, defense is popped. Tier 2 up top goes down.
Pluto, him completely missed his final slash. As such, he's going to be stuck in between 4 people. Well, Zetsu went all the way to the backlines to deal with Virtus Pro. He helped them buy time, and that's the defense that we...
First free kill here for the Mongols. No trade whatsoever. Yes, structures. Yes, holy defenses, but Virtus Pro overextended themselves. If anything, I'll tell you now, it might seem counterproductive or antithetical to a triple marksman lineup, but they can't afford to lose their frontliners. Does that make sense? Like, they would rather lose 1 marksman
than a frontliner.
Than either Phoveus or Arla. That's odd, but that's just how this lineup works.
It's kind of come to the point that you have to have someone to soak up all these damage, right? And the Mongols, they are a draft that still can kind of deal with the backlines per se, right? With the AOG, with the Feathered Airstrike, with a Hayabusa. They have so many ways to actually have access to the backlines and just deal with them. But take a look at this.
Oh, the Conceal plus the Shadow Kill. Rather, the Mountain Shocker throws out that boat. And the Mongols find him out of place. Pluto does not pull the trigger yet. AOG!
He does not have the flicker as such. He's going to be the first person that might be taken down. He's still going to be in a pretty good spot, but all of them cluttered together to ensure that the Ogi Shadow Kill doesn't deal enough damage to Pluto. But in the end, he still finds himself fallen.
Deja vu. It's the same sequence, the same results. Pluto down. No one from the Mongols pays the price. Virtus Pro, their timer's ticking. Again, what was the timer? 15-16. If this gets to 15-16 without an inevitable kill angle for Virtus Pro, then the Mongols can claw back. Looking at the items, about 1,000 between Rin XK and Super Igorka. Oh, but Super Igorka now has Blade of Despair. Extra burst, sir.
This guy is probably going to be pretty darn scary now. 4 items in for Clint. We've got 4 items in also for Kimmy. And
one of them a Sky Piercer.
And at least for Sky Piercer, yeah. But at least, I guess, Rin SK, he does have Sky Piercer as well. We want some stacks going on. Shenlin finds himself taken down. The boat does not land. The Mongols still give quite a lot of respect to Virtus Pro's lineup.
I mean, I would too. especially if I was down 7,000 gold. The Mongols now looking at a
The
contest.
final flash lands well on the Moo. And now with 2% down from the Mongols, there is absolutely no way that they are stealing this away.
Clean take for Virtus Pro, the pride of the ECA in the wild card. Taken the second Lord. It'll be marching down bottom. And you see here now Andoryu cleaning up, making sure that this leads to something. 50 stacks currently on Bobert's Skypiercer, so you're 3 off, you're 3 kills. Oh, Shenlin!
Oh, not again! Shenlin got caught by the boat once again, and he got melted down in an instant. No chance to breathe, no hesitation at all. The Mongols, they managed to find themselves in the top spot, and Zetsu was hoping that he will be able to do some assassination. Moo went in to tank a little bit more, but they're gonna have to watch out for the next few lanes coming on about with the Lord marching down bottom.
Virtus Pro expediting the penetration process here. They took down the bottom lane, tier 3. This will allow extra pressure in the top and mid. And they're going for it. He doesn't have the Wind of Nature. Put down a 1 HP.
No way! 2 members are all down to a sliver. And in the end, Super Igorka still managed to find a kill down on the main. There's one big AoE spell that they don't have to care about anymore. Batcon may find himself taken down in the backside, but we do have the Lord and 3 marksmen focusing onto the crystal.
Ladies and gentlemen, Virtus Pro draw first blood at match point.
The Mongols, they managed to drag the game pretty effectively. But when it really mattered, they staggered. Too many deaths, or rather, too many singular deaths, which resulted at that final push.
They needed to get past a certain threshold. Hearts all over from Virtus Pro. I mean, if I was 1 game away from locking in the best of 5, I would also send some love to everyone watching. But if you think about it this way, the Mongols, they wanted to survive. They needed to extend the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the way they were doing that from the 13 to 15 minute mark was hunting down Pluto.
Yes.
How miserable does that sound from a macro picture? We just need to kill the roamer over and over again. Roamers are meant to die. So on a grand scale, big picture wise, this wasn't going to add up to a win either way. Like, they needed to find better wins, bigger wins, and that's almost impossible to do when 3 waves are pushing in from each lane.
So what you're saying is they're just delaying the inevitable, right?
Yeah.
You kill the roamer, it buys you time, but the goal laners are still farming.
Yes,
2 full items.
It was a game for Virtus Pro to lose. It would be their mistake that would cause them to lose. That's the only way to put it. And again, I don't know if it was mental conditioning. I don't know if it was just Pluto overextending, making the rest of Mogul say, yeah, I think we can fight. I think we can win. Dude, that was too much damage. You know what I mean? Like, gave them a false sense of security that they could extend.
Maybe it's all part of their plan after all.
Yeah, which allowed them...
He's a very committal hero after all.
Which made them overextend. I think that was key here. Even in the defense, Mongols were forced to overextend, and Virtus Pro punished and ended.
Pluto always was trying to look for opportunities, right, like this, right? That is their one way of bringing one person closer over to a line of marksmen. This way, the 3 marksmen don't overextend themselves, but only one person, meaning Pluto, overextends. That's all.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, another look. Again, this is the 14-minute mark, 14 and a half. This is where I think they get to penetrate. Yes, game ends shortly hereafter. I don't think they make it to 16.
It's just pull and pull, right? 15 minutes and 21 seconds seems like the final timing by the end. And I just gotta have to say that this is a pretty impressive game from Virtus Pro all the way through. They showed exactly what they needed to do. They played their early games and they ensured that they know, okay, we have a timer. The only one that we are missing all the time is just roamers. Pluto is just being put in a very tough spot time and time again, but they still have got their win condition.
And that's what's difficult. When time is against you, you just can't do anything but say, all right, we'll try again. We'll do better. I don't blame him, though. The draft seemed sound. Looking at the Mongols, they were playing to their strength. And mind you, they were playing up against a hero that they beat prior today. They beat a Clint already. But now suddenly in the hands of Super Igorka, Clint wins.
Game's a completely different game. It's all about the user, not really the hero, huh? Don't blame the game.
Blame the play.
Yeah.
Something like that?
Something, I think, yeah.
Gideon, how do you feel about the Clint there? It finally wins.
It finally wins. Did I think it was necessary? I feel like they were better picks out of there. However, I do agree with you. The player played it well. As an anchor, I felt like when you have a composition that is utilizing like Kimmy, you've got the Yishin Shin on your side, having an anchor is always really nice. And I think Clint was supposed to kind of ground them at the end of the day. The scary part, bad caught. He's supposed to have a bad matchup. He's Phoveus into the CC. He's winning out his lane. He's walking away with more EXP and outscales him at the very end here. I think that was the big difference maker, right? Because Pluto, I'll give it to you. He was looking for plays, but considering the amount of times I saw him flicker Final Slash and completely whiff, I don't know how much you can align it to. Yes, he is looking for a play, and he's found some good plays, but at the same time, he's also made some mistakes.
But what's amazing about this is Virtus.pro played to a certain level. They played so clean, they played so well, pushed the envelope so much against the Mongols that even if Pluto misses, there's very little punish.
And that's why I think bad cut comes into play here, right? Anybody who continues to try and push the agenda, try and take that ground, whoever's caught offside, bad caught is able to not only buy that time, but become a legitimate threat that they have to back away. You can see that even Farsa, Hayabusa, all were backing away from this Phoveus. He's like, yo, I don't want none of this mess right now. It's dangerous. He's dangerous.
Which again could have been avoided. The Phoveus could have been stolen away and red 4.
Exactly. That's true. But at the same time, I think that there were a little concern, right? The Arla, they were thinking that it was going to be flex. They realized, yeah, it was going to be flex, so let's get the CC ready. I was hoping for a CC ban, though, and then you pick up the Phoveus. Then you have a lot more confidence coming into the second half of the draft.
In most situations, it kind of feels as though having two very comical heroes, having the Phoveus and the Alert, kind of puts the team into extreme ends, right? 3 marksmen and a very big gap, and then the 2 front lines. It feels as though there is a lot of space in the center for the members of the Mongols to occupy and just completely split the fight into 2, which I don't think happened.
But they didn't. That's what's odd. So it might have been Mongols, I don't know, by hook or by crook, again, it be their nerves or just the way that the draft panned out, maybe columns. And again, this is what I was alluding to in games, right? The Mongols, they have been a team that was built and they've been playing together for a while now. They all speak the same language. Virtus.pro, on the other hand, one would assume that Andoryu being a new injection into this team, they would be the ones who look like, they don't seem to be communicating. Yeah, shaky comms. No, not at all. Again, they speak one language, MLBB.
It's pretty crazy how far Virtus.pro is continuing to show us how good they are at the language of MLBB, because I think, again, I cannot sing their praises enough. They seem to be a cut above the rest, whether it comes down to the team fights, their fight IQ, their just natural habits, and I think that Andoryu has definitely shared a little bit of experience with the help of Pluto to kind of get this team up to par, to some, maybe even to a world-class level, which we're hoping that they were going to show up later down the line. But for the most part of it, that means that the Mongols have to claw their way back. They're going to have to push back against Virtus.pro. How are they going to do so? I felt like they had a solid game plan in game number 1. It looked like the draft could have gone in their favor. Sure, yes, you botched it up, but the early to mid actually not the worst, right? We did see some pretty decent trades.
The gap just slowly led up to, well, the final point, right? The game was a 15 minutes game, and there is definitely a certain point in time where the Mongols, they look great, and then just completely shatters. I think that communication is definitely one important thing. I can't help but think that Shenlin, he's definitely trying to look out for those opportunities for the team and soak up a little bit more, but as a Gato Kacha, you do have the AOG to get yourself out of the danger, but most of the time, this is a triple marksman comp. You don't really have a lot of time to channel that entire ultimate just to run away.
It's weird now, given Shenlin's performance in the match prior against Legion, wherein he played 2 Enchanter supports, right? Roamers in Matilda and Estes. Now that he's playing Gatot, a frontliner, like an initiator, a setup tank, it's weird that I like him more as the former. You know, I like him more as the healer. I like him more as the backup instead of being the front line. I don't know how they reconcile that.
I think there was a game plan coming into this because again, let's take in mind that VP, when they have Kimmy in their hands, and I think they knew that the Kimmy was going to go into their hands. How do we deal with this? The mid lane was getting shoved up, and then they go for the invade. The Gatot was there to say no instantly. Didn't even leash his jungler. Cleared up that mid wave. Denied them the initial invade as well. I felt like they're a little too strict to their protocols, right? There's not enough fluidity to them at this point of time, which may or may not be why we saw the draft pan out the way that it did.
Are we back to their main symptom? What cost them the series in day one? They only know one speed, and that's fast. They were not able to step on the clutch, change gears, and say, yeah, no, that wasn't going to work.
I feel like they're bad at cutting their losses, though. It feels like once they're in, they're like, okay, we got to stick the whole leg in. No, even more. Let's throw more appendages in. Let's see how much we can lose.
Why are they suddenly in a Saw movie?
Hey, I mean, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. That's exactly how it feels like. Just, you got to try out. You got to test things out before you actually feel the full level of the consequence. I think now that they've got a bit of a taste of what VP is able to put on that table, I think now it's like, all right, I'll give you a finger at most.
The gloves are off, pal. Wait, no.
The
different image.
Different image.
All right, but yeah, no, I agree. I think the Mongols have to show us a different speed, a different approach, a different attack, and a different angle. Because it was too honest. It was so clear that they need to get past a certain time frame here in game one. If they don't, they're dead. There was no plan B.
Honestly, it kind of feels like the upcoming game number 2, is just a battle between Shenlin and Real Solo. The next one is about whether Shenlin is able to kind of adapt based on whatever they have happened in game number 1. As long as they're able to kind of find a way to adapt, maybe kind of change something just so that they don't have to focus so much about timings.
Interesting.
It's been a while since I've heard a matchup of a rover versus a coach. But no, you're right. What are they allowing Shenlin to play? What is Coach Fly Solo letting through that the Mongols can build around their shot caller?
Yeah, and I think that as the shot caller, right, there's a certain level of, like, I don't want to micromanage my players, but at the same time, I feel like there needs to be a necessity of, like, we need to figure out the clear image of what the shape of the fight looks like. Like Absash said, there was a lot of middle ground where nothing was kind of happening here for them, right? They were looking for that space, but it looks like we might just head on into the second game's draft in just a little bit. Look at that key, that qualification spot that everybody is looking for, Abstract.
This is what they are looking for, and only by tomorrow, someone will take this key back home.
When are we going to get to the home? Well, not back home, but at least to the group stage.
To the group stage, yeah.
I'm hoping at the very least next year, 2 keys are going to be given away. Hey, with that being said, the draft has begun. I'll leave it to you, both Leon as well as Abstract. Please take it away for game number 2.
All right, right off the bat, what we have here, okay? Well, we do have the Uranus, we have the Yi Sun Shin, Matilda, and the Baxia that has already been taken away. Not too much of a difference as compared to what we have seen in game number 1. And like I said before, Shenlin kind of like the mind behind the entirety of the Mongols. We still don't have the Franco being taken away by VP just yet. And the question is whether VP is going to respect the possibility of the Franco popping up. Or perhaps, back at it again with the Enchanter supports.
Fair enough that Mongols are banning 3 Andoryu heroes. We're back to this.
That is true.
We're back to this. Uranus, Yi Sun Shin, and Lancelot. Now, Virtus Pro, I think, you are onto something. Because again, there goes the those 2 still are Shenlin picks, except for the 3rd.
Except for that Kimi, huh?
That is a Mikey pick. What does it leave for the Mongols? Katia out there. 1-1, yes. But isn't that just Virtus Pro saying, yeah, okay, let's Farsa. Boberic and Farsa.
Farsa is available. I mean, that is definitely one thing. If they do not want to look out for the Farsa, we can still... Oh, Farsa Phobius. I think Phobius gotta have to be one of the main priors for VP, right? It's just kind of... It feels like a little bit of a too dead of a giveaway, isn't it?
Here's what's hard to say. If they Farsa Phobius, well, obviously not that anymore.
With the Fredrin.
If they Phobius here,
Juicin?
yeah, if they Phobius here, CC is going to show up for the Mongols.
Okay. So if anything, it gotta have to be a R3 pick, right? If they want the
Yeah.
Phobias, it has to be an R3 pick, so at least they can ban it away.
They're not jumping the gun yet because they know that they can get punished. So, yeah, Virtus Pro answer with a Fredrin and Zushin. And you know what's scary about these drafts like this? And you know, with these high-intensity situations, you might get swerved by an Angela. Because still, look, Fredrin and Zushin, like, it's very Angela-able.
It's okay. For me, I feel that the scary part, it really just boils down to the fact that both a Juicin Fredrin opening is super standard, right? You can't go wrong picking these two. It doesn't exactly tell the opponents how I want to play it.
Also questionable. Why would you run a Fredrin into a 1-1? The 1-1 almost always eats the Fredrin for breakfast. Lunch or dinner, depends on what time you're watching this. But wait,
Lucas!
An early Lucas. Okay.
Oh.
Last time we saw Lucas that really did something here in the wild card was in the hands of Dawn in the EXP lane to ruin a Uranus. But here it's just picked up here, just blind.
I think it's fine per se if they're still looking at a bruiser Lucas, but as you mentioned, it is kind of feel like it's jumping the gun in some sense. I don't think that we will see any possibility of a flexible Lucas. I mean, I'm open to interpretations, but definitely not a Lucas jungle anymore. Right?
No, I'm also just as confused as the next guy.
Who's the next guy?
Bobert. He's just staring into space here, like wondering what's going on. Okay, it seems like the game has been paused for a bit, so hands off. Yeah, no further picks nor bans are occurring just yet as we figure out the state of the situation here now. Again, openers are all Andoryu bans, a couple of Shenlin, and then one for Mikey ban. And still, I'm wondering why would you run a Fredrin so gung-ho into a 1-1 unless there's a plan behind it, which is, again, I'm guessing at this point, is an Angela.
Maybe they just don't really need to care too much.
Even an Estes. I think an Estes would be great here.
At this point in time, out of all the Enchanter supports, right, which one wouldn't work?
The Angela is still the best choice here.
It's still the best.
Yeah, again, the only Savage in the wild card scored with a Zushin Angela combo, right?
Yep.
But secondary would be maybe the Estes. Third would be the Florin. But again, I'm just not saying Florin as high up because we haven't really seen Florin yet.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like the players really favor Florin all that much.
Something about the meta, they just don't like it.
Personally, I thought that having the old Florin, where you can shred off or rather cleanse away those anti-healing properties, was great. And having that part, that line of Florin taken away, it kind of changed her identity per se.
She became a walking oracle.
Walking oracle and walking item, right? Just a free item to the jungler.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
Shouldn't that alone be a reason for her to be a commodity and an in-demand hero? Because
just for the early game,
it changes. Yeah, it changes the way you understand the economy of what you can get away with in the early game.
Is there a penalty though? Dedicating a hero just for your jungler to kind of more or less funnel an item?
Yeah, because she doesn't have the same amount of sustained effect as a Estes. She doesn't have the same kind of team fight changing effects as an Angela. Because again, you could have sworn you were going to kill someone, right?
Yep.
And then Hearthguard, you hide one of your members, put them in, they're basically invulnerable, and then you don't kill this one dude that you were going to kill. So that's what Angela provides. That's what Estes provides. Now, the question is that worth it to lose out on that by picking Florin?
We do have global heals to the entire team. So generally speaking, it's a good hero against a death comp, right?
Yep.
It's good against death comp and death ball comp, and you want to play for the early games, which kind of seems like most of these teams kind of want to capitalize in the early game, especially if you are running triple marksman. Maybe not with a Florin and triple marksman, but the idea is that they want to play early, they get the snowball, and they end right before the end game.
Yeah, at this point, triple marksman won't show up anymore, at least in this draft specifically. The Yusin Shin got banned out, so that means the jig is up.
Roger? We haven't seen a Roger at all, despite what we thought it would be.
Yeah, we were also alluding to a Roger. We were looking for Roger.
Looking forward.
In the weeks leading up to the hot fix, he was all the hotness. But after that hot fix, and then as we jumped into the wild card, nothing. We saw nary a shadow of Roger coming through. So yeah, no, unless a team has a solid plan to pick up the Roger, or they win like 90% of the draft that they can afford the Roger, then that's the only time. So I think Roger is like the Florin of the jungle. He's like, he's a sound choice. Like, we know he can work. He can be that other alternative for the triple marksman draft, but why ain't he here?
Both the jungler role and the roam role currently have a wide pool of heroes.
Yeah, what's funny is we saw Uranus jungle first a couple of times.
Yeah, so what exactly is going to be the deal, at least, for these teams, right? We don't have got some of these enchanted supports. In fact, yeah, it's funny how we see Diggy first rather than to see a Florin first.
We saw Lilia lose first, too. Ladies and gentlemen, we do appreciate your patience as we try and fix a situation for our players. We want to give them the best competitive experience as they are fighting for tournament life here. They are fighting for the final stage of the wild card. The winner of this best of 3 moves on to the best of 5. This is a crossover between the first seed of Group A and the first seed of Group B and the second seed of Group B.
First
seed of Group B and the
of
second seed of Group A. There you go.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
so
This
positionings are confusing. Crossover again.
Crossovers are like that, huh?
The nature of this.
Crossovers be like that.
We have yet to get word on exactly what is going on holding up the draft. So please
hold on a second.
Bear with us.
Yep. We want to ensure the best experience for both teams. They have the best time when it comes down to the drafting. Make sure that we will be able to ensure that competitive integrity is upheld. Well, of course, in the meantime, we gotta have to look out for whatever that has happened thus far, right? But let's talk a little bit more about their journey, right? Because I would say that between Virtus.pro and the Mongols, Virtus.pro has got they have the greatest experience, right? Their time in the EWC MSC wildcard has been going swimmingly, right? The very first series that they played in a 2-0 yesterday, yes, is a 2-1, but I would say that Influence Rage definitely gave them quite a game.
Yep, their only real loss was a swimmingly amazing loss, a loss for the books because they got savaged by Chan, which is again, if you're gonna lose
with style,
lose amazingly, extraordinarily, and then they almost just as quickly won a 20-minute game against them. So again, Virtus.pro so far, they're at match point now. Mongols have to play out of their minds.
How about Mongols though?
Oh.
They are okay. They didn't really quite have. I was expecting them to have full 6 games for the past few days.
Yeah, no, but Mongols have won 4 straight.
Okay.
And then lost this one. So
okay.
Their streak has ended, and if they want to continue, if they want to go into the next stage, or even just go into Game 3, they gotta win this one now.
Okay.
So you understand why this draft is so important to them and why it has to be perfect. Every decision, every allowance you give to your opponents to think and to shimmy through and get an advantage, you must minimize. You have to be aware of.
The journey for the Mongols, they definitely played so much more games as compared to Virtus.pro. Considering that they didn't drop a single series, Mongols had to go for 1 extra series. They had I'll say that the mental game is definitely on them. Mongols had more games to technically, kind of get warmed up, per se. Get warmed up, or perhaps have more experience to kind of play together with the team to identify the possible problems going through the competition until they finally met Virtus.pro. Perhaps there were still a couple of problems that they gotta iron out, but Shen Lin, all eyes on Shen Lin. How's the drafting's gonna be? How's the game? Win condition? How is he going to be the captain of the team in order to work in this party of five?
One can imagine the pressure on Shenlin. Again, his Gatot Kacha wasn't as advertised in game number one. They did try, and it was such a far cry from his performance on the Estes and Matilda earlier. So yeah, no, I'm wondering if that is a legit direction for game two, is to shake it up, pivot on the fact that, hey, maybe against a team like Virtus Pro, we have to be able to flow. Why don't we play an Enchanter? I may die on that hill because I was so impressed, and I'm amazed at how different
You really like it, huh?
the first match was of the day. Yeah, they changed. Again, we were so used to seeing the Mongols play fast, play hard, fight, but they have an Estes, they have a Matilda. It was such a breath of fresh air. I would love to see that against Virtus Pro, at least in the campaign, to make it to game three.
Speaking of breath of fresh air, have you guys smelled the fresh air here in Riyadh? Because the MSC 2025 tickets, this is one thing that I gotta have to talk about, right? Because the knockout stage and the grand finals tickets are all out. MWI 2025 is free for everyone too. So if you want to make your way down to Riyadh, for everyone that is down at home, come over to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, take a look at your tickets, take a look at MWI 2025, which is actually going to be happening in a few days, actually. How many more days?
I could imagine that some of the athletes competing in the MLBB Women's Invitational are on the way here, if not mid-transit, have already landed, because they will be competing in just a couple of days, as well as the talents. So yeah, folks, watching at home, if you are in the area, if you have free time, it would be awesome to see you guys here in the studio, in the stadium, as the best of the best in the realm of women's MLBB compete for the chance to be called MWI champions for 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. I have gotten word from producers and from the marshals down at the stage that they are recreating the lobby. Given that there was a little bit of a hiccup going into the draft midway through, we were, as a recap, at Blue 2 and 3.
Blue.
Last we saw.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Blue
So
2
we
and 3
were kind of
picks.
looking at the third pick, right?
Yeah.
We are looking at R3 being the next pick. And so far, what we have for the red side, for the Mongols, right? Yeah, the Mongols, we only have the Fredrin and the Jusin.
Oh no, that's Virtus Pro.
Oh, that's Virtus Pro. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The Mongols opened up with 1-1, and then Virtus Pro answered with a Zushin Fredrin, which again, I'm gonna let him cook, but I don't know why that is what you run into a 1-1. There's a breadth of attacks that you can do. Instead, they tease us with what could potentially be an Angela opener.
But it still doesn't really stop the, or rather doesn't really tackle the question, right? Where the Fredrin is ultimately that one guy, the big guy that gives off free witness exploits.
Exactly.
The 1-1.
It's so counterintuitive, right? Like, why would you run it into a hero that eats you up alive? Yeah, that's what
You said just now.
Or
right?
lunch.
I mean,
or dinner or supper.
There is a way around this, but this is a long shot. But that means that we won't see the Angela roam. Because we kind of seen how Zeta Division kind of deal with the problem with their Masha, wanting to go over to the back lines and kind of tackle that directly. So,
well, as long as the Masha's open, then yeah, that is a definite answer. But what if
I'm looking at Chip.
What if the Masha gets answered?
How about Chip? If
they can
the
chip.
Fredrin is a problem, or rather, if the Fredrin doesn't want to be that at the bottom of the pecking order because of the 1-1, then at least what we have is a concealed Chip, jumps over backline, drop portal, and boom, your 1-1 have the opponent's 1-1 can't maintain a composure. They have to focus on running, managing themselves out. Can they pop those weakness points during that heat of the battle?
Something to consider. But now we have successfully recreated the draft. The lobby is solid and safe. Now we open up again with the same picks as mentioned. The 1-1 opener for the Mongols, while Virtus Pro answers with the Fredrin and the Zushin. Now the answer. What do the Mongols put together here? Again, we did mention that they should be picking Phoveus here, lest they allow Virtus.pro to pick it in red 3. Also, something to consider would be how do you respond to the Angela without banning it in the first in the second phase? Here's the Arlot. Likely going into the hands of either Mumu or Shenlin, and the Mikey gets the Zetian.
Okay, so something a little bit different with the initiative of picking the Zetian first. Most of the time is only because of the fact that we are looking at the combination between Yi Sun-shin and Zetian, while or the other situation, you see a Farsa being picked on the opposite side. Okay, pick up a Zetian for myself just for a free negation of the feathered airstrike.
Which is nowhere to be seen anymore.
Yeah.
Because there's already a Zushin.
So this is completely different.
Yeah, no,
It's a completely different idea.
It's literally investing in the global ult, the Fury the Phoenix, and I guess just lane presence. The answer from Virtus.pro, I told you. There's the Phoveus again. It answers not just the 1-1, but even the Arlot. So now you question the Mongols' priorities. Like, why this early?
The 1-1 this early. Okay, so at least... Okay, so it's kind of like a tit for tat. So 1-1 deals with Fredrin, but the Phoveus deals with the 1-1. In the meantime, Mongols, they do have the Arlot that can go over to the roam, so at least you can still pick up a CC if you want to, but that is dependent if VP takes it away or not.
And you're also allowing so many ways to proc Infernal Pursuit, like whether you gank the gold lane, the 1-1's there.
Oh yeah,
just
double dashes, right?
Hop in, yeah. And then the dash-in from the Vengeance Marks on the Arlot, wherever the Phoveus goes, he sees dashes everywhere. Virtus.pro banning in the second phase first stop, Shenlin's Franco. They're attacking Rome. Again, they don't trust that this Arlot is going into EXP or Rome.
Yeah, I mean, even I myself wouldn't believe that it's a Rome Arlot, knowing that it's kind of like a Shenlin's call. Technically speaking, Arlot plays a vital role in setting up for teamfight. However, there must be some other possibilities, and you of course did mention and try to support something that could go to either sides, VP or Mongols, with a higher want, right? A higher want, a bigger want from VP to actually pick up the Angela for themselves. But that also means that I guess VP, would they actually put so much bans onto Shenlin?
Again,
why not?
You alluded the battle between Coach Fly Solo and Shenlin. So why not? Again, could this be a Estes, a Florin, none of the above, gentlemen? And ladies in the stadium and watching at home, it's an Akai, which is again as solid a ban as it could be, because that also has seen Fringe play in Rome.
This is one of the... I think that this is also one of the games that Mongols have played against or played with, right? I don't think it was Mongols himself that picked it. But regardless, having an archive taken out...
Could also be played in the jungle. So that's a solid pick.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. So, Virtus.pro, they throw out a shot in the dark and just ban out the Akai to make sure. While the Mongols ban out another choice here for Super de Gorka, the Irithel. Does leave the Granger open, does leave the Clint open, if that's the direction we're going here. Virtus.pro, red 4 pick, what's it gonna be?
This blind pick coming in from VP, they're lacking of a gold laner and a roamer. I would say that securing a gold lane does sound nice. The Granger is currently missing from all of that. As such, there we go. It is a pick for Super Igorka.
Abstract, the jig ain't up. Like, they're not sure yet if they're going for the Angela lineup because they don't have to.
Yep.
But looking at the shell, looking at the first 4 picks, it can still indeed be an Angela lineup.
In fact, you would really love it. I think even for them, they would love it. So Mongols, they gotta have to think about this.
I'm pretty sure it's an idea. It's a thought in Coach Buyo's mind. Like,
not materialized just yet.
Yep.
Until the last 2 picks.
He's looking over Mikey's shoulder saying, hey man, Angela's out there. What are we doing? Shenlin, you wanna?
They pick up the Angela for them.
Oh! Another debut pick. Welcome to the wildcards. Barata Detna. Plus a Diggy.
Okay.
So Shenlin heeds our words. He's playing another enchanter. I don't know if the boys of Virtus.pro are ready for this.
Oh wait, doesn't that mean that VP, the more the reason for VP to pick up an enchanter support to answer to this babysitting service in goal lane.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter. Like, if you play a healer or like an Angela or something of the like, you deny much of the utility of a Diggy. You just lean hard into a fight. Like, you don't care. Oh, yeah, there's choices here, right? You totally dodge it, which is the former, or you overload it. But overloading it now doesn't make sense because there's not enough. And indeed they do. An enchanter makes their way once more onto the battlefield. We were looking for her. We spent a good, 10 minutes talking about Florin?
Yep.
And finally, here she is into the hands of Pluto. Virtus Pro debuts Florin.
Okay, so what's the deal gonna do for... what's it gonna do?
What's it gonna do?
Is it gonna do for Fredrin?
Or if you want to hyper funnel into Super Igorka?
I guess you could. But that is also mean that it is a 2-1-1 game.
Yeah, but truth be told, Pluto can be anywhere.
It can be.
Pluto can be anywhere to impact this fight.
I would assume that he will want to answer to the problems in the gold lane, or else Super Igorka is just gonna have a really tough time just dealing with 2% alone.
That's true, because you confirmed the Diggy, dropping bombs, planning them all around the feet of this Granger. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Match point for Virtus Pro. 1 game away from locking in that final stage slot in the wildcards, a best of 5 tomorrow, while the Mongols fighting to get us all the way.
We start things off with both of the junglers starting at the purple buff, meaning both of the junglers are just going to go from to the opposite direction. VP onto the gold and the Mongols onto the XP. The XP lane draft, or rather the priority, I definitely would expect that there will be quite a bit of damage coming in from the Phovius. Mumu definitely facing a bit of problem for now.
Yep, again, 4 out of 5 times it's the Phovius who wins that lane matchup. I like this Barats though. I think the Barats may have been the sole reason why they blocked out the Angela, or how they blocked out the Angela, is because it's the same concept as a glue. Whoever the Heart Guard goes onto, you target that as welcome, you eat him up, throw him up against the wall.
And it's completely wasted.
Yeah, you're already halfway done through the Heart Guard's duration. So this is a stroke of genius from the Mongols. Let's see if it's enough for Virtus Pro for him to use their swerve, the Florin.
It's a complete takeaway with the suppress. I would imagine that most of the time they will want to use it against the Fredrin. So that way, it kind of forces Badcott into a very difficult spot where he's the sole front lines, being all fully committal, nowhere to go. And only after they deal with Badcott, then they can deal with Liu shortly after.
Interesting how this massive rotation from the Mongols and just the position of Badcott denied him level 4 immediately. I think that's one of the reasons why they didn't force this fight. Bober making like a ragdoll onto Zetsu, starting up the turtle already. Wow, this is the Mongols first of the scene.
Let's see how, and take a look at this, and Doryu currently is inside of the pit, only for the Appraiser's Wrath to land on 2% and also taking away the turtle, looking good. While in the meantime, Mumu doesn't seem like he's looking at the bright side of the day, as the first blood will go to him. Badcott takes 2, and now moving on forward, forcing Meiki as well as Shenlin back to the middle.
Virtus Pro enjoying that long fight underneath the turtle pit. Leads him to win 2 free kills plus the turtle itself. Folks, please do bear with us. We appreciate you and your patience throughout this game, but that did not go the Mongols' way at all. They're down about 1,500 gold.
What went wrong in that fight? Both of the roamers are technically out of it since they can't exactly use their ultimates. So this really just relies on to the roaming trio, minus roamer's ultimate.
The ideal damage from the Mongols in a situation like that would come from those stomps on the Barats, right?
I think he was a small Barat,
yeah, exactly. Right? He was tiny, so it went by too fast. Weirdly enough, it went by too fast, and there's not much damage yet on Mikey. Because I would assume that Mikey being slightly off, but within firing range of this fight, is the other way that they're getting damage on. Imagine spamming the 1 and 2 off of the Zetian. So that's their win. They did not get either of those things. Hence why it was all Virtus Pro.
Okay. Everything kind of have this small little lead up. I remembering how the Mongols started at the bottom lane. They wanted to put some pressure down at the XP. And their progress over to the mid lane is a very slow moving dinosaur, right? The Barats walked all the way throughout from the bottom to the mid the river lines, that was a very slow walk. And you are dealing with a Jusin. By the time he made it to the mid lane, kind of
your positioning is still in jeopardy. Yes. You're not even controlling your own trajectories, which is why in the past, I'm looking at 4 years ago, Barat is often paired with not a Diggy, but a Rafaela.
Oh, Rafaela.
Yes, because
for the movement speed.
It speeds you up, yeah. There are worlds, there were matches wherein it was, yes, Barat's Estes. I'm looking at what? M3, Blacklist, right? In Singapore. Barat's Estes, this was a legit combo.
That was big.
Yep. Funnily enough, Isan Shin was also meta at the time. So yeah, no. But what resulted from that, and even in the days prior, Rafaela was also meta. It's because it allows you to speed up, so you're not as compromised in your positioning. I'm guessing that's something the Mongols didn't care about because they kind of felt and knew that VP wanted to fight anyways, and they weren't wrong in that. It's just, I guess they saw more value in the Diggy. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, false alarm. We are working this out once more. The game has been paused once again. At least this does give us time to digest the map positioning, right? All the heroes have respawned, and we're seeing Virtus Pro not giving any ground. Like they're what, half health? A good chunk of them, but they're not moving. They're not recalling.
I mean, to be fair, they are kind of ahead for now. I would say that VP, they're gonna have to play the game, and especially with the fact that they have the Dew and Doryu at level 6 and all, they can definitely get somewhere. 2 kills for themselves, 2 minutes and 50 seconds in, and what's more impressive is the fact that they are more than 1,000 gold away from the Mongols.
1,500. Super Gorka, first building his Hunter's Strike. I guess one of the main problems that Virtus Pro has to deal with is the sheer damage and the low opportunity cost that the Diggy has to just rain down these assaults, these nukes, if you will, onto Virtus Pro's front line. So that explains why exactly Bobear is always low.
I think that one of the scary things about the Mongols is how they can chain their skills. But hold on a second, Shenlin. Doesn't seem like he will be able to see the light of day. A very aggressive stance from the side of Andoryu.
Okay, they weren't expecting that kind of a rotation to come through. Suddenly, Super Gorka's part of the fight. That's the burst that Shenlin wasn't expecting.
Honestly, I didn't really quite think that the gold laner was engaged in the battle this early.
Yep.
And now Makey even having to expand that flicker, and unfortunately, even when it comes down to the time journey, but all of that is completely for naught, as Makey still went down.
1 for 1, it's a wash. Traded out for a bad caught down bottom. I'm glad that we caught a bit of that exchange, given it was a 2v1. Now the turtle spawning in the same spot. This does allow for Virtus Pro to take advantage of their innate lead right now, which is, again, still sitting at about 1,500, almost 2,000. A lot of pressure up top, but Virtus Pro will just continue to blitz.
It seems like the Mongols is facing the very critical problem that every comp that plays a enchanter support gets is the fact that they don't have control over the map. They can't see what's going on. But as for now, in the middle lane, it does seem like Mumu will be able to land a pretty good final slash, allowing Zetsu to get the kills down on the bad card as Mumu continues to go on and push Bober over to the right side, forcing Pluto and Andoryu all alone. They're kind of dealing with the rest of the Mongols.
Missile expert. I think that is going to be key for the Mongols' clapback. You saw how it dispositioned everyone from Virtus Pro. They weren't ready to be that close to the turret.
Yep.
So save for the moments we're past turrets and turrets have fallen. Virtus Pro have to watch out for that. The Mongols can use that to their advantage.
And I think that is what I was trying to get into, right? The moment Shenlin actually managed to kind of get the get his time to wind onto one person, then that's great because Zetsu can always lay on top with the rockets. And this is always going to be a problem as it repositions Virtus Pro, and then from that point in time, Mumu can also reposition. So many repositioning, which will end up to make you with the Fury of the Phoenix to finally lock them into that final position.
Yeah, I guess that does become the final question, right? Like, what do you do with all this disruption? What do you do with all of this repositioning of your opponents? But you yourself aren't sure because Virtus Pro, they just have more reliable damage. Save for these bombs, Virtus Pro are the ones who are clapping back. Look at this, they catch Zetsu.
There's a taunt going all the way through, and it does seem as though even when the Detonus welcome, that doesn't really do too much, as Bear is just going to be working onto the Purify, but unfortunately in the end he will still go down, and Doryu doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but it does feel like Rin SK, he's not looking in a good spot, but he managed to hop himself away. Mumu slightly misses and wasn't able to clip anyone. When it comes down to the final slash, Virtus Pro walked away with only a single casualty onto Super Igorka.
That is a losing trade. You want Super Igorka to survive, you want Super Igorka to keep farming. Yes, he is 1,000 gold ahead of Rin XK, but truth be told, if you take down Zetsu, the Mongols are fine with that. He's a utility jungler. He does miss out on this turtle here. Bad cut by Shenlin.
What was the damage? From absolutely nowhere. No more Diggy for now. It is going to be a free turtle once again for Virtus Pro. The Mongols constantly just losing the edge down the river line. Absolutely nothing at the 50 line.
That's about 2,000 gold still between these two squads. Super Igorka back to the farm. Despite all that's happened, Super Igorka is still up on EXP and gold. So Virtus Pro can rest assured that unless the Mongols do this, look at the pressure that they're sending over down bottom, then they can just control the rest of the map. They can control everywhere else they decide to send their troops to.
No. We really gotta have to look out for the amount of stacks that Zetsu have. Because it seems as though the way that the Mongols want to play around by opening up the map is sending Zetsu to open instead. As such, there's not a lot of creep camps around, which is exactly what Virtus Pro is doing, right? As long as they see a creep camp, they clear it out, Zetsu won't be able to uphold his stacks. And if they happen to find Zetsu, that's exactly what they will do. They will go straight in on the Zetsu, and they will do whatever that they can to bring him down as much as possible, only for Virtus Pro to find themselves in a very tough spot. 2%, it doesn't seem to be looking good for the side of Virtus Pro. They managed to bring down the T1 turret down to the bottom lane with all 4 members from VP, still being really happy, being able to bring Zetsu, Shenlin, and Rin SK down.
Bad God is such a bad boy. You see what he did? He got a double again. And they held onto Andoryu for so long. These blooms, the ult from Pluto is just changing the tempo of the fight. When you could have sworn you were going to kill 2 members of Virtus Pro, here they are suddenly, boom, healing out of nowhere. Again, the ult, the change to Florin enhances what Andoryu is doing, enhances what Bad God's doing, enhances even, get this, the Brave Smite on Bober. So that's what allows them to thread the line between life and death. It's like a little baby Netherrealm.
Baby Netherrealm. It's kind of a tough call for the Mongols. If they got a little bit too close into Virtus Pro, it feels like Diggy doesn't really have a home to be in, right? If he stays in the front in order to save someone with the time journey, but let's hold on thought for a bit because the time journey is just going to be used immediately. Dana's welcome is just going to be eating up on over to the side of Bad Cod. They're all the way in, but he's still managing to find a kill down on the Shenlin. Pluto's going to be next together with Bad Cod. Rin SK is having a really good time. Well, in the meantime, the Appraisal's Wrath kind of lands, but it didn't really quite do too much over to the side of the Mongols. Mickey finds one, and Andoryu walks away with yet another. That's a 2-for-3 trade, definitely in favor for the Mongols.
The Mongols finally find a window. They clap back through Virtus Pro, not paying as much attention to Rin XK. Andoryu was still taking his purple, and for the first time, possibly, all day, if not the whole run of the wildcard, Virtus Pro may have had a comms issue. They may have not spoken well enough about the timing of their engagement. Or could it be the Mongols just fighting back when Virtus Pro wasn't expecting it?
I think it's more of the latter, right? As long as the Mongols finds an opportunity, considering the fact that it is a Diggy after all, Virtus Pro is always wanting to jump into the battles. As long as they are able to kind of single out Zetsu, the only important frontliner, the tankiest frontliner, then great. The rest of the Mongols is going to have a tough time. It's all about the pick-off first. If whether Virtus Pro is going to be the aggressor or it will be the Mongols.
And now the lore dance has begun. This 2,000 gold lead almost non-significant. In comes Andoryu.
It's going to be a taunt down to Shenlin, only for him to pop on the time journey. He wants to run away, but he's down to the hands of Bad Cod. The rest of the members from Mongols, they're all just going to be disintegrating as Andoryu finds himself all the way at the back, dealing with Rin SK. Mumu shortly after, but Pro lost none.
It's a wipeout. The Mongols, no one left on the map. Virtus Pro going straight for the Lord. That is how Virtus Pro wanted that last team fight to go. Yes, Shenlin did die. Yes, he did get to use all of his resources. Yes, Rin XK did take to the skies, but here's an instant replay. Shenlin first to go. Mikey next. No free nukes. And then eventually, the rest followed. Because again, Enchanter lineups are very synergy specific. It's not like triple marksman where you lose one, it's okay. Virtus Pro, they found the window where in their synergy worked better. Where in their synergy trumped Mongo's synergy. And in this Enchanter versus Enchanter-centric lineup, Virtus Pro with the small lead. I guess I wasn't so sure where the economy was, right? It looked like it was a small lead. 2,000. I guess that was worth it. Okay, a good chunk of it is on...
Good chunk of it is
on the gold?
Super Gorka?
On Super Gorka, yeah, but isn't Badcott the one dealing the most damage?
I think the Badcott, yes, because of the fact that it is a choke point. Everyone is together, allowing Badcott to do a massive amount. And speaking of which, this is no longer that choke point that we were talking about. As such, the fight is just going to be going all the way around with VP getting the first kill on the Zetsu, Shenlin, Rin, and everyone from the Son of Team Mongols. They're all slowly disintegrating. VP, they will take this fight. They will take the crystal. They will send the Mongols home.
A dominant sweep by the Bears of the EECA, first to the finals of the wild card. They will be facing off against the winner of tonight's last match in a best of 5. Congratulations, Virtus Pro.
One of the only few teams that managed to pull off 2-0 victories time and time again. This team, they are ready, and they will be the first team to head themselves over to the grand finals where they wait on their throne for a competitor tomorrow.
Another major international miss for the Mongols. I hate to say it, but they've always been bubbling. It's always been, watch out for the Mongolians, watch out for this region. They do have promise on an individual scale, as a team and as a region, but here today, the ECA reigns supreme. Virtus Pro. Again, I heard the word on the street, man, the word on the grapevine, as they say, that this team should be one to watch out for, but I didn't expect it to be this evident.
Me neither. I looked at VP's draft. The first thing I see, Andoryu, I'm like, we do have a very high-profile player, but aside from that, he's with a bunch of players from VP where there would definitely be communication issue. I wrote them down. I don't think that they will be able to do that well.
There is no communications issue, man. They speak but one language, and that is MLBB. If you aren't a believer of the nightmare just yet, ang kulot na bangungot, Andoryu, then you better be now. He is the veteran amongst this squad of young guns out of EECA, and it shows that what he shares with them, the communications that he has to bridge through Pluto to the rest of the squad, the guidance of Coach Fly Solo, like, it's real.
They just need to speak one language, as you say. What was that again?
It's the language of MLBB.
And it worked out. It worked great. I don't believe, and I don't think that Pluto had to translate everything that Andoryu says. Some stuff are rather, I would say, rather international kind of thing. Go, back, kind of thing. You know, they should understand that at the very least. So those small little calls, I believe that Andoryu should be taking the helm to a certain extent as the jungler, right?
I would not be surprised if I hear Andoryu, whether or not I see him more often in the Philippines or not, because again, he may have found a home in Virtus Pro, start to slip in a Davai here and there. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, that was the fast replay, a run-through of that game and the sweep by Virtus Pro, moving on to the final stage of the wild cards. Gideon, Virtus Pro, who can stop him?
Nobody can stop them. They've taken out my top pick for the ones to make it out of the wild card, and Virtus Pro just a cut above the rest. I will have to say the Mongols draft, though, it had some interesting ideas. And I think we saw a couple of moments where it's like, man, if Mumu was there 4 seconds earlier, just be part of that fight, it would have made all the difference in the world. It's just, he's in the EXP lane. He's just far, far away, which does bring me to my highlight player, Badcott. Best EXP here at Wildcards by leagues ahead of everybody else. War Axe first item understands, hey, I'm the damage dealer now. I don't have to play traditional Thunderbelt no more.
Exactly. Again, you're looking at the lineup. You're looking at how these fights happen. Oh, look. Super Gorka's built up. Oh, look. Bobert's able to, just spread around the damage. But no, the real damage dealer here, the real sword to the throat of the Mongols was Badcut. He's a bad guy.
This Phobius is definitely a pain for any draft that wants to play around Ube, huh? Especially when it comes down to the southern part of the Lord's Pit. That choke point was just chef's kiss for Badcut. He saw the opportunity and just like, okay, everyone's gonna get a hit.
More so, I think he really made Shinlan's life just miserable, right? He walks up, bam, but just shows him the fist, the EECA, just a little quick tap every single time. And immediately after he snowballs it out of control, you could see that a good amount of the players started to just disagree. You know what? I don't care about your front line. I'm going to walk right past you. And with that being said, VP are now just one series away, a best of 5 to make it out of the wild card into the groups. But their challengers here for match number 4 will decide who's going to face them in that best of 5. Is it going to be Rare Adam or is it going to be Influence Rage?
I hate to say it, the third day might be the fastest day. Look at them, all them sweeps.
Didn't get to see full series all across the board.
Not one.
I want to get your opinions, Leo, before, because I know you're not going to be here for our very last series. Rare Adam, what do you think about them? Do you think they can actually bring it all the way to the very end, especially after seeing the performance of Influence Rage?
I like Rare Adam. They made a believer out of me. I was once one of their skeptics, but looking at how Influence Rage has gone through their journey and how Rare Adam got out of Group A as #1 seed, I like to think their clean play, and again, the depth of strategies and experiences they have coming in from their Indonesian coach and imports should be enough. I think they are getting out of groups here.
I think that Rare Adam stands a very good chance. This is a match between East and the West, and Rare Adam, I'm looking at Dawn. So if anything, it will be a game between Dawn and Badcut.
Okay, all right.
Hey, don't jump the gun.
I mean, don't jump the gun, yes, but I want to see
Dawn. Has to go through Chino first.
To be fair, I think that Influence Rage, they've got momentum behind them, right? After their first series win, I think at this point, coming into this next match,
and they have fans,
right? With the cheerleaders in the back to kind of bring that homely Latama vibe here into the SDC Gaming Hall. I think they've really got a chance here, but that's just my personal opinion. At the end of the day, we'll see how they're going to perform. Keep in mind, everybody, you are watching the wild cards here at the 2025 EWC Esports World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We're going to go on a short 3-minute break, and when we come back, our final series to close out day number 3.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
And in the flash, you'll be left to wonder. Push it harder, fly up
Welcome back, everybody. It's currently 4:22 here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the wild cards here at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We're on our very last leg of day number 3, a series to conclude who is going to be moving on to a best of 5 happening tomorrow. One of these teams can make it. It's either Influence Rage all the way from Latam to make the difference, or will it be Rare Atom from China and another emerging region? Today, we're going to be having a tournament and as well as Abstract at the helm for the commentary for this next best of 3. And it looks like, you know, the players are setting up, and more importantly, cheerleaders are coming on in. How are you guys feeling about this game? Because we've seen both of these teams play already. They've got momentum going behind them, but Eterna, what are your thoughts?
Hello? Oh, okay. I thought my mic wasn't on for a second. That's a little bit of PTSD over here. But I think this next matchup is a classic tale of East versus West.
Ooh!
Right? We have an emerging region in China that you guys mentioned earlier on, as well as from Latam. And we saw Rage and what they're about, and I'm thinking that they're going to bring everything that they can here up against Rare Atom today.
Now, of course, when it comes down to Latam, they have been relatively shaky for the past few international tournaments. So now I'm just looking at Influence Rage, right? They have managed to fare pretty well when it comes down to their MPL Latam Season 3 being runner-ups. Now facing up against the China qualifiers number 2 runner-ups as well. So this is a point in time whereby we gotta have to really understand. They are number 2 only because they managed to stretch the champions to the very limit. So these two teams, it's very fair to say that they are going to be rather on par.
Well, I don't know. The stories are very different, especially when we're talking about Dawn, Lanaya, Paufu, Cat9, and as well as Mikey from Rare Atom, because they were taking some beatings in their own qualifiers, right? They had to go meet the champion, meet the soon-to-be champions at the time in the upper bracket, go down to the lower bracket, and then have to face them off again later in that grand finals itself. Rare Atom, I feel like with this line of players, and especially with the Indonesians at the helm, it's to help elevate the Chinese region as a whole to catch up to the rest of the world, or at least to Southeast Asian MLBB.
I agree. I think it's been a while since we've seen the Chinese region come to play, especially on the international stage. So I think this is one of the rare cases where we're going to see opportunities being opened up for that recognition on the international stage. And I can't say that that's just exclusive to the Chinese region, but also for Latam, because I think ever since that upheat with RRQ Akira, we haven't really seen much of Latam on the international stage either.
Well, this was a team that was supposed to be their replacement, right? This was with Gino, Hoto, Tan, Paquito, as well as Fury. They were dominating in their side of the world. They were dominating Latam all the way to the very end, knocking down the Corinthians down to the lower bracket and then losing to them right in the grand finals. Everybody was thinking that Influence Rage was going to be first seed.
So let's be honest here, that won't be too big of a surprise for either one of them to make it over to fight against VP. I definitely gotta say that Rare Atom, they have got a bigger game for themselves, and they definitely showed a lot more promise. But as you did mention just now before we wrapped up the show, Influence Rage, they have got a lot for them, especially since the surprise of revisiting their gold laner, right? They changed it up a little bit, allowing Fury to kind of take a backseat, pop off a little bit earlier in the early game, while still being very safe against an Enchanter support on the opposite end. So what's it gonna be like for at least for Chan? Because now Chan, I think that he's gonna be right on the spotlight.
I think that's a fair point that he's making, right, with the gold lane Ruby, because technically Rare Atom has been finding a lot of success when Lanaya is given heroes that are a little bit more aggressive. We're looking at like the Lancelots, we're looking at the Hayabusas and the YSSs. So with a Ruby in the gold lane, what necessarily would be Lanaya's target if he were to put the team on his back? And that's also the same case for Dawn, who back-to-back MVPs in their previous matchups. I like that there is a layer of adaptability from Influence Rage, and that just might be enough to take this away from Rare Atom.
I feel like this game, I agree with you, because that adaptability comes in with a lot of experience, which is something that unfortunately the Chinese region as a whole might not have when it comes down to international level of play. But at the same time, we've seen Dawn turn this around, and I feel it's a matter of who makes the least amount of mistakes in this upcoming matchup, right? Because again, we're seeing Dawn make these huge plays. Why? Because your opponents get too close together, and that Lucas, it only got away because 3 people decided, you know what, standing shoulder to shoulder, lining up like soldiers in an army was the perfect way to play. It wasn't.
PTSD going on for me.
Hey. I only did it because you were here.
I don't have a leg. Keep walking. Keep walking.
Keep walking. But I think it's going to be tough, right? At the end of the day, let's talk a little bit more about potential picks. We already talked about the Ruby coming in from the gold lane, but then what about the EXP? Because I feel like, especially when we're comparing both of these EXP laners, they're not too far off. Maybe the Lucas is the exception.
I would say that at least for Rare Adam, not only just the fact that, yes, the Lucas was quite a scary sword that Dawn brandished, but he plays a mean Lapu Lapu, right? And when it comes down to his Lapu, it's not necessarily all about bruising. He may not have went full War Axe kind of thing. There were even times where he actually went straight for Hunter Strike, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
So he went for damage. This guy knew when he's popped off and when he can play these kind of games, allowing him to get very early 4Ks and all that kind of stuff. Dawn is something I gotta have to look out for. While Chino, he's more on the side role kind of thing. You know, playing heroes such as the Badang every now and then, and perhaps CC and such. So Dawn is definitely frontline. He will make the plays whenever needed.
Which is why I think that EXP lane is going to be important. Why? Because I think Dawn is a very interesting player as his hero pool is very situational. The Lucas came out as a counter towards the Uranus, and we saw that the damage was there to kind of stop the Uranus in its tracks. So I think it will be important for Rare Adam coming to the drafts to get a winning lane for Dawn, right? And the fact that if, let's say, the enemy XP laner Chino has a CC in his belt, that might be a problem for Rare Atom.
Okay, so I'm imagining what first rotation of the draft is going to be looking like, right? I'm thinking like we're still getting rid of the Baxia, we're still thinking about getting rid of the Kimmy as well.
Uranus.
But then where do we go from that? Oh yeah, Uranus as well. But where do we go from that point onwards? I feel like the openers that we have seen thus far have either been really, really good for some teams, pretty painful for others. 1-1 as an opening pick seemed like a good idea initially, and then later down the line, it really just boiled down to the supports, like our previous matchup.
I would say, personally, I was still pointed towards the XP direction. Lapu Lapu is actually a hot commodity for both of these teams. Rare Adam as well as Influence Rage, both of them love the Lapu Lapu. Whoever's going to be on the first pick, first ban might not have the opportunity to ban the Lapu Lapu, because I'm not too sure if whether they actually want to focus on the first pick on the Lapu. It could definitely put quite a bit of I would say difficulty to the opposite side, because they actually do kind of picked up a lot of that. Other than the Lapu, at least for day 1 and day 2, it does seem like the only other hero that Chino played was the CC, and as for Dawn is the Lucas. So aside from Lapu, we don't know anything else.
So what is a counter towards the Lapu Lapu? I think maybe that might be the question that we need to, put on the table here.
Yeah, I think
can't contest Lapu Lapu. How do you shut it down?
I think a lot of it comes down to how much peel do you actually have, how close you clump up together, and the types of heroes. Like, I was thinking initially maybe the Zetian might be a good way of dealing with it. Oh, you're going to come in with the Bravest Fighter, I'm going to push you away real quick before walking backwards. But then there's the anti-CC that we need to address. And at that point, I'm thinking like Matilda has come into play. Enchanter-style supports, which we're again seeing quite a lot pop out today in particular. I think now we've kind of checked all the boxes except for Rafaela. That's the only Enchanter support that we haven't seen touched here in Wildcards.
Now, speaking of that might be a problem for Rare Adam now.
Oh!
Because coming into this, there was information that Cat9 can only play the Hylos and one other hero. I forgot. What was the other hero? Hylos and Baxia. Hylos and Baxia. We saw the Arlet yesterday, but it wasn't like...
You're right.
A lot of people... I think Leo was the one casting that game, and Leo was like, oh yeah, he's just zoning with the Arlet because he's not necessarily getting the catches on the Arlet that we would like.
Yeah, well, actually, I think it's okay because we've seen the combination of the Zushin, the Fredrin, plus the Arlet be like a very powerful trio moving forward in a lot of these drafts. But then we've seen Diggy pop up like more than enough times that makes me uncomfortable from teams that I wasn't expecting to come out from Mongols that many times. Do we have to lean back into some good old classics is what I'm trying to say. Are we eventually somebody has got to figure out a way to play Tigreal in this particular meta? Again, so many times there were angles where, hey, we need an instant engage. How do we achieve that? And I think Tigreal could be one of those potential answers. But now that the one team that does play Diggy is gone, I don't know how much it has influenced the other teams to maybe consider it as an option. I mean, even Latam has decided to play Pakiru 2 games in a row, playing Minotaur.
In fact, I think that the entirety of the wildcard is just a Pandora's box itself. There's so many unexpected things that we've seen. The moment we open it, it's like, wow, I'm surprised. Wow, I'm surprised. Wow, I'm surprised, kind of thing.
Oh, the Barats as well.
Barats
boy.
Diggy.
Oh, that was something. That was something. That's for sure. As the teams look to get ready up on the stage here, where do we start to see momentum shifting? Do you think that the mentals is going to play a part in this matchup?
Influence Rage. Let's talk about them. It's in terms of their mental game, they definitely do have a little bit working for them, considering that they had 2-0 against Zeta Division, since they had a pretty good time, right? 2-0 as compared to day number 1, it was like 2-1 reverse sweep kind of thing. As for Rare Adam, they didn't play previously, so they have quite a lot of time to kind of sit down, take a look at what Influence Rage has got for them. So in terms of numbers of gameplay, that kind of stuff, I would say that Influence Rage definitely comes in a little bit more confident because they're warmed up.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. Let's make a comparison of regions here, because again, if we are looking at the history of MLBB, Latam generally has a leg up in terms of how long they've been playing competitively as a region in comparison to China, which only just started not too long ago, right? Except the acceleration of which they have progressed in their own metagame, and not to mention, some early access heroes like Zutan as well. But other than that, it seems that we're kind of closing the gap.
Because despite that argument being made, we do still have veterans on the side of Rare Adam. Sure, the Chinese region as a whole might be a little bit younger as compared to Latam, but remember, Rare Adam is fielded with, imports, right? We have Lunaya, we have Dawn, who's been playing for quite some time, along with their coach, Ryzen. So to say that that is an argument, sure, we can argue that, but on the other side, these players have been playing for quite some time, and I think when it comes down to like the mental fortitude from Rare Adam, I don't really doubt them, because even in their opening match from the first day of the group stages, they lost that first game. But then they were able to come back really slowly, looking for a reverse sweep, which they eventually found. So in a best of 3, I don't think I'm too worried about Rare Adam.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about research then, because the homework has played a large part in day number 2, and we're seeing that teams that have strict protocols in day number 3 have been significantly punished. Mongols being number 1 when it comes down to, like, we've had a set plan. We thought you were doing this. We got the first half of it correct. The second half, we couldn't bend steel. It's a little too much.
This is where the surprise and the wild card part appears, right? We have limited amount of information from the Chinese region. They started small, rising and accelerating so fast when it comes down to their prowess. Joined in with Indonesian players, they are just sharing information at this point in time. So Rare Adam coming into this with only a total of 5 games to their belt. I would say the Influence Rage, they've done their homework, they know what they were expecting, and like us, we will be expecting, Cat9, Baxia, the Hylos, and the Arlet. They probably only play these 3. So let's tackle that. Let's tackle the frontline issue. And then suddenly, boom, Cat9 actually plays something else.
TBH, I don't think you should be worried about the Arlet.
At all?
No. For Cat9, I don't think so.
Okay. With that being said, we're going to head on into the draft and turn on as well as my boy here. Abstract, please. Take it away. Enjoy.
No, you don't tell me that. First man.
No saber.
Don't run away.
Thank you, Gideon. We're going straight into the draft here. Forgive our emotions just portraying there, because is that a saber, Ben?
Okay, it's a far shot.
By Rare Adam?
Yeah, this is a far shot, right? And I'm just trying to, find some linkages to what we spoke about previously. The problem about Enchanter support is that they get busted down early and easy. Yeah, Saber is very easy to pilot. Just go in, out someone, and boom, enchanter support gone. That's their entire team fight crumbling down. That's their entire win condition crumbling down. This is really just a far shot, and that is probably what I'm expecting.
Beloyski would be proud. Beloyski would be looking at these drafts and be like,
Helka
yeah,
next.
that's my man. Should we get an Italia next?
Hey, you
But
never know.
I understand that sentiment, right? I understand the idea behind the Saber, but if we're talking about non-meta picks that are less far-fetched, technically something like the Kaja could still work here. But I guess we'll see how this pans out because Lancelot, Kimmy banned. We have the Kalia as well as the Farsa. So choices for the mid lane are getting slimmer as ever. And then the Uranus pops up once again here for Influence Rage.
This is interesting. Rare Adam, because of the fact that they have dedicated 2 bans for heroes that don't typically get banned for, being the Farsa and of course the Saber, that means that we have a lot of heroes that's currently open. I know it's for a matter of fact that the XP lane is going to be highly sought out and highly fought for. Usually Uranus joins into the banning pool. So now that that is out of the way, Influence Rage picks that up with no questions asked. And that way, Rare Adam, they don't have to focus so much about, hey, I gotta have to pick my Lapu Lapu, unless Influence Rage picks it. So, or rather, Influence Rage, yeah, they still can pick it actually.
They can. They can flex the Uranus into the jungle, but I was thinking that maybe they want to hold on to that pick for just a little bit longer and look for something a little bit more prio. I was thinking more mid lane, but it looks like Rare Adam have gone ahead and gone for the Hayabusa and the Baxia instead. So technically, this is not flex. Haya jungle, Baxia as a roamer.
And
so comfort for Cat9.
It's comfort for Cat9, yeah. Oh yeah, Baxia and all. Okay, so we're gonna hold that thought for a little bit because it's very clearly one of our players have the game restarted. So we're just gonna be going back into the draft real quickly. Now, here's a couple of things that we can look out for. Since R1, R2 has been picked already, we are just leaving the R3. Naturally, when it comes down to influence, when we are looking at Rare Adam, they don't normally pick up the Lapu Lapu in R3. In fact, this usually comes down to the second phase of the pick, especially since Uranus is out already. So there could be a very high probability that they would just leave that out completely open and allow Influence Rage to just ban the Lapu.
Because technically, if they want, and if the Uranus does get flexed into the EXP lane, they do still have that Lucas to fall onto, which worked for them last time. So we saw the damage was there. That's still an option for them to go for. And I like that we keep highlighting the EXP lane because I think one of the key players to Rare Adam right now is Dawn.
Yep.
We're back in the drafts. Nothing has changed so far. We're looking at the next 2 picks coming out from Rage. Do they want to be the ones to pick up the Lapu Lapu, flex this Uranus into the jungle, and maybe look for a sneaky pickup like an Angela?
So they're not gonna do that just yet. So a little bit of ambiguity. So this plays around the battles between Chan and Powerful. So here's the thing. We saw Chan. We saw that Zusin plus Angela combo. So those are definitely something that we gotta have to look out for. This is Rare Adam that needs to answer to this question. They would definitely have to go into the second banning phase to ban the Angela. This is a scary pick, right? In the meantime, Powerful, I think that they can look at a couple of mages that's currently available, right? I don't think that they will particularly look at Zetian right now, but there is a 1-1 on the opposite side, which they're gonna have to deal with. I was hoping for a Sicilian. We haven't seen the Sicilian for a long time. Skill to the late kind of thing, but they're going to focus on the Irithel first.
Okay, interesting. It's a good counter towards the 1-1. It really does make sense. I was thinking about something like the Phovius, but this is like a direct in-lane counter for the 1-1. So that's why we're seeing it come to light. But now the big question for Rare Adam is, what are you going to be playing in the mid lane? You mentioned the Sicilian earlier on. It is a comfort pick for Paufu as well. But is it safe enough? Do you think it's okay?
I don't reckon it will be safe.
Because back in the day when we looked at the Jushin counter, it was the Zask. And technically, Paufu has picked up the Zask before.
But I don't think that Zask is going to be the way for this game. I mean, personally, it's not my cup of tea. Zask is generally good, in my opinion, when we're looking for area denial. You want to play around the area, you have Harif on the opposite side. You want to just laser that guy down. But in this case, that's not gonna work out. For Rare Adam, they still haven't decided who's going to be the XP laner, because the Baxia, the Hayabusa has already been out. So I would say that the Baxia is very highly likely going to be Rome, as we are talking about Cat 9 Super Comfort. Don, he went against the Uranus before. So the Lucas is actually going to be highly probable unless Coach Blackjacks have decided, okay, say goodbye to Dyrov, say goodbye to the Lucas.
But here's the tricky thing, right? Because if the Lucas pops up here and it turns out the Uranus is jungle, Influence Rage can pick up something crazy like the CC, which is a good lane against the Lucas. So it's a little bit of a chess match here. I think maybe they want to wait for the final pick to lock in Dawn's slot. Rage understand this. Oh, there it is. The Masha Dairoth ban comes through. Makes sense. They want to deny it and they want to make sure that the Uranus has a good lane. Now, this is a mid laner that we haven't seen in quite some time, but it is a good answer to shred through all those beefy boys in the front line that we already see the Uranus.
Exactly. So now I think Influence Rage, I think based on the fact that they have decided to ban the Dyrov, they are definitely looking at the possibility of that Uranus jungle. But with that resurgence of Lunox, welcome to Wildcard, by the way, Lunox. This is the first time they will see in the Wildcards. I don't think that we are going to be expecting the Uranus in the jungle anymore. It is very likely going to be Uranus in the XP, and if that's the case, then Rare Adam is going to seize that opportunity and pick up the Lucas for themselves into the XP.
There you go, you're right? Fredrin gets picked up here into the... Wait a sec. Okay, yeah. So Badang Rome. So now, Rare Adam, how do you want to answer this? Do you want to go head to head? Do you want to go tail to tail? Go for something like the Esmeralda is still an option. Lapu, if they still want to do that, is okay. But if they want to look for that damage, I think they can go Lucas again, like you mentioned.
Yep. If it ain't broken, why
fix it?
Yes.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So if it it's broke, if it ain't, yeah. If it broke, why fix?
There you go.
Yes, that's the way. So Rare Adam, final pick in the game. Esmeralda, as you mentioned, it is going to be an Esmeralda versus a Uranus lane matchup. A complete wet noodle fight going on about. No one will have an edge against one another, but that is going to be influence that will be applied somewhere else in the map.
I think we're thinking about winning lanes now, and technically Influence Rage, which one is their winning lane, right? Because the gold lane 1-1 versus Irithel matchup, it should go into the hands of the Irithel. Meanwhile, mid lane Prio. Now, since we haven't seen the Lunox in quite some time, I don't know how she fares against the Jushin.
I would say that a Lunox have decent clears because of the Starlight Pulse. However, that would require the Lunox to be a little bit closer to the creeps. As such, that will be the opportunity for the Jushin to just kind of beam her away. So most of the time, it will be priority going over the Jushin.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, because in a 1v1 sometimes becomes a 2v2. We'll head straight into this last elimination match of the day between Influence Rage and Rare Adam. Game number 1.
So right off the bat, it does seem like powerful as well as Cat 9. They want to play right on the creep waves, which is scaringly, pretty scary. But we don't have to be worried too much for the Lunox, as the Starlight Pulse does give her some HP back. But mobility and movement is always going to be the question. Will she be able to catch up to a Baxia during the Shield Unity, as they're just going to be running around so much?
But it's already as you predicted, right? I think it looked like Rare Adam were trying to go for the clear, but Influence Rage were able to clear a lot quicker because of the extra range that they had. And if we take a look at the emblems right now, the Jushin Chan once again going for a little bit more utility, tenacity, and a little bit of more movement speed, plus the fighter emblem coming through, the Brave Smite.
So with that all said and done, it's pretty much understandable that up to the top lane we won't be expecting too much. I know that Esmeralda would have a better lane prio, but it's not going to get them anywhere in terms of the killing blow. But when it comes down to the emblems, this is what I thought it would be fun to always watch, take a look, right? With a couple of agilities coming in from the roaming trio, or rather just for the side of Chan. Chino wants to be fast. You got to make things fast as well in order to really stick down onto someone.
You can see that Lanaya also looking for a little bit of aggression there. Pushing out the damage, it's reflected in his emblems, the way that he wants to play too. There are rotations now from Rare Adam towards this top side of the map, but I think they just do want to facilitate that level 4 as soon as possible.
As long as Chan picks up the level 4, then it will be great going in with the Crimson Beacon. Spots on Lanaya, just within the pixel brush, right underneath of the camps. But with only 3% from the side of Rare Adam, I think that Influence Rage will be able to take a pretty good starting fight, as Powerful is also going to be joining into the mix. She's going to be running through, but it doesn't seem like she wants to go. Okay, there we go. The Darkening is just going to be running right up. Hotun going straight up for the Appraiser's Wrath, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be touching anyone at all. Dawn is right in the heart of Influence Rage, putting a lot of pressure down on the Hotun, pushes him away, allowing Lanaya to take a very easy take onto the turtle. And Hotun also went down by the hands of Dawn, so this is not looking great for Influence Rage as they re-engages Dawn onto Chan, and Rare Adam, they're gonna split away from this point.
Rare Adam is nothing if not chemistry, right? The support coming through was very quick. They allowed and saw that opportunity to support Lanaya in the venture of the neutral objective, and they took it. Because technically, with Lanaya as well as Jotun at the same level earlier on, maybe Jotun would have a little bit of a better time just because of the Appraiser's Wrath. I like this. Rare Adam, they're doing their best here to try and look for more advantages around the map. And now the big question is, Influence Rage, what do they want to play on? Do they go for more levels into the bottom side of the map? But that might have to wait.
Fizz crack down onto Lanaya, drops him down almost immediately. The Brilliant's gonna have to be popped in order for the Lunaf to be able to run away far enough. But unfortunately, he will eat the entirety of the crossbow of Tang, allowing Fury to get himself a double. When we look at the southern corner of the map, we do have Cat9 popping off with his own Revitalize, only to be popped off and dead to the hands of 3.
Beautiful trade for Influence Rage there, 1 for 2, and they were able to get 2 kills onto Fury. Now, these are the winning conditions that we wanted to see from Influence Rage to begin with. Granted, sure, Mikey and Fury is not going to be having a good time in that lane, but the fact that Fury has been fed 2 kills, she should be able to get to the power spike faster, and that's might be how Influence Rage turn this around in the mid game.
We're only looking at not that big of a change when it comes down to the economical factor. I would say the Rare Adam, they would want to chase up onto Chino and just kind of push him away as much as possible. Chino is only at level 6, while Dawn is at level 8. So there are definitely some disparity up in the XP lane, while in the side of the gold lane, Fury is definitely a little bit happier because of their 2 kills.
I wonder what the gold difference is between these gold laners, because I think that will be just key right now. Oh, it's only 100 gold difference.
Yeah.
But there's still a ticking time bomb for Influence Rage.
As now Chan gets himself away with the Crimson Beacon, and now a 3-man Fizz crack coming from inside Pakitu. This guy is always constantly making all these plays, but unfortunately they don't really quite have the follow-up, as the Pakitu is always a little bit too far away from Influence Rage. There is clearly a disparity between the front lines and the back lines. Oh, Dawn whiffed it. Didn't really quite manage to land anyone and clip it when it comes to the Falling Star Moon, but he's still fine. Got a lot of skills to work with. He can steal all of that out of Chino. So as long as they kind of play around with that, Pakitu also do have some shields though, so you gotta look out for that. As the Falling Star Moon is just gonna be landing onto Pakitu. Hotun just gonna be stopping Dawn for a tad little bit. Fury joins into the fray, only for Chino to find himself in the dark spot. Hotun lands on the Appraiser's Wrath, not quite enough to kill anyone else at this point, leaving 2% from the side of Influence Rage and Rare Adam. All 5 alive, happy to take a free turtle.
Abstract, that's 3 members taken down for the price of none here. Cat9 goes in very aggressively. I don't think he can get out.
No way, Jose! As Fury takes him down with a killing spree to his name, but Fury hops and a jump, only to be struck down by the hands of Mikey with the double kill.
So even if he goes down, Cat9 goes down, it's still traded in for both Hotun as well as Fury. That is value. Value over the neutral objective, value over the kill trades. Rare Adam are pushing the limit here. 4,000 gold lead just because of that. And Influence Rage are now working from behind. Because again, remember, Influence Rage are working on a time bomb. The reason I say this is because Powerful will scale into the late game, and so will Mikey. Fury sure needs more time to get to the power spike, but remember, when members from the side of Rare Adam start to pick up items like the Winter Crown, that's going to be very difficult for Fury to put out the damage. So the pressure, I would say, is on Influence Rage right now.
Let's not forget that Lanaya have got free access over to the back lines. Rare Adam has got answers to deal with Fury. They have answers to deal with front lines. Because Powerful, as long as he gotten at least his 3 items, his darkening, power of the chaos darkening is just gonna be so much for Hotun or for Chino to handle.
Yeah, they don't have anti-CC in their composition as well, right? Meanwhile, if we take a look at the other side, Rare Adam, Palfu brought Purify, Mikey brought Purify, and don't forget the ult coming in from the Lunox too. So there's a layer of security that they have when they come down into these team fights. Meanwhile, for Influence Rage, once they go in, they can't go, wow, what is that? Is that a solo kill?
Solo kill
Lanaya on Fury.
I guess the main part is Lanaya gave no options to Fury. There is no point and no way that any of those weakness procs. So Fury can't fly into the air, especially when Lanaya is already going for the OG shadow kill.
That's what the Lunox is for as
That's
well. Tino goes down. What are Palfu's items right now? Done, looking for the secure.
Glowing
right,
one.
that's why.
Yeah.
There's
Only
no
one.
Divine Glaive, no nothing.
Not yet, but Darkening does have quite some crazy damage when it comes down to Chaos Assault.
So that makes sense. That makes sense. The damage is definitely reflected. We do have a little bit more downtime here. Abstract, at this point, help me answer this, right? Because Lanaya is level 12.
Yep.
Hotun level 9. That's 3 levels of difference between the jungle. They can't go for a contest here, can they?
No way. Absolutely no way. The way the Influence Rage should be playing for now is to get their Hotun to level 15. Because with this current lineup from the side of Influence Rage, I don't believe that they have got any way possible to reclaim their own jungle. The middle lane T2 is definitely going to go down because the moment that your frontliners decided, you know what, I'm going to stand my ground, garrison onto this turret, Powerful will just walk in and like, hello, here's some Chaos Assault, now walk away.
What do you think about this, though? We're looking at the in-game equipment. Fury has 3 items already. Corrosion, the Haas Claws, as well as... What was the last item again?
The Windtalker.
Windtalker, there you go. Is that enough?
I don't think it's enough, to be honest, because what I personally want to see is, at least for Fury, 4 items, right? I don't think that this is quite enough. Yes, this is more about survivability, kind of a 1-1. He don't want to go down too early because this is a very scary power from the side of Rare Adam. There is a Lanaya as with a ninja that will jump over the back lines. As long as Fury is able to heal back all of his losses, put himself and stay onto the map, he should be able to slowly scale. And probably he will scale a little bit faster than Hotun getting to level 15.
Let's see if that even gets to that point, right? Oh, already Cat9 getting taunted here.
It does seem like a quick little toss on over to Cat9 is more than enough to drop Cat9 to lower than half HP. But it's not going to be the catalyst to allow Influence Rage to jump to Rare Adam because it's not their play and it's not their call. It's on Rare Adam.
So right now, Influence Rage, they're doing their best to just buy time for their team, right? Look for those items as soon as possible. Look for those levels as soon as possible. Because once again, as it stands, Hotun is still 4 levels below of Lanaya.
4 levels is crazy, buddy. And now, I think it's relatively fair to say that the only time that Influence Rage could fight back would be the 3rd Lord. And having them being able to fight back on the 3rd Lord, that is still not really close to 50-50. It's kind of more like a 40-60 in my honest opinion. By then, Influence Rage's Hotun should be 14 close to 15, but that 1 level is going to make a very big difference. Rare Adam can still take Lord very easily, but at least what works for Hotun is that he does have Appraiser's Wrath, so he needs to tank a decent amount. He needs to know when and how far he can stretch himself out and really look out for those Chaos Assaults that Powerful would throw at him.
But the big question is, how will he be able to handle all that damage, right?
Sacrifice Chino, I suppose.
I mean...
His damage taken is currently at 86,000.
And it makes sense, but even he is squishy right now. I guess he did pick up the Radiant armor earlier on. Will it be enough is my question. Will it be enough? Because it takes, what, 3-4 hits coming in from Palfu or Mikey? Or not to even mention the damage output coming in from Lanaya.
I think that not only Fury needs to go online, actually Chino needs to go online. Chino, as long as he's got the items, he should be able to be a big annoyance. He can play a little bit of that cross-map plays. He went for flicker, not exactly sprint. If he went sprint, he can be pretty darn annoying and really difficult to catch. As such, pushing it onto the side lanes, constantly just stopping creep waves from crashing down onto influence rage. Those are the kind of macro play that you can expect as a Uranus. And not only that, you buy time. You may die, but you buy time.
See, he only has 2 items. Brute Force Breastplate and the Radiant. Let's see if they're going to be able to clear here, ladies and gentlemen, because once again, the composition that Influence Rage has brought, not too much wave clear and not too much range.
That's a guaranteed T3 down in the middle lane with Dawn holding onto the helm, escorting the Lord right into the base of Influence Rage. What Rare Adam would definitely want to do is hoping that they will be able to create a barren wasteland over to the side of Influence Rage. With the top lane already down to a sliver, Rare Adam springs into action, putting Chan into a very low amount of HP. Those shurikens is not quite enough, unfortunately, but at least it's enough to push Fury and Chan back home. Actually, Pakiru as well. So Rare Adam, they will seize this opportunity as much as possible to focus down on the crystal as Influence Rage throws himself into a rampage to push the rest of the members from the side of Rare Adam out. Unfortunately, Mikey is a little bit too much to deal with. As such, Influence Rage is unable to hold their ground.
Match point now for Rare Adam, the team from the Chinese region, spearheaded once again by the members. Man, Dawn again on the Esmeralda. We've seen him on the Lapu Lapu, we've seen him on the Lucas, and he's always that spear point to the team fights for Rare Adam. Enough so for the rest of the members to do their job properly.
It's so much about the matchup, right? The XP matchup. The game is also revolving around Chino. He needs to scale. And the way that he decided to pick up his items, which definitely makes sense, right? He wants to be the beefy one. He wants to be able to soak up damage for the rest of his team in order for Fury to pop off, or perhaps to give some more space to Hotun to steal these objectives. Take objectives. It's okay even if Uranus dies. If they drag the game long enough, eventually he will start to get important items such as the Oracle, the Brute Force Breastplate, and that is when this guy is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I agree. For me, I think it just goes back to the basics, right? When it comes down to like the drafting phase, which one was their winning lane, I think was my big question.
Unfortunately, they don't really quite have a winning lane.
Exactly.
But what should have worked for them per se is the roaming trio, right? Having the Juicin, having the Fredrin, and as well as having the what's that again? The Badang. They have a pretty good setup. They have a very good way to extend fights, but they don't have the damage to really help them stall the game long enough. Their wave clear is bad, like 1 out of 5, that is like 1.5, which is why they don't really have the opportunity to drag the game long enough, even though their win con is actually towards the late game.
They were out-rotated, they were outshadowed, I think, from the movements coming in from their opposing team. We have Gideon back finally. Gideon, game number 1, thoughts?
Boxia is such a problem to the meta. He's a menace to the meta. He's got to go or you got to pick him up. I think that was like the big pivotal moment. And when it came down to the draft, unfortunately, had Boxia fallen into their hands, things could have been different. But I do agree with the turn. I think that a lot of it comes down to the fundamentals of the game. Play for your strong side, and more importantly, play for your battle lines, because there was a lot of moments where Boxia was getting, why is he hopping over literally everybody to get into the edges of the map, and more importantly, so getting right on top of the correct targets. That doesn't sit well with me. And I think even Influence Rage knows, it's like, okay, we could have played that a little bit better. There's a couple of things that we can optimize from early to mid game, because I think that, like you guys mentioned, if it managed to get into that later stages of the game, there was a lot of comeback ability for Influence Rage. But if we just won out a couple more fights in the early to mid game, I think it would have been a seamless transition, you know?
But, you know, even for me in the late game, what are we like banking on from the side of Influence Rage? Because they have the 1-1, yes, the 1-1 scales, but what happens when members start to build immortalities, winter crowns? Meanwhile, on the other side, they have the Lunox and the Irithel, so that's extra scaling.
It's about peeling. It's about peeling, moving back. Sky Piercer, Zushin, that was the way to go. And I think that's what they wanted to try and do all over again. It's a tough call here, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, really boiling down to the draft, we need to talk about adaptations though, right? Do you think that switching sides might actually help Influence Rage? If they go over to red side, that it's going to make Rare Adam actually think twice about what their first 3 picks are going to be?
To be fair, their games were mostly on the red side, if I remember correctly. At least day number 1, almost all of their games were onto red. And if they were to be on second pick, second ban, then they gotta they will have that 2 picks that they absolutely love, right? So, understandably, if they're able to get a Baxia, Uranus, whichever one of these is open, then sure, I think that is something to work out for them.
Either or, deny Cat9 his comfort heroes. That's all I'm asking right now.
I think that was probably their best bet. But, well, with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at the Wildcards. We'll catch you then. Welcome back, everybody. It's currently 5:07 here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The wildcards continue here at the 2025 Esports World Cup, and we're already at match points. The series might end here and now, or it could go the distance. My name's Getting Q. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm going to be your desk host for today. We've got Abstract and as well as Eterna to cover all the action in the game with the commentary, and now it's time to make some adjustments in the game, because we didn't get to touch on the bit of an interesting ban that happened. Saber, what was that all about? I heard a couple of explanations from Abstract, but I'm like, are we being for real here?
Very good question. How about I ask you, what's the good thing about banning the Saber?
I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there.
I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. I think that the Saber ban was kind of interesting for me per se, but maybe they've got a hard read. Maybe they've got some inside information.
That's what I was thinking. It could be insider information, right? Something that we're not, aware of.
Thing. It kind of feels like a stretch, right? It's kind of a stretch to me. Oh, damn, I pressed wrong. You want a remake? It's fine.
I guess it depends. We'll see it in game number 2.
And if they ban again, then
it's a pattern.
The first one's a fluke, the second one's a pattern, the third one's a... I don't know.
There's a psychopath amongst us. I don't know. It's not exactly a ban that you usually see within the international MLBB space. It's been a very, very long time since we even considered Saber to be a hero of viable option within the meta. But it looks like we're already heading into the draft. Good luck to the both of you. It's Eterna and as well as Abstract. Take it away.
Saber, Saber, Saber. I don't think that's going to be the case. But Rare Adam, they are still gonna be second pick, second ban, and Influence Rage with first pick, first ban. The question is, they did manage to pull off that Uranus, but unfortunately not to the best of their abilities, as they did manage to find themselves counted by 2 heroes, the Baxia and the Lunox. If they really want to go for the Uranus, they gotta have to take that out of the picture, or to stagger that Uranus into later on into the draft. But that will be risking giving the Uranus over to Rare Adam.
And on top of all that, right, if they take another ban from the first phase, they might be giving Lanaya one of his power heroes, right? From game number 1, we saw 2 heroes designated to shut down Lanaya, the YSS and the Lancelot. We see the Lancelot ban once again, but what if we shake things up a little bit and ban out the Baxia first phase?
Oh. I would like to believe that Influence Rage want to change things up a little. They know that picking Uranus first would not be the right call anymore, given that the Baxia is highly favored by Rare Adam. So kind of flip the script a little bit. If Rare Adam managed to pull that off against them with the Baxia onto the Uranus, why not they go for the Baxia first? In this case, they actually have decided to ban out the Uranus, because at this point, if they were to go first pick Baxia, they're not exactly going to be afraid of the opponents picking up the Uranus, and if they don't, they can pick up a Uranus themselves.
Exactly. So this might be the wisest option that they can go for here for Influence Rage. Now, the last time they banned out the YSS and the Kimmy, do you think that's going to be left open?
With the fact that 2 bans has already went out, I think the YSS is going to be something that we have to consider. So far, when it comes down to Rare Adam, YSS has been played by Rare Adam quite a bit of times. In fact, 2 out of 3 games in the past 2 days. So that will always be at the back of their head, trying to get Lanaya into a really good spot in the early stages. And in the event that we do see that YSS, it will always open the opportunity for a triple marksman comp, which is something that Rare Adam did manage to pull off in their 3rd game in the very first series.
But it looks like they don't go for any of that, right? They go for the Foveus ban here instead. A peculiar ban? Are they trying to set up for the 1-1 again?
Did they first pick onto 1-1 before?
It was
Influence Rage. Yes, actually they do.
It was Blue 3.
They actually prioritized 1-1 every time in the past 2 days whenever their first pick. That in the previous game, that was the only one time that they first picked the Uranus. At least day 1, day 2, right?
So with that being said, if they do want to go for the 1-1 again, I think it still needs proper setup. In game number 1, we saw that the 1-1 was picked before the opportunity for the Irithel to be picked up by Rare Atom. And so the Irithel was placed in, picked up, and that's just an easy counter because we were discussing about the 1-1 given kills in the first few minutes of the game to try and kind of equalize or maybe allow the 1-1 to be ahead in the lane. But even then, she was only leading by 100 gold.
That's not a lot. Even though I think the 1-1 had, what, 2 kills? But
Yeah.
the 100 gold was nothing. It doesn't mean anything. And speaking of which, they have decided to first pick onto Kimmy and thus opening up the comfort of Cat 9. The Baxia is going back over to Rare Adam, and Lanaya also takes the YSS. Not a great start for Influence Rage, in my honest opinion.
But remember, when the Baxia was very popular, I think a couple of months ago on the competitive scene, Baxia Jungle, it was the Kimmy that was kind of the quote-unquote answer towards this Baxia, especially in the early game. So maybe that's why we're seeing the Kimmy being picked up first in order to kind of stave off that pressure from the Baxia. We'll see how it pans out once again. But now we're looking at the next 2 picks on the side of Influence Rage. There goes the Cho, as well as the Hayabusa.
Okay, I was about to mention something about this. On the opposite end, rather, the caveats of picking up the Kimmy is that you are going to be really good at setting up team fights, right? A very non-committal implosion when it comes down to the traction pulse. So it sets things up for the fight. Good for dev ball comp. Good for just general area denials. So you might want to play towards that direction. But with the very fact that we have decided to see a Cho over the side of Influence Rage, that just spells to me that they want pickoffs.
Pickoff and also mid-trio prio, which is what they were lacking, right? Technically with the Cho being picked up just by the Kimmy and the Cho alone, that's fast wave clear, and that's what they were lacking in game number 1. So maybe that's what they're looking for coming into the next few phases of the drafts, considering they might still lose prio over the EXP lane and the gold lane. So they're opening that up as a potential for them to utilize to their benefit. Rare Adam closed the first phase with a Zetian ban.
Okay.
Zetian pick, rather.
Pick, yes. So a very standard dual opening in the first half of the draft. Rare Adam now possesses a very strong vision game from the Fury of the Phoenix plus the Mountain Shocker. With the 1-1 being thrown into the banning phase as well, banning pool. Influence Rage now has a couple of heroes that they can look out for. Number 1, Irithel. Number 2, Moskov. And these are one of the few marksmen that they have piloted to effectiveness.
Hey, I mean, we might see a Ruby in the gold lane again, you know? Who's to show? Because they have a Kimmy in the mid lane. And we've seen that kind of become one of the main avenues for them to set up for a Ruby in the gold lane. So I think that's still a possibility that we could be seeing. And if that's the case, then Rare Adam really needs to think about this properly coming into the second phase. Lapu Lapu gets banned out, so that's respect over to Dawn.
Yep. So Lapu gone. So Dawn gonna have to look out for that. And Rare Adam is actually focusing quite a bit on the marksmen, none of which are targeting their own marksmen. As I mentioned before, the Irithel and the Moskov are the picks that Rare Adam goes for, while Influence Rage is mostly onto the 1-1. With the 1-1 gone, damn, they at least still have the Beatrix that could be in their utility belt.
They picked up the Harris. It's a really bad win rate.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about that.
okay. Let's throw that out.
Yeah, I don't really like the Harif at this point. It's always a possibility. But the possibility of winning is kind of meh.
Yeah, I understand. So if that's the case, and if they want to continue, this early game pressure, we might be seeing something like the Bruno if they want to explore that, right? They already have the Kimmy for, late game insurance. They can play with the Bruno if they want to for the gold lane.
Yeah. So Influence Rage still have a couple of options that they can kind of go for. Both of the marksmen, we're just going to put them onto the side. Rare Adam, they haven't picked out an XP laner, and Rage. Oh, wait, XP laner as well. So at least for Rare Adam, they can always flex out, or rather, can always pick up that Lucas. That did work out very well for them. And that is going to be the X factor for Rare Adam. Picking up the Moscow for themselves, they now throw the ball over to the court of Influence Rage and force them to react, or rather force them to blindly pick into the final pick that Rare Adam is looking at.
Because they want to make sure that Dawn gets a winning lane.
Exactly.
It's okay for Mikey to play passively or play on the weak side of the map because they know that Mikey, no matter what, will always be consistent.
Yep.
They can rely on him on the late game. But what is important is that Dawn dominates that early and mid game and to allow Mikey to later show off his skills in the later stage. So this is template Rare Adam that we're looking at right now. So the big question is for Influence Rage, how do they pick a hero that wins lane in the EXP lane to shut Dawn down?
How do they respond to this? Roger Goulding! Oh, ho, 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 ho. Well, in the meantime, we also do have the... Okay, I didn't really quite expect having a Badang in the XP lane. I know that Paquito is definitely going to be using that Cho, being the single-out specialist, right? Always playing the Kalia, always just getting himself some pick-offs against the opponent's side. So he will want to go for that. The Roger goal lane. We have been asking for Roger for the longest time ever. So welcome to the wildcards, but not exactly the way that we were expecting.
You're always talking about the Pandora box in MSC wildcards, and you're getting exactly that. Roger, we discussed it for the jungle, but we will be seeing in the gold lane. Will it work out? It will be up to Influence Rage to execute, and they're going to close things out for Rare Adam with the Esmeralda pick for Dawn. So another power pick.
So, how's it gonna be? This is an interesting turns of events for Influence Rage. I thought with the way that they played against Zeta, they might want to explore the possibility of a fighter gold lane. But they did not show any of that in their draft against Influence Rage. It is a very catered strategy against Zeta and a very catered strategy going up against Rare Adam. Would it work against Rare Adam? This Roger gold lane that can pop off in the early stages of the game? That's what I want to find out.
I'm curious, and I'm excited to see how the Roger works and how the Roger comes to play. And yet again, another debut pick in for Fury, just really showing us that there goes no bounds to his hero pool, right?
Oh, man.
Ruby, we've seen, we were also really worried about what he would be picking, and the fact that he brought in the Roger, it really shows something. They're at a crossroads. They're pinned to a corner right now. They want to make sure that they can stay in MSC. They want to make sure that their lives are still here. And so, go big or go home, right?
Let's go. Roger plus the Kimi. Normally, I will always want to look at the synergy between Chan and Fury because that is exactly what they showed in the match against Zeta. But that was different because at least that was kind of like a Ruby game. Now, as a Roger, what we want is snowball. We want the Roger to be able to kind of feed off of the battles because of the crazy amount of mobility that Roger have got in his kit. As long as he's running about, and he can be quite a bit of a lane bully as well.
So with that being said, hopefully Influence Rage play to that, right? They want to play to that winning lane. They want to play for the Roger to look for that snowball to kind of hold control over Rare Adam from the early game.
You're always asking for a winning lane off of Influence Rage. And this is going to be their answer. They did field a Badang into the Esmeralda, or rather the Esmeralda into the Badang. So now the Badang is going to be in a relatively tough spot. You don't really have priority. You can't run out of the lanes that effectively. While in the meantime, the Esmeralda can very definitely want to proxy the lane if they want to. Because one thing's for sure, Influence Rage, they want to focus more onto the gold lane. They want to play around the gold lane, that lower half of the map, in order to allow the Roger to join into some of these fights.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, our last elimination game, potentially the final game if Rare Adam get their way. Will we be saying goodbye to Influence Rage Only time will tell. Execution will be imperative. Let's get straight into game number 2 in this best of 3.
A very strong showing from Influence Rage right off the bat here in the middle lane already. One thing's for sure also, actually, now I completely forgot that it's actually going up against a Moskov, so it's not exactly a very winning lane. The Roger can always just pounce in onto the Moskov, but a single throw of the Spear of Misery and jumping backwards, that is a range that Roger can't keep up. So this might actually be a lot more of a skill matchup than we have expected.
And that's why I think that mid lane is going to be very important here, Abstract.
Yeah.
We were talking about the winning lanes. I think with the Cho, with Chan as well, they have the range, they have the wave clear, but the big question is, how are they going to be able to translate it over onto the side lanes? Cat9 once again on his comfort pick, being a big nuisance on the Baxia, looking for information, halting the rotations from Influence Rage. And here are the emblems.
Quite the nuke down the middle, but let's talk about the emblems here, as you mentioned. We do have a couple of support emblems, especially when it comes down to the XP lane. But the main thing that we really want to look out for is going to be the Kimi, right? Having the agility as well as the mystery shop. Does want to pop off a little bit earlier because Chan is understandably going to be one person that wants to bridge the game from the early to the mid to the late, right? She's going to be the catalyst in the mid stages of the game if they want to scale late to allow the Hayabusa to go crazy.
We do see the Raj really just focusing on trying to win that lane as well, reflected in from the emblems, but looks like Rare Atom are the first to the first objective.
Pakido looking for an opportunity. It does seem like Traction Pulse lands on the 2, but they don't really quite have enough damage for them to do so. Dawn joins in the middle of the fight, but Hotun currently getting himself out of the way, but it doesn't seem like Pakido will be able to stay alive from all that. He even flickers out, only for a homing missile coming from Santa Lanaya that will take him down. Most of the members from Rare Atom actually survive with just a sliver of health, so that is kind of scary. While Hotun, all the way in the opponent's purple buff, only to be smacked down by the falling Star Moon.
Oh no, Chan, will he be able to get out? Luckily he will. It looks like Cat9 is too low to look for anything else. Goes for the retreat, but I would say that was kind of messy for Influence Rage, right? They lost control over the neutral objective. They lost Hotun in the process. I think the one thing that they can carry over to the next few minutes of the game is the fact that Fury was able to get a lot of gold shield down. So hopefully that will aid him in that lane against the Moskov.
Actually, I thought that the fight is quite a testament to what Influence Rage could have possibly bring into future fights, right? With Lanaya, Powerful, and Cat9 at such a low amount of HP, the moment that we go over into the early stages, right after the laning phase, when Fury joins into the battle, it's pretty fair to say that he will be the executioner of things.
Yeah.
And Rare Atom will find himself in the top spot. The only thing that kind of, I would say, is kind of like a miss point is the fact that Fury decided to go a little bit safe in the event that he don't find himself with these kind of fights, this kind of opportunity. So that's why he have decided to go to not go for killing spree.
I think he's also waiting for these items to hit, right? We do see that Rare Atom understand the gravity of the situation. They were rotating towards the bottom side, but I think they had information that the rest of the members from Influence Rage were rotating towards the gold lane too. Didn't want to go for the overcommit up until this point. Mikey, though, joining in the battle, was unable to get any assists nor kills, so I think he should be behind a Fury when it comes down to the gold, but in terms of EXP, it's actually Mikey who was able to get level 6 first.
I don't think there will be too big of a difference, hopefully. But here comes Pakiru with the Way of the Dragon that will be landing up on the Dawn, while the Traction Pulse lands on the Cat9. Dawn successfully being able to push and zone Pakiru away, especially since there's no more of the Way of the Dragon, no more pickoffs for the side of Influence Rage. So all 4 members focusing down onto Dawn, only for him to be so tanky. The SOD joins in, allowing them to throw Chan and Pakiru in the top spot. Chino is going to be the first one down, while Hotun completely shut down by the members of Rare Atom.
Another favorable trade for the side of Rare Atom, the Chinese team here. And again, what is up with the retribution from both of these teams, right? First turtle, it was taken by Paufu. Second turtle, it was taken by Cat9.
Really? Oh, yeah, you're right. What's going on?
I'm not sure, but the retributions have been slipping a little. It's okay, it's fine, it's no problem. But it looks like Dawn has and will be able to get that tower in the top side, a little bit more control over the map.
That is big. A completely unlocked Esmeralda at 5 minutes and 24 seconds, but in the meantime, here we go. It does seem like Paquito manages to catch on to Cat 9. That's one person down from the side of Rare Adam. The kill credits over to Hotun.
Okay, it's a trade. A trade is a trade at this point because they are falling 3,000-ish K gold behind of Rare Adam right now. Mikey looking for a trade. Is he going to go for it? Oh my god, he does!
Paquito actually did manage to get a stun down on Mikey, but that's not going to do anything at all. In the end, Powerful with the Fury of the Phoenix brings Paquito down. Fury all the way behind of T2, teleports himself back home. That's a good recall, and Rare Adam successfully claims all T1 turrets in the map.
Do you remember what we said about Rare Adam on the first day of the wildcards?
What did we say?
We were questioning communication. We were concerned about communication, but look at how in tune they are. Look at them again.
Oh, skewered is what's the word I would say about Influence Rage, as Mikey with the Spear of Misery that lands pretty effectively. The members coming in from Southern Rare Adams, they're preparing themselves all the way down south, while Influence Rage, they are forced to play together. And well, in some sense, this is kind of what they want, right? They want to funnel the farm over to either Hotun or Fury, as long as Paquito manages to find a good kick.
Technically, they can also do that for Chan, right?
They can. He does have Mystery Shop, so he can actually pop off a lot earlier if he were to get a good amount of farm, which you can see is currently 3.6 thousand gold to him, as compared to the Hayabusa, which is 3.4.
Oh, wait a second.
That's the kick that we want to see, and that is Dawn finally punished for all his antics.
There you go. There you go. Finally, some fight coming in from Influence Rage. Coming closer to the mid-game, however, if we're referring back onto the gold, because they have Fury, because they have Chan, they might be considering gold distribution here, but that's an invade.
That is indeed an invade with Paquito down to the hands of Cat 9. Influence Rage completely shafted with the back against the wall. Rare Adam takes full control of the jungle down south. While Influence Rage doesn't seem like they have anything to care about the bottom jungle, at least the Hayabusa got some fun to work with. As now the ship will land right down on the genome, allowing Cat 9 to once again get yet another kill.
They also lose the orange buff in return. Oh, Mikey, very aggressive.
Wow, not the kind of teleport that I was expecting from Mikey to actually take that.
Maybe that's how far ahead he is, right?
I think so. How far ahead exactly is he?
I think we should be seeing the item builds and like the gold disparity quite soon. Oh, there it is.
Wait, it's just 400 gold lead between the gold laners.
Exactly.
But to be fair, it's 6,000 gold with almost the trifecta.
Under 10 minutes as well.
Under 10 minutes as well, yeah. It's currently sub 9, 8 minutes and 20 seconds and counting, with the Lord that's currently going to be popping out in more or less in 30 seconds. Rare Adam has got full control of the map. It's just bleeding red. And Influence Rage haven't even gotten a single T1 turret. This is going to be a really difficult game for them to play, considering that their draft kind of wants them to kind of scale well from the early, mid to the late.
Okay, we're looking at XP differences from the jungle as well, approaching this next neutral objective that will be spawning under 5 seconds. Lanaya is at 12, Hotun is at 11, so technically he's not too far behind. Just a little bit more, I think, would allow him to have that 50-50 against Lanaya in terms of retribution take, but they're blitzing it, Abstract.
Yep, there's no challenge at all for Influence Rage. It's okay. As long as Influence Rage is able to deal with one problem at a time, as long as they make it to the late game, that is what they want. They picked up the Roger for one purpose only, and that is to have him as the executioner at the late stages of the game. That is solely because of the fact that you don't have the killing spree, right? They didn't play towards and around Fury as well, so it's more of a safe game for the Roger.
Hopefully safe will be enough because that Lord is still marching.
The OG Shadow kill all onto Mikey, but he does have the Heart Claw, so he's not too afraid, but he will recall back home. Watch out for the SOD that will be running down to the middle lane, as now we do have the fist crack that's going to be slamming right onto Dawn. There's more than enough for them to be able to get themselves a hit. Well, Mikey went back home with a recall. SOD lands on the Paquito. He rejoins the fight. There's more than enough for them to try to get themselves right back into this game, but unfortunately, at this point in time, Radam already lost 4.
Yeah, 4-for-2 trade. That was huge for Influence Rage. They're going to be able to keep all their inhibitors intact, and even the shield doesn't get popped there. This is a turning point that we've been waiting for. We finally see the potential of Fury on the Roger, 2-0-3 right now, as the gold gap starts to dissipate. 29,000 to 32,000, only a 2,000 plus gold difference between these two teams.
They're almost there, almost at the turning point. Rare Atom still can seize control in the map at this point in time. As long as anything that Influence Rage reaches somewhere around 13 to 14 minutes of winning team fight will swing towards the favor of Influence Rage. They still have to bide their time just a little bit more, as long as they don't get too impatient with some of these kills.
They want to protect their jungle right now, and it looks like Rare Atom is not allowing that. That's another purple buff steal from the side of Rare Atom. And as this game progresses and as Fury's kit gets harder and harder, and even with more damage, Rare Atom, they don't necessarily have a point-and-click stun that they can utilize like Influence Rage.
Yeah, that's true. It's more of the skill shots from the Lanaya. The only point-and-click is technically Mikey, but it requires him to skewer the opponents to either a wall or yet another enemy. The good thing for the side of Influence Rage that we are looking out for is Chino. Chino will be one of the big players from the team in order for him to start up a fight, a big fist crack that will stop Rare Atom, because mobility, I think that's one thing that we want to see. As long as the fist break manages to land in a good spot, especially onto Dawn, to kind of shove him in the tough spot, Rare Atom hardly will find a very good avenue to work around those walls to deal with the problem at bay.
That's why I think if they approach this as a 5v5, I think it's heavily favoring Influence Rage. Do you not think?
I think that it would be if they are completely balanced out. The main thing they are looking out for is because Influence Rage have an answer to both Lanaya and Mikey when it comes down to the Ogi Shadow kill. And when it comes down to the marksman matchup, it's double marksman against double marksman. So it's very, very equal. The only difference and the scary part is that Mikey has some crazy skilling, but Rare Atom does not have that great of a bruiser as compared to Influence Rage.
So these are the toss-ups that we're considering as both teams approach the Lord Dance. Damage, onto Chino. That's a flicker already utilized.
As now, we're just going to be hoping that Pakidu finds himself in a good spot. He does have the way of Dragon to kind of play around with, but in the meantime, the Lord is going to be taken down from the side of Lanaya. Powerful takes Chino down, while in the main big fight in the heart of things, it is Pakidu to re-enter the fight, only to find himself taken down.
That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate for Influence Rage, right? I think they were a little bit too hesitant when it came down to the Lord Dance. So Chino found a moment. Wait a second, that's a pick onto Fury, perhaps?
Ring around the rosies. That is exactly what Fury is doing. And he manages to get himself an escape. But unfortunately at a cost of Chan. With a 5-man rundown from the top lane. The Ogi Shadow Kill hoping to be able to clear these creep waves well enough. He managed to buy enough time, but unfortunately Lanaya slapped him right down. The fist break and crack lands over to the front lines. If only they have just enough damage. But Fury is not quite the execution, the Death Reaper, Grim Reaper just yet. As such, he's gonna be all alone for the next 14 seconds. Will he be able to clear the ballistas enough? And probably not, as Rare Atom focuses all firepower on the Fury and the Crystal!
There it is, boys and girls. As the Crystal collapse, it is official. Rare Atom from the Chinese region will be moving forward here in the MSC wildcards. GG to Influence Rage. Again, thank you so much for coming this far. We were here for your journey. We were all for it. But unfortunately, today we will have to part ways.
Thank you so much, Influence Rage. Big plays with the only savage of wildcards. With Chino, Hodun, Chan, Fury, and Pakidu. They showed exactly how Latam plays. And this is definitely a scary, scary region coming to MLBB.
We hope to see more from your team, in particular Influence Rage. Hopefully we get to see you in M7,
Maybe. No, this is...
It was unfortunate.
This is really unfortunate. Like Influence Rage, in terms of the late game scenario, whenever I look at bruises, I always look at just how strong a Badang can be. The scalability coming in from the Thunderbelt is one thing that will really keep Influence Rage afloat. when it comes down to Roger, yes, perhaps not the best skilling marks in the late stages of the game, but he can be very consistent throughout the entirety of the game. They decided to play things a little bit on the slower pace. As such, they become the point whereby they have to play possum throughout the entirety of the fight, and they bank it all in until they win one big fight when they're all online.
Here's the thing, Abstract. You're mentioning about the value of a Badang, and of course the value of the Badang was there. We saw several moments where Chino was able to get those picks through, but the big question is, where was the follow-up? Because we didn't really see that coming through. What should have been a big play ended up him getting picked up first, and for some reason the rest of the members started piling in after him. And so one by one in that particular scenario, I think the composition from Rare Atom was benefited. As compared to, let's say, the team fight was a lot more structured, I think Influence Rage would have had an advantage over Rare Atom. But that's why we saw in that final moment around the Lord, just the one play. It was so unfortunate. It hurts me. I'm hurt. Gideon, are you hurt?
My feelings, well, I don't know. I'm actually very happy for Rare Atom, the way they played. They came in with a solid game plan. They had an idea of what the draft needed to look like to win this game. It looked like they did all of their homework and Influence Rage. All they had to do, out-mechanic their opponent, outplay them in every sector of the game. Fundamentals, the laning phase, and even team fights. And unfortunately, unless you have all those three things under wrap, there's no going around that draft. I am a big advocate for Roger Goldlane. I think that the laning phase could have played slightly better by Fury. We saw that he does have the team fight IQ, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough. Pao Fu was such a big shutdown, man. He was like, anything you're about to win the fight. No, stop. Stop right there, sir. Please, show me your security pass.
No.
You're not allowed to pass.
No.
No.
Global stun, huh?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those things that you have to kind of like rewire your brain to like remember, oh yeah, there's this global stun that I need to save my ability to kind of hop out of. If not, I'm going to get hit by it anyways.
Yeah, especially when you're in the adrenaline. It's like, everyone is right in front of me. I got to jump in.
I will say, at the very least, Pakitu, really good Cho plays. Like, there was a lot of moments where he could have technically caused collateral damage, but he made the best out of the worst situation here. With that being said, there you have it. Today's schedule was full of sweeps here at the wild cards of MSC. I mean, hey, I don't know. Left side looking kind of good. Hey, I don't know. People get into these superstitions amongst production, even us, really, really quick. It's like, oh, this is the best player moves. Left side player moves are the best. This is how we're going to win the games, man. But now, here are the playoff brackets, our final two at the very end of the line. It is Virtus Pro from EECA facing off against Rare Atom from China tomorrow.
Boy,
I love it.
Boy.
I love it.
What a day. Honestly, we should have listened to the grapevine. We should have listened to the grapevine. We should have listened that Virtus Pro was going to be the one to get all the way there. You had it, Eterna. Keep in mind, Eterna was the one who was advocating for Virtus Pro when everybody else was thinking of something else.
Was it
And Rare Atom. And Rare Atom.
And Rare Atom.
And Rare Atom.
Both of them. So you got it on the dot.
Look, this Indonesian
Women
plays
are always
in Rare
right.
Atom,
What?
so you're just like, oh,
No,
you know,
women are always right.
You know, Indonesia plays, yay, kind of thing.
I don't know. This is some voodoo magic. You broke a nail to make those predictions, didn't you?
I actually did, guys.
Yeah.
I broke a nail.
Yep. Picked it up off the floor, placed it right in front of him. Now grief, mourn.
Oh boy, dude. Well, I mean, well played to all the teams. So many we had to say goodbye to, but that's just the nature of MLBB competitive spaces. And I mean, I'm very proud to say that, you know, the wild cards have definitely shaken up in the past couple of years. Last time I'm like, it's wild cards. Now I'm like, okay, wild cards are a lot more exciting compared to what it used to be.
I mean, it's quite in the name, right? Wild card. Every single one of these games are quite a wild card, and we are very thoroughly entertained. I love it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could have predicted what was going to happen in this particular wild card. Usually they'll be like, oh, there's clearly a fit. Obviously, this team's going to make it out of there.
And even the favorites came home like first day. Was it Falcons?
Yeah, I mean, depending,
second day.
It depends on which side of the fence you're from, whether you're from the online audience or whether you're here with us here in the SDC MSC Gaming Hall. With that being said, thank you to everybody who's been watching the entirety of the stream, whether it is a good morning or a good night from across the world. Thank you so much for watching the wild cards here at the 2025 Esports World Cup live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It is currently 5:40 p.m. here in Riyadh. We want to say thank you for watching, and we'll see you for the grand finals of the wild cards tomorrow.
The way I live life. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. The way you do What a shame, what a shame. What a shame, what a shame. If I heard that you if I heard that you Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Back against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. The scenes that I can't find, I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish he'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. Thinking about I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Back against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. The things that I can't find, I just keep going, I just keep going.